Hello, everybody, and welcome back to day 2 of the first ever live stream of the Australian Masters Scrabble Tournament. I'm Heidi Robertson. I'm from Ottawa, Ontario, and I'm joined today by the 2022 Victorian Scrabble champion, Anand Barajwad. Anand, how are you today?
Thanks, Heidi. Great to be with you. It's exciting to see day 2. Obviously, day 1 had a good array of interesting games, and it seems like the top seeds have floated up to the top. But much action remains, and it'll be exciting to see who takes home the title at the end of today.
Yeah, and I'm so sorry. I just realized I mispronounced your name. Of course, I was going to do that.
Oh, no stress at all.
Yeah, so did we had 10 games on stream yesterday, right?
Yeah, I think a couple
Um,
of breaks, but I think at least 8 games viewers got to see.
Yes, they played 10 games, sorry. But yeah, so nobody's running away with it. 7 games apiece for 4 people at the top, and then 6 and 5. So it's a very close tournament. And this is a round robin, 19 rounds, right? So everybody gets to play everybody. So yeah, first up we have John Spaan and John Hamilton, correct?
We will cut to the ball very shortly and get started. And it's going to be a good match. John Spaan, the giant killer of day 1, with fantastic wins over David Eldar, putting an end to his 36-game winning streak, an Australian record, and defeating Andrew Fisher, who he has a very strong record against in head-to-head terms. So it'll be exciting to see. I think he's one of the contenders from the bottom half of the field in terms of rating. Picking up a clean 30 points, so no complaints there. Let's see. I believe just so AGENORP, the rack for John Hamilton now. Perhaps some bingos here, but I think he needs the R for the obscure paragon, that is quite a strange word. Yeah, we have to see if there's anything else available to him here. Almost shelving if he had the I there, but unfortunately that's not there either. So it feels like very close to something good, but not quite what he needs to kick off proceedings. So I think we'll expect to see him spend a little bit of time, I think, thinking about. I believe so, yes. So let's see what John Hamilton can play with this rack. Yeah, I mean, something as simple as PHO foe might actually be a reasonable way to keep the strong tiles on this rack. But of course, foe having the negative side of obstructing the S and many of the bingo lines. So it's already perhaps evolving into somewhat of a closed board situation, which I know John Spaan, from my history of playing him in the past, does enjoy the closed boards. So, I mean, another option, just OP and OHPE. So they all feel a little bit uninspiring, but at the same time, given that it doesn't seem like big scores are available here. So, still on turn, John Hamilton. He definitely not a super fast player from my experience, but likes to think through his moves and see what he can find. John was a veteran of the youth scene around the time when I started playing in 2007 and 8, and at that time was already a very capable player and has continued to excel in the years since then. So Op, I believe, coming down from John Hamilton, one of my plays of choice, I think. So it seems like a perfectly reasonable way to start, but he does need to be cognizant of having enough opportunities to actually play the bingos. So if he happens to get one, but Negator has made his way to his rack, which so he is rewarded for that very nice leave that he kept, and I'm sure viewers may see quickly the potential bingo that he'll have from the S, starting at the S. So we'll leave that as an exercise for all of you here.
Right. It's sorry, I just dropped off there for a bit. We had to troubleshoot a couple of issues there, but I'm back now, and yeah, ready to see if he gets these bingos down.
Right, but
Anybody in the chat
John
see it?
Spaan back on 10. I don't think anyone has quite spotted it yet, but I think I'll expect quite a few to see it in the not too distant future. So, but the good news for John Hamilton that two okay. So I believe. Can you see, Heidi, what he's kept back there?
A
Was it a
B?
B there?
Yes.
Oh, I think he's missed a couple of bingos here. Dear, 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 John Spaan. So, does anyone see any of the bingos? Two bingos, I believe, there, and reasonably common words too. So, but tricky to spot. I believe they were bird cage and cage bird.
Oh, that's
Both would have been
very
nice plays.
difficult. Those compound words are very hard to see, I find. They're difficult to anagram.
They are like, if anything, you might see something like rib caged or something like that. But Kadji are a good play to kind of reopen the board after the rather tight start. And of course, John not seeing the bingo, I think he's done the right thing in opening up the board a little bit to see if he can mount a nice comeback here. And John Hamilton now with the clunky looking rack of AAHEIMU, but he does have a nice 4-letter play here right on top of Powney. So that will be a ton of points if he can grab that spot.
Yes,
and that play would be Heem, Haem from John Hamilton.
Oh,
there.
that's lovely.
So that would put him. That would be a good, healthy way to keep the scoreboard ticking for him.
Yeah, that would be a great spot.
He does have the H, A, and E in order, so we'll see if he can see the overlaps there. It's always tricky to see these.
Yeah, it's funny
to
too.
see
When
the
he's
parallel
got
plays.
quite a few vowels right now, right? So he might not be thinking to play his H and M off right away. He might just be looking for a vowel dump right now.
Yeah, that's perfectly reasonable in the situation. And the interesting thing is, Kadjir actually blocked an obscure 8-letter bingo for John Hamilton here. Mairehau, I think. So that's
Oh
definitely
wow.
Mairehau. So uh, those who have studied the 5-vowel eights might have seen that one, which is a nice play. But of course, that will not be coming down. But Heem would be a very satisfactory play if he's able to see that. So definitely not the easiest one to spot, but if he takes his time, let's see if he can pull this one out.
It's funny too
And
because
meanwhile,
sometimes
John
those
Spaan.
sorry, I was just
You were
gonna
saying?
say that yeah, I was just gonna say that sometimes those spots are obvious that are right near those overlapping opportunities, right near double word scores and stuff. Your eye is drawn to them. But in this pony play with so many consonants, it doesn't look as promising as it might sometimes. So maybe
No,
his
it
eye is
doesn't. And
not.
yeah,
Yeah.
I think he has seen it. Maybe he has EDHAEM
Oh,
now
there he is.
nicely separated. Now just needs to but he's still flicking it around a little bit. So we'll have to see if he's obviously part of it is finding the word and part of it finding the spot. So it'll be interesting to see what John Hamilton is able to do here.
Yeah.
So, and John Spaan has picked up a very nice looking rack here, and he has spotted quite a difficult to find bingo with the blank here. Behavior through the E there, but we will revisit it. And yes, him nicely spotted
Nice.
from John Hamilton here. So that should
I
put
think
him
you
comfortably up, I believe.
yes, and I think you don't want to
Hopefully,
usually
we'll
leave
get the scores.
AUI on your rack, but yeah, that's scoring a lot of points there, right?
Yeah, 46, I believe. That's a very good score from
Nice.
John Hamilton. But John Spaan will be right back in the thick of things with behavior as a very good bingo here, and possibly the only one that I see. So very good anagramming from John Spaan here.
Quite a nice spot, yes. I wonder, are we having a bit of lag? I hate for us to be
I believe
talking
we
over each
are.
other.
Bravoing, and an even better find from
Oh,
John Spaan here. That's very good. Bravo to him for
nice.
That's an excellent find. Yeah, 101. So I think he'll be right back in this, and if not, perhaps even slightly ahead. Once we have scores, we can confirm that. But that's not an easy spot, and he spotted both behavior, vibrato, and bravoing. So definitely, we're seeing why he had such a good day one. I think anagramming is on point as far as we can see.
For sure. And I think that he was playing with us a bit there. He had behavior lined up on his rack for the whole time there, I think, until right at the end when he played we played bravoing. So
He
yeah.
did, yes, and I think definitely good effort spotting that. I think like you can see the complexion of the board becoming quite tight at the moment. So I think as John Hamilton has a very bad rack, and we'll have to figure out what exactly he chooses to do here. Definitely
Yeah,
AIA or something right on top of
yes.
Kadjir or AUA, but doesn't inspire one bit.
Right. He left that AUI on his rack last time and he drew three more AIO to that. So that's never nice, but
Yeah.
you always yeah. Kind of you
Notice
kind
it,
of know
and
that yeah. Kind of know that that's a risk when
yeah,
you have to leave so many vowels, but you're never
he's
gonna see that
exchanged.
46
I'm not
points.
sure.
Mm.
So he exchanges 6 here, and I don't know if that's the best play per se, because I mean, of course, there's always these turnover benefits from exchanging a bit more, but at the same time, um, it's tough to say here because he's down a bit, needs the points to catch up. It's a tight board, and S alone, I'm not so sure, but we'll have to see how that goes for him. And as John Spaan also with a poor rack, unfortunately for him, but again can grind out a few points, I think, to just keep his ascendancy. Scores should hopefully update very soon. I believe the
Yeah.
101 for John Spaan not quite yet showing up, but he does have duel and lord and stuff. LAUD might be one of his stronger plays here, right on top of Kajia, and he might want to. What does he do here? Does he change too? Okay, seems like both guys opting to exchange. I think when you're getting 20 points with a reasonable leave, it's not obvious why exchanging would be the superior option, at least in my view. But nothing wrong with it. But at the same time, you might want to. Yeah, I think often there is a score dimension and a leave dimension in this game, and you want to be careful not to kind of sacrifice too much on the scoreboard for just
Right.
leave considerations or turnover considerations.
Right. You
And
definitely
both
need
guys
to
playing pretty
keep.
quickly, and
Yeah. You need to
and
keep
John Hamilton
scoring.
takes 22 for Jig here, keeping EEIF. Yes, I think it's Austin Shin who says scoring never stops, and I think
Yes.
that's definitely one way to win a game in Scrabble. So Jig 22 more points, but
I thought
again,
I saw.
not a bad one.
I thought I saw Egypt's on his rack. Did that
He did have
play?
Egypts, but I wonder where he could have put it. That's the
Yeah, it didn't
question.
play anywhere.
Yeah, I obviously could have done it with Kajir and turned over a bit, but SEEIT a good leave. So I think in this case I would support his decision. I think to play Jig.
Right.
And John Spaan keeping a very bad leave now, but taking a nice score of 8, 9, 10 for 28, 37 points for Phi. So it's been interesting. Both guys exchanging a bit, but um, also taking some reasonable scores. So I think in a way, perhaps those objectives a little bit at odds with one another, especially on a tight board without a huge number of bingo opportunities, which seem to be swiftly dwindling. I think just looking at the board, the J, the C, the B, the F, and everything kind of blocking up space here. So I think John Spaan will like this board. He's always very comfortable in defensive positions. So, and
Right.
John Hamilton also capable at navigating them, but at the same time, I believe at a slight deficit now, and it'll be interesting to see um, whether John Hamilton is able to find the space on this board to make a comeback.
Right.
So what can he do with this rack? Betties. Betty is actually a valid word, but no space to play it anywhere. And the interesting thing was Hope took the back hook of the S for Shope, but that hook has been nicely shut down by John Spaan, again taking up the space up there. And yeah, it's going to be tricky for, and Jig again blocking Bentiest. So not much that John Hamilton
Yes.
can do. Definitely the space just dwindling away. So I don't think he'll be too pleased with this board configuration right now. And I
They
think
were
he might
playing
have
at quite
benefited from just.
a good clip until this
They
point.
certainly
But
were.
now, like you say,
Yeah, I think given that both of them spotted their bingos very quickly, I think they were able to kind of just play them, move on, which was very effective. But I think now we'll have to slow down and think a little bit more with the racks deteriorating a bit. So Beta just for 6 points here. I mean, I see the purpose behind the play, but in terms of opening up the board a little bit, but it's perhaps too low a score in my view to justify that at this stage. But
so in that
definitely
case,
he was
what would
not.
you have done?
Maybe BETE parallel to Stone Rag would have got a little bit more in terms of points, and I think it's hard to say why, given that you do have the. But then again, Shelf doesn't, I believe. Shelf does take an S in Collins actually, so you do have that line. So in that way, this does open up another line ending in the E, but whether it's the ideal way to open up, hard to say.
Right. But I think like if
But
he
it does.
played that, as you say, alongside Stone Rag, that doesn't really, that's closing down the board even more, it seems to me. Right?
That is true. So beta can be justified for sure in terms of that objective. So I do agree with you on that. Maybe even something like ABA Dev BE would have been a reasonable play too. So it's hard for me to intuitively say how much the value of this this leave is. So especially given that I think the values of the leaves themselves become pretty board dependent.
Right.
If the
And
scores haven't
Spaan
quite
just
updated, but they have,
dropping,
thankfully.
yeah.
So
Spaan just dropping
OU, a
OU
very good
now in
play
the
here.
corner.
I have
Keeping,
no
it
problems
looks
with
like
that. I think
4
that's
vowels, though.
O and EI could become good, could become terrible. We'll have to see what he gets. Another
Yes.
O and
And an S,
is that
looks
an
like.
S there? Yes, it is
Yes.
an S. Oh, that's all right. He can
Could
work
do
with it.
worse, yeah.
John Hamilton picking up another unpromising
Isn't that the
pick, but he can play
cardinal
Dixie
rule,
for. You can do Dixie, I think,
Anand?
right near Jake. Mm-hmm.
I was saying, isn't that the cardinal rule that you play your U and then you draw the Q immediately after, right?
Oh yes, absolutely. I didn't quite see what he had. I thought it was another O from the angle. Indeed, maybe OO. I think he would have loved to have played before then, by
Right.
virtue of that. Or even ON might have somewhere would have given him Sequoia, but of course we can't engage in that
Yes.
sort of wishful
No,
thinking
no.
here. But for John
Oh,
Hamilton, at a 71-point deficit now, it's not looking that great for him unless he can get a bingo back. But I think Dixie dropping the D and X, if he sees that through the eye of Kajia, that might be a
yes.
reasonable score of about 30 points. I
Yeah, that
don't
looks
believe I
good.
can see anything that much better. Barring that, maybe texted through the E of Stone Rag is reasonable, but that's going to kind of block up the board a fair bit. So I think he really wants to drop that D and X, I think, if he can see it.
Right, yes. Yeah, he needs those lines to stay open because he is behind and he wants to bingo, right?
Exactly
Bingo
right.
or
And I think
bonus, Anand? Bingo or bonus? What do you prefer?
I'm a bingo. I prefer bingo. Okay, so
What do
what
we
is
have in the
what is
chat? And the French call them Scrabbles, right?
do they?
So
The French always
yeah,
have their way of doing things. So exited from John Hamilton. I think he's going to. This is not, I think, the right play in the situation, and I think QI. Well, of course, he doesn't know John Spaan's rack, but given that he's kind of shut his most promising bingo line, turned over many of the promising tiles as well. I think this is not good for him. And Cade's Chin Chi, quite a myriad of options for John Spaan here to potentially put this game soon out of reach. I think so. I think John Spaan doing a great job in terms of board control here, with a bit of a lead. So I think he's definitely looking like a strong favorite to win this. So Chi here, yeah, reasonable, I think, but Cade's also perfectly a good player, I think, as well, maybe for, I think, 50 points there. So hard to know whether the leave is worth the sacrifice of 13 points on this board. But one thing is, if John Hamilton does fish and open up things, keeping a good lead might allow John Spaan to fruitfully exploit those lines as well. So I think perfectly defensible play, maybe even play the N off and block even further, but nothing wrong with that. So John Spaan definitely on very comfortable territory. I know he likes the blocked boards, likes taking up space, and is playing very effectively indeed.
yeah, it's funny when you have these games where you can't get anything down, and it's of course it's because your opponent is making sure that you can't. Your opponent is controlling the board, right? So in the lower division, sometimes you'll hear people say, like, oh, well, I couldn't play anything, oh, I never got a chance. I had bingos and I couldn't play them. But yeah, maybe that's because your opponent was
That's right.
strategically shutting down the board.
Yeah, often I think it is the doing of the opponent, and I think we have to give them credit when they do an effective job. The board control a big part of this game, and I think, yeah, John Hamilton probably is going to play Lurk or something right on top of Chi there. that would be a good score. But and I think he needs to create some volatility on this board. Unfortunately, John Spaan holding the S, so might benefit quite nicely from the opening after that. But I think John Hamilton does have to create chances. So I think he's doing the right thing thematically over here. But definitely many options for John Spaan now to shut things up. Canoes, Seneca, oceans, in case whatever he wants there almost. So I think he can definitely keep things nice and tight. As John Hamilton has drawn a very, very good rack here.
Yes.
So maybe some help from the tile gods might get him back into proceedings here. So
that's the thing, eh? You can never count yourself out. You have to keep fighting and you have to keep trying. And you know, we saw the winner of the Scrabble Players Champion. He was down by over 200 in one game and came back to win it, and then proceeded to win the whole championship. So yeah, you can never count yourself out.
Nigel Peltier definitely playing a great penultimate game against Rafi Stern there. That was a very impressive comeback.
Yes.
So
yes,
I think this one, not John Hamilton, not in quite such dire straits. So the canoes, John Spaan, I think enjoying just shutting these openings nice and cleanly. So
yes,
yeah, quite a bit of points as well. Another 33 points, so ticking up nicely. But John Hamilton not out of the woods, rather not out of the running here, I should say. He can just take some good points with ads or something for 33 as well. So stay within bingo distance and see if he can mount a bit of a comeback.
Right. Where I'm sorry, the board is upside down. He's playing ads right at the bottom there.
That's right. Yeah, 33 over there for ads.
Not to say that he is, but that is one of the options that he may be considering.
Right. Of course, yeah.
And that looks really nice.
I don't really see anything.
Yeah.
Exactly, and I don't see anything that effective otherwise for John Hamilton. I think he just needs to see if he can get some points while preserving a bingo-prone lead that can exploit whatever lines are remaining. But I think John Spaan is not going to make his life easy and just he's going to keep shutting this board. I know he enjoys it, and he's going to keep things nicely locked up, I think. So time is of the essence for John Hamilton here in mounting a comeback.
And look at his time, though.
So ZE is an interesting play because I think he maybe sees the D hook, but the problem is it also takes the A hook. So I don't know if it's a super effective way to open up the board, and I think adds, in my view, the better play here by a reasonable margin. But I think John Spaan, you'll probably just see him play via or something like that, via, whatever you want to pronounce it, and just keep things locked up. I think for the player who wants to shut the board, the V's, the C's, all of those are great tiles because you can just lock things up. So.
Do you know what Hamilton's rating is? I mean, obviously this is an invitational. Everybody's very high rated, but
high 1600s in the Australian ratings, I think he is. And John Spaan perhaps is the lower rated player, interestingly, but playing well above his rating in this tournament. John Spaan has a great record of excellence in many of the major tournaments. He's always been a spoiler of sorts at the Australian Nationals. I mean, you see him right at the top of the standings there and racking up the big rating gains. He did win the state challenge event as well. He was the individual winner when I played back in 2012, I believe, as well. Oh, 2011, rather. And yep, he knows how to shut the board up.
Look at this with that V, Vina.
Yeah, it's looking pretty dire for John Hamilton now.
Yes.
I think ZE a costly play for John Hamilton here. I think adds definitely the stronger play because I think he needs to. Also, he kept I think 4 consonants in the blank after ZE. There,
yes.
E was an important tile.
Very important, and also look at his time. I'm worried that he's not going to have very much time for his end game. He's only got 8 minutes now, so, and he's got probably
it's
difficult decisions ahead.
Exactly, what can he do to even open up this board effectively? I mean, even a bingo probably is not going to be enough at this stage, and I think John Spaan has had ample time to improve his rack too. So I think barring a collapse here, this is probably going to be a win for John Spaan, and we'll take him right up to 7-4, which would be knocking on the door of the title, I think, and which is a great effort. But of course, never count anyone out until the
I was
game
gonna
ends.
say, there
But
feels like there's lots of game left, but yeah, he's just gonna figure out some creative way to maybe open up the board again, and people are talking about
I think the
forking the board.
challenge
Is there a
for John
play?
Hamilton, I'm just not seeing effective spots to open in a way that John Spaan
Yeah,
can't exploit.
yeah,
I think that's the problem
right.
I'm seeing here, because it's a very well controlled board for
It
for
really
John
is if you
Spaan. And
look at
yeah,
that phi am pony, like what are you gonna do there? And then you've got the V. It really does look almost impossible to reopen this board. You almost have to
I think
play.
he has to think longer term.
Yes,
Obviously, things like EYEN would hook to SEYEN as well later on. So, I mean, like those are the kinds of things. But each of those are kind of very low scoring kind of plays for
yes,
John Hamilton. So I think that's why I'm thinking that time's running out, despite the good rack that he has. But we'll have to see if he can create some interesting opportunities on this board. But I think, yeah, like if I'm John Hamilton here, I think you may want to even just take some points and play something like Skur and Stayed or something like that. I mean, it does kind of dismantle the rack, but you kind of need to hope that John Spaan runs out of scoring power a little bit and kind of use that
yeah,
to your advantage, perhaps, to get some points. I think the points are very, very key. And yeah, I think,
right.
it's definitely going to be tricky. So he just plays the
Ooh,
D off here with Hoped, which is, I
yes.
mean, good in terms of leave for sure. So I think it's definitely a good leave, but I think, will he be able to hit? And I think he's been a little bit unlucky, John Hamilton, in
Well,
constantly
I
picking
think
up
I would
more
still be.
consonants.
I think I would have wanted to play at least one more consonant there. Leaving four consonants
I
on your
think so
rack
too.
is just, yeah, it's a rough.
I think that was key for him, and I think he needs to kind of. I think one of the challenging lessons in Scrabble is that the value of the leaves kind of changes depending on the board situation, and of course,
Exactly.
it's often a bit abstract as to how you should do that. But I think you have to kind of at least heuristically evaluate the leaves a little bit with respect to the board. And actually, a
Right.
very nice play available now for John Spaan, which is a bit hard to see visually. IWI, of course, good in Collins, and EEN also good. So you can play something like Where or something like that, right between the eye of Kagir and the eye of
Ah, yes.
Bravoing. So
Where
I like the look of that.
Hamilton might have played Dixie earlier, and we wanted to see that because that I think would have helped him out a lot if he had played Dixie in that
Yeah, I
same
think
spot.
exactly, and I think John Hamilton strategically would have wanted to just play off these two consonant plays where you just get a little bit of ticking up on the scoreboard, and you're able to balance the rack in a way that
Yes.
gives you a chance to hit the hotspots left on the board. And I think that's where he might be a little bit disappointed with this game. And so John Spaan, so this I think is an error on his part, because I mean, I see why he's doing it, but the problem is John Hamilton, if he had the E or something, could start scoring a little bit and creating
Yes.
problems. I think
Yeah.
once you're up by 80 or 90, you just take the points, because John Hamilton is going to need two bingos to catch up. So there's no need to kind of
Right.
slow yourself down so radically, I think.
Right. So if he hadn't seen that nice little spot there with Iwi, it's very tricky to see what else could he have done besides this play that would have just kept things nice and close and kept him in good position,
Yeah, that's a
control of
great
his board.
question. Yeah, maybe just simple stuff like a win or something underneath, or like WEIR or something right under exited. I mean, that's pretty
Yes.
reasonable. Like, I mean,
Yeah.
Um, yeah, I think of course, it's not super inspiring. I think spotting that IWI location might have been very nice, and I think I always enjoy being able to eke out the points on boards like this.
Yes.
But
Yeah,
I think
it's
John
fun.
Spaan, fortunate in the sense that John Hamilton may not be able to exploit the spot as effectively as he'd
Right.
like to.
Right. It is kind of
Question is,
curious to
how
me
is
that
he?
that he didn't notice that spot though with the W because it just looks so. I mean, your eye is always drawn to those premium squares, and it just looks that I triple letter. It just looks like your eye would be
Yeah,
drawn to that spot.
I think that's like what came out to me as well, like looking at John Spaan's rack there. And I think after that, you're just seeing, can I put anything across? Oh wait, the blank is an N, so I can
Right,
put an
right.
E there. But I think at the very least, I mean, he could have just dropped the W. I mean, so it and TI, I think maybe John Hamilton a little bit out of ideas as to how to reopen this board, which is understandable because it's quite
Yeah.
tricky. But
And it's really
uh,
rough. Like sometimes you get into this headspace where you have to bingo and you can't really see any effective things to do, and then you tend to when he's also getting into time trouble now, so he may be making sort of plays that maybe suboptimal plays that he wouldn't normally just because of the time pressure and the pressure of being behind and knowing that you have to do something and not finding a satisfying way to do it. I find that happens to me a lot where I have a few good ideas, and then by the time I've thought too much, and then I just have to make a play, and I play something that's worse than what I would have done if I'd played right away, right?
exactly. I think it is a testament to how John Spahn has played this game. I think the grinding defensive style is, which I know of, is characteristic of John Spahn. I think that's working very well here, and I think he's
Yes.
just playing quite comfortably. And the time also no obstacle for him because he's able to just kind of play very sensible looking moves and just
Yes.
keep defending. And I mean, he could just do. What can he do here? I mean, let's see. I mean, just
Right.
maybe drop. Sometimes, yeah, you have to think about how might the board open up later on, and I mean, he could
Right.
just play something like Li and Li for 4 points or something like that. I mean, it's not that bad. Or or he could just play BE and WE. I mean, there's plenty of options, I think, and
Right. Right.
yeah, I think, and the
And
thing
then
is,
for
when you're kind of fishing, like as John Hamilton
yeah,
has been
yes.
forced to do,
I was just
I
gonna
think
say,
John
yeah,
Spahn has been
he
able to
has,
also make his rack improve a great deal.
yeah, that too. But and Hamilton, he's been fishing, but when even if he hits something, where is he gonna play it? Right? So he needs to think about that and how is he gonna open the board to be able to play something if he in fact draws it. But now this is interesting. Spawn is playing this, which kind of opens up the board for him.
Yes, I think that's an interesting choice there.
Maybe he feels comfortable. Do sometimes where you start feeling like you have a comfortable lead and you stop being vigilant, hyper vigilant, right? And then you can make openings for your opponent to get back in the game.
Yeah, yeah, I think sometimes you can help them out a little bit. So
There's only 11 tiles left unseen. So that means there's only 4 in the bag, right? So that's how we look at
that's
that.
right. So I think maybe a bit out of time now
Right.
to do a
Yeah.
great deal.
Right. So yeah, even a bingo there probably isn't going to score that much. Yeah, I guess
No,
if
I
you're
don't think it'll be quite enough. But
yeah.
he does have the nice bingo of Gastrula, if he's able to see that, and then that would be a good spot.
And do you know
Gastrula.
Hamilton's word knowledge is like? I mean, I know that I have a lot of gaps, but and of course, all of the experts can't know all of the words, so there must be gaps, for most of the experts, even though they are super knowledgeable. Do you know if what
I
Hamilton's
believe
study
his knowledge
routine
is
is?
pretty solid, but I think
Yeah,
pretty solid, but I think he is probably more solid on the high prob bingos than the lower prob ones. So, and I think
right.
yeah, definitely some tricky ones that he's missed. For example, Gastrula here, which is I think
Mm.
around 15,000 or so in probability. But I think
Oh wow.
it's always hard to say because I think many people are see the words, but at the same time might not remember all of them. So I think
Right.
in that way,
Well, and this is the other thing too, right? When you're studying, you can see those words and solve them when they're in front of you, like there's a solution here. But then when they're on your rack in a game situation, nobody's over your shoulder going, "Hey, you have a bingo." Right? We told John he had a
that's
bingo there.
exactly right.
you probably would have found it.
Yeah, I think John definitely has been working hard to improve his game and has had many good tournament finishes. So I think um, he's definitely played, had a good year. But I think definitely this game, I think he has been outmaneuvered positionally by John Spaan. So John Spaan now has a nice EMEU, I think, which he can just play right near Rind. And so he could take another 25 points there. So he's had a very pleasant game, I think, barely breaking a sweat, I think. And has controlled the board extremely well.
And it's interesting because he didn't get the first bingo down, right? Stone Egg was
That's right.
John
Yeah,
Hamilton.
John Hamilton had that. Yeah, I think a few not severe missteps, but I think the compounded effect of them in terms of exited, missing ads and playing ZE or choosing ZE. I mean, I'm not sure if it was a miss, but I think some of those opportunities, they're kind of small misses in terms of just mid-game equity. But I think at the same time, when you're down by 40 points or so against a player who's going to kind of shut things up, I think then you are going to be a little bit worried about what you can do.
And like you were saying, you know, Spaan is very, very well known for liking these hyper defensive games. And so maybe you have to play a little bit more offensively against that.
Yeah, I think you have to adjust. I mean, I've played John Spaan, I believe, on 3 occasions. I think I won 1 and lost 2. And I think definitely his cramping style is a tricky one to play against because I think he's good on the word knowledge and actually boasts a very strong record against some very good players. For example, Andrew Fisher, I think the number 2 seed at this tournament. John Spaan, I think, well in the positive territory in their head-to-head. And so very tricky opponent to play, I think. And you know what you're going to get from the outset, I think. And as you were saying, Heidi, you have to kind of open up the board a little bit to respond suitably to that. As you go C, EMEU, let's see. Or so he plays Mailer's fine too. I mean, even better maybe if you want to block off any final chance for a consolation bingo. But of course, maybe something ending in OG. I think, but I think John Hamilton has had enough of this game and maybe wants to move on to the next one, which I sympathize with that viewpoint. I think it's not fun being ground down in this fashion.
No.
And I think, yeah,
and that's
John
one of the
Spaan having executed that very effectively.
One of the things we talk about all the time is being able to come back from those games, right, and not think about it. You know, just once the game is done, it's done, and you move on to the next one. It's a brand new game. Anything can happen, and yeah, you have to learn how to shake off these things, especially if you make a mistake. I think, like, you know, and let's not forget that these players are playing on stream, probably, maybe for the first time. I don't know. I don't know how often they
I've
played
been
on
very
stream.
impressed with. I've been very impressed with John Spaan on stream. Actually, yesterday he had a very good win against David Van Zyl, coming back from about 80 down and kind of showing his adaptability in navigating kind of situations where not only he's up but also where he's down. So I think he's kind of very comfortable on stream. So I think he's playing great, and if he continues, he will be I think contender for the title, especially if his draw eases up a little bit and he can continue to showcase his skills. So, but of course, it's tough. Masters is a very strong tournament, many good players, and you're going to have to fight it out to get the win. So I think, we'll have to see. I think you've seen many instances in previous tournaments where the kind of top performers on day one are not able to quite hold on the next day.
Yeah. I think we have to always keep in mind, you know, that even if you know you're okay with being streamed and stuff, it still adds another element of stuff you have to think about during your game, right? Oh, I can't move the rack, or it'll go out of view of the camera, you know, and things like that. And so you have to kind of keep reminding yourself, or you know, or people are watching me and I can't find this bingo, or I know I'm making, you know, I'm not making the best play or the play that I want to make, or you know, so that can get in your head a little bit. And so I thank these lovely people for being willing to get out there and play their games on stream. I'm so excited.
Yes, I think streaming has done a lot too. Oh, likewise. I think it's great to see this take off in the Australian context. And I think this is, as I was saying yesterday, I think the first streaming that's been done at an Australian tournament of this kind. So I hope it's the first of many. And I think it's great that the players are taking a positive attitude, because it is stressful, as you're saying, being streamed. So I
Yes.
think it's but also integral to helping the progress of the game overall, as Will Anderson and others, and Josh Sokol and many others have done so well in the US or Canadian context.
Yeah. So let's see if we can hear anything, any post game discussion.
So I had my dream
And I
you played catching up. I had that through the
oh,
I dreamed of playing it when I got that. I dreamed of playing it.
you should have told me.
What you left it for.
Of course.
I was praying you wouldn't block it. Please don't. Please don't. No, well done.
Thank you.
After I played it.
Players didn't seem in good spirits, but of course, always reviewing your misses after a game is a bit frustrating. But
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, okay. So we're going to take a look at the standings here. These are the standings after round 10 yesterday. I was talking about this. We had 4 people with 7 wins, and yeah, look how close this is, Anand. This is crazy.
oh yes, no, I think everybody expected, I think at the start of the tournament, David Eldar to run away with another 10-0 day, but I think John Spaan, Carmel Dodd, and David Van Zyl were able to peg him back a little bit. But nonetheless, it seemed like David was not drawing exceptionally well, but I think he showed his resilience to stay within the top handful. So I think he's very much a chance to win it again and continue his remarkable 20 tournament winning streak that is live in Australia at the moment.
Right. Okay. This is a round robin, so everybody gets to play everybody. That's kind of nice. Do you enjoy the round robin format?
I do like the round robin format. I think it is probably the fairest format in terms of comparing different kinds of draws. So I think in that way, no one can complain about a bad draw. I think at the end of this, you all played the same people, so nothing to complain about there. And I think you will see, and I think that's one reason why the Masters has often gone to the highest seeded player in the field with less surprising outcomes. But with a few exceptions, I think Joanne Craig took it one year with a fantastic win. I think she remains the only female player to win the Masters, but nonetheless, many strong female players in Australia, both her and Esther Perrins, Carmel Dodd, so all superb players. And Esther Perrins, for example, came third, I think, at the 2015 World Championships in Perth. So a lot of excellent players there. So I think it's just the way it's fallen. But this was another good game, and I think John Spaan putting himself in the pantheon of contenders. So it'll be exciting to see whether he can continue to make a run for the title. But we'll take a short break and be back with you with the next game very soon. Welcome back. We'll now see Fernando and Rod Talbot, Pitwits, in this next game. Both are definitely contenders for the title. Rod starting with a fantastic 6-0 record. Nguyen also now on 7 wins, 3rd place. Rod on 7 wins in 5th place. So promises to be a very good game, Heidi.
Good, yeah, I'm excited to see it. Like I say, these are all new to me, and these players are all new to me. So every game is pretty exciting to see all the different styles and all the different words that are going to get played. It's very exciting. I'm happy.
And I think the players will be kicking off in just a second, and let's see what how the tiles may fall for them.
Yeah, hopefully this is a nice, close, exciting game. You know, we don't want to see any blowouts. We want to see a nice, close. Maybe we'll get a tie. That's my favorite outcome, always.
Tie on stream would be great, I think. It would make things very interesting.
Yeah. So is it Rod going
let's
first?
see, what does Rod have here?
Nguyen's going first, sorry. Yes.
Nguyen's... So let's see, what is the opening rack here? So RERACED, I believe. Re-raced. Is that good? No, I don't think so.
I don't like it.
So
but it's Nguyen to go first, actually. Right? And so his rack is D and T. Oh, wait. Sorry.
No, I think Rod is opening the game as far as I can see. And he's going to try re-raced, which I think will be dismissed from the board quite soon by Nguyen. I think. And indeed, yes, as Alex Gander points out, 2 very friendly guys playing Scrabble here. Yeah, both excellent players and also very good sports, win or lose, from my experience of playing them.
Yeah, from what I understand, everybody's pretty chummy in the Australian Scrabble scene. Like everybody's pretty friendly. Is that right?
It certainly is, and I think it's a very collegial kind of atmosphere. I think stiff competition, but always friendly and supportive. And yeah, both Nguyen and Rod have represented Australia at the World Championship. Rod in, I believe, 2001, and Nguyen on several occasions. And I think Nguyen came within a whisker of winning the world title in 2005, where he came 3rd.
Looks like we're getting a challenge.
Okay. I think it'll be removed from the board pretty swiftly.
Yes.
And yes, maybe worth a shot, but it's going to make Nguyen's decision interesting as well, I think, at this point.
I find the psychology of challenges interesting in both Collins and then in North America, where we have double challenge sometimes. I play Collins, but yeah, no, the other lexicons play double challenge. And you know, in 5-point challenge, it's not that risky to challenge. And so, but then you might think that, oh, your opponent's never going to play a phony because it's only 5 points to challenge. So you might get away with more things. We didn't see that in this case, but I think it could happen.
Exactly. And I think Nguyen would have maybe wanted to play UTU Utu, but the problem is that would give Rod the T that he needs to hit a bingo. So I think he may just opt to exchange if I were in his position here.
But what is the bingo? A detractor? No, that's 2 T's.
Retraced or cratered or something like that.
Yes. Cratered, nice.
Undue might be a reasonable choice as well, I believe. Oh, but the problem is that would give Rod the E for careered, so that doesn't work either. So a bit of a puzzle for Nguyen to solve here.
Do you think that phony then was intentional? That he wanted it to come off? That he wanted Nguyen to have to think about it, or maybe give him a tile he needs to bingo?
You never know. I mean, Nguyen is a very strong player. So
in that case, maybe he wouldn't have wanted to show his entire rack, right? So now,
that's my thinking. Yeah, just make up some phony 5-letter word or something like Creda or something like that, and then see what you can hit next turn. But
Of course, I
Yeah, I
guess with
think
players of this
Noreen, I
caliber,
think,
it's
will
going to be
change the
pretty
use.
fishy, right?
Okay, Noreen does do the expected and changes the use. So
Nice.
I think that's a very reasonable play from him, and
Yeah.
probably the best play in response to the phony from Rod there.
Right. Right. So what
should
should
Rod
he
do
do
now?
now? Oh, you. I asked first.
Oh well, maybe something just play wreck or something like that, or turn over the tiles for cadre or something like that. Yeah, so it's going to be interesting to see what he opts to do now.
It is very
Yeah, I
interesting
think
because most people, when they start out playing Scrabble, they're like, I have to hit that double letter score and double, the word. And so they're trying to make at least a five letter word. But now, people are like, maybe you don't want to give
yes,
away so many floaters. Maybe you should keep it nice and short, right? Play a shorter word. So in that case, like you say, what did you
yeah,
say? The wreck or something? Yeah.
wreck or Cedar. I mean, changing RE is also quite reasonable, I think, because Cedar, it would be a very good leave and might not give too much away. So it's an interesting choice for sure, I think. And yeah,
And
I
then you'd
think
be
it's going
halfway
to
to
be
a six pass game.
I'm never a big fan of those, but I
No.
think you do see a few of those. I think. Yeah.
Have you seen them?
I have seen a couple. I think Matthew O'Connor had one at Westpac in Las Vegas, which was
Yes.
quite entertaining. So Rod
Right.
does opt to change too. Takes Alexander Gando's suggestion of changing RE. So yeah, I think
Okay.
we in for some interesting things going on there. But he has drawn a bingo now, so
Nice. And what does Noeen have? Does he have anything? No bingo. So here
yeah, I probably will
again,
just take the 20 odd for Wooden, I think.
yeah.
Yeah, I don't think anything else is super attractive in this position.
Yeah.
Wood as well, yeah, that's reasonable. But Wooden would also give Rod an N, which makes a bingo with his current rack of DKO.
What we should let the chat try and figure that out. What does his rack plus
yes,
N give?
Yeah, I'll leave that as an exercise for the moment.
We haven't had too many people throwing out answers.
Yeah, I think still warming up a little bit. Early morning, I think.
There's a comment there, Anand. Somebody said that there is no six pass rule in New Zealand. Oh, in New Zealand.
Oh, that's very
Yeah.
interesting. The
Learned that
Kiwis
in
always
club.
do it a little bit differently.
Learned in club, and then it came up in a tournament the next week. Wow. 5 zeros that I made a play. Nice, Katie.
Huh. Oh, you do have to maybe stick it around for the full game in New Zealand. We'll have to remember that. So.
Good to know. Good to know.
So, you had to inform your opponent. I mean, as someone says in Australia, like maybe that's a bit like the. Okay, but Rod, will he be taking DK? I think it always feels a bit risky to try these because like, does it take the ER or not? But he's very confident with the words, and it's gonna. No problems for him from the initial phony, it seems. He will take the lead.
Those ER words are so hard to know which ones are good and which are not, right? Unless you study them and know them cold.
Very much so, yeah. So, Noeen, is he holding this play as well? Maybe.
This is being held.
I believe so. Yeah, I think it's just a tricky one to remember, and we'll have to see.
And like we were saying, it's only 5 points to challenge, right?
Yeah.
So.
That's right. Yeah, will he give the 5? And so, okay, he is going to give 5 to Rod here.
Yeah,
I think so too. But Naveen has some reasonable responses with his current rack, so can rack up a nice
I like Rod's
40
face
odd, I
there.
think.
Did you see Rod's face? He was just like, yeah,
I
this
did,
is
I
good.
did.
I don't even know why you're checking.
Yeah, Rod very
I'll take those 5 points.
Rod
thanks.
cool as a cucumber in the game. Yeah, Rod always looking cool as a cucumber on
Yes.
stream, off stream, throughout. So Naveen, I think, should
So
just take
Naveen,
some
yeah.
points here, and several reasonable options for him.
Yeah. So my eyes drawn to that triple or alongside DKer, obviously. Yeah,
Right.
hint. He's looking at hint
That's
there. But also
Hent's pretty
that
good, but you could also do HYEN. HYEN, I think, parallel to DK, it looks good to me too.
HYEN.
CH, of course, is good in Collins. So yeah.
Oh, right. Oh, yeah, that looks great. And I was just about to say, yeah, I'm also drawn to that triple letter beside the A there. So that looks pretty lucrative.
Yeah,
So,
it would be
yeah.
a nice 49 points for
Oh my
Naveen
goodness.
there.
Is that how much it is? 49 for high-end?
Yeah, it's a fair bit, but of course it would give back the hot spot at the bottom triple there as well.
course.
So it may be Hent or something like that. So Naveen is choosing Yeet, which is another interesting choice.
Yeah.
That was a new addition, I believe, isn't it?
Yes. Yeet and Yote.
44 points. No, nothing wrong with that. Yote,
Yeah, they add
that
up
one never
quickly,
sticks in
right?
my mind. And Rod is going to
Mhm.
bingo again. Rod is anagramming very well. Nestable is perfectly good, so
Ooh, nestable.
he will take that and surge into the lead nicely.
Now he still would have been able to have bingos if high-end had been played, right?
That's right.
What's the answer to your puzzle, by the way? DK or plus N?
Answer is Decenary, DECENARY.
Wow, that's quite a flex. Or
It
maybe
is a
it's
bit of a
normal
flex.
for
I think it's something
experts.
like-
I don't know.
So now, let's see, what does Naveen have? A clunky rack. But he can take Quern for a nice 48, which he will do so.
Ooh, that looks good, yeah.
Oh, but Rod has a huge
Oh.
bingo coming up, which may put this game out of reach.
Oh man, yeah, double.
And an exercise for the viewer, what would Rod's rack have made with a C instead of an N?
Ooh, oh, gimmicks.
Exactly, gimmicks, very good. Gimmicks, yes.
Yeah, I got one.
So I think that's 118 points for Rod Talbot here, so very nice.
118, nice one. Nice find, Rod.
Players going very quickly, so and Naveen has a bit of a mountain to climb now.
Yeah. I was just thinking about how, skimming not that hard to see. So that was just I'm glad I have this, and it's a double and it scores 100 and some odd points. But sometimes your bingos, you have to work a little bit harder for them.
Yeah, very serendipitous for Rod in the sense that Naveen would have had fighting through the end himself, actually, if Rod had missed the spot. So
yeah,
I think it was kind of a one turn that may turn the game a bit. So he may just play fighter or something to the ER.
that would be a nice.
But he does have dogfight.
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 Oh,
That's
nice
really good.
find. Good job.
That's a nice play.
Very nice.
A great anagramming from both of these guys. Very nice.
Yes. So this is the interesting thing that I haven't studied many words, and so I actually do have to do a lot of anagramming when I'm playing. But experts, they study and they learn the patterns and then they learn the racks. And they're just like, I know the words when I have these tiles together, right? They don't have to anagram anymore.
Well, I think that is the thing, but sometimes I think lower rated players may often find common words too, which I think is
Yes.
great. So and
Yes.
yeah, just from kind of natural anagramming talent. So it's
Yes.
like there's obviously both ways that you can learn, and that's a
Yeah,
very good find from Naween there, and sure, the skills.
Yeah, when you go from like anagramming, like finding them, to just sort of identifying them or recalling them or recognizing them, right? It's a little bit different.
Exactly, different skills. So
Yeah.
Rod maybe can play Varix or something through the Eye of Skimming for a nice 40-something points, which I think he's
Oh
found
wow,
already.
yes.
And
Yeah, and he'll be
he's
leaving.
quick and
Wow.
accurate.
And they're playing very quickly. He'll be leaving JRW on his rack, so he got quite a few
Yeah, I
heavy
think that's
hitters.
bad. That's right. Yeah, Rod finally letting up on the bingos a little bit after 3 red hot bingos in a row.
But then he's still going to be scoring lots. He's got
Naween
the
has a
X
nice
and the
play
V and
now
the
to the.
J.
So Naween now has a nice play to the E of Yeet, or he can play something a bit shorter, parallel to Quern. So 2 choices there.
Mm-hmm. Or to the, which one did you say? You said the E of Yeet or
so the E of Yeet or the parallel to Quern, but of course I did see
parallel.
that he had another L as well, so he can play Zills, of course. So he can play Zills for 48 again, so that may be pretty good too.
Right.
So has he taken the 48? Yes, he has. So he had, just to clear that up, he had Zipline and Zip as well as other candidate plays.
That's fun. Rod has found the other blank. So...
yes, I think barring... So if I were Rod here, I think I'd just sacrifice the blank and play crows and dogfights and wrap up this game, I think. I think that's the key hook that's quite risky for a comeback from Naween. I think you just shut it down and I think make things difficult. But of course, he doesn't have to do that. There are other options. He could play Crowder to the ER of DK, or the ER of the E of Yeet and the R of DK.
That looks like a fun play. Looks interesting. And, it obscures that E. Still leaves that T open, but yeah, I think
that's right.
I like Crowder because it keeps your blank too. So, and it's got a lot going for it, that play.
Yeah, I think Rod perhaps thinking about burning the blank, but it's a tricky one to know if that's right. So maybe Crowder is still a strong play. Unseen, still 2 S's unseen as well. So that's why I would be personally inclined towards burning, but it's tricky to say, because if Naween hit a big play through the Z or something like that, then there could be other risks.
What about
so Rod is
S blank L O D J? Isn't that a word? Sludged or whatever?
Oh, that's a very nice one. But where would you have the L though? I mean, I'm wondering.
No, using the blank, right? Because it has JDO.
Right, but you need the S.
Oh, sorry, yes, got it.
But you need an L as well,
2 blanks for that, yeah. This is how my brain works.
No worries. And that's all right. It's a great find, even if it doesn't play here.
Now, is it JD? It's SLOJ. JD, yeah. So weird.
So
sorry, that is not the tiles at hand. He's played crows and dogfights, just as you suggested he should. And I'm sure he'll
I think it's a reasonable
rewarded.
play here.
Yeah.
Yes, and he's found Bajada, which is another tricky spot.
Oh,
so,
wow.
Rod is hitting the words very, very well. I mean, excellent.
That's amazing. I always say whenever I comment any of these streams, like, I just wish that I could retain all these awesome words that I see. They are so cool.
Well,
But
both
John
of
is
these
such a
guys
cool
very
name.
strong players.
Yes.
Very strong players, and I think you can see their class here. Naveen may just take some points with PIZE or something like that through the Z. I think he has little choice but to do that.
Right.
I think the problem is, blanks are gone and running out of ammunition.
Yes. There's so many A's and O's unseen too. Well, this is from it is from his perspective. So yeah. Three, a whole bunch of vowels there. Like there's still 3 U's unseen too. So I don't know. Yeah, pays looks like a good option, especially given so many
Yeah,
vowels.
I can't see what else he can do here. Yeah, I think he's got it lined up. It's going to be a tough ask, though, I think, for Naveen to win this one. Problem is Rod has just got power tiles to keep scoring and scoring here. So 48 for Naveen. Keeps him in striking distance, but desperately in need for a bingo.
Which looks like he could very well draw. I mean, there's not a lot of scary tiles in the pool, right? There's a lot of bingo tiles.
No, I think he can.
Yeah.
He certainly can. And the problem is Rod can take some more points with Taj, with Yet and Era getting another 30-odd points. So, yeah, it's just good scoring for Rod here. But Naveen has drawn a very helpful rack, which will help him bingo next turn. So still a lot of action left in this game, happily for us.
Nice. I'm not seeing what he has available. As soon as I see like 2 sets of double letters, I'm like, oh.
Yes, a few options for Naveen that I can see here.
Maybe chat can find them.
Yeah, somewhat obscure words, but I think findable. And so the question is, what is Rod going to do here?
Yeah.
Is he going to? He is playing BAA Bot. So I don't really like Bot that much myself. I think Taj is the better. So that will be very helpful. And Nguyen finds it nice and quickly.
Yeah, that went down pretty quick.
It's a good fight back from Nguyen here, I think, and you have to commend him on very good play. And I thought he was quite likely out of it, but champion that he is, he's continuing to play well and has got a U and Q to score nicely with that open.
I think that's
U and
O, right? Oh.
Yeah, excuse
me.
me.
I see what you're saying. Yeah, the Q's there. You can do that. Yeah, for sure.
So, yeah, interesting things happening. What can Rod do now?
Yeah. 2 A's, 2 D's, J. I don't see any great. What's on the, maybe you can play over 10 8 something? No.
Yeah, maybe that, something like that. Yeah, and then nothing too much better than that available as far as I can see.
Yeah, I guess there's no J play available down there. No.
Yeah. So now, yeah, tight game could go either way. So perhaps you were right, Heidi, that maybe even keeping the blank would have been a better option for Rod, given some of these risks.
Yeah, it did seem like it was too early, I think, to give it, and the board had a lot of opportunities at that point, I think, still, like maybe not a lot, but still some. And so maybe in my mind, it wasn't really, I would have had a hard time.
It was a good judgment, I think. It was a good judgment, I think, in this case. It's still anybody's game, I think, this one.
Yeah.
Nguyen will probably just play Kwai or something like that.
Yeah.
Fairly Val-heavy pool, so instead of Quinn, Kwai looks probably the superior option. yeah, so updated scores: Rod on 400, Nguyen on 371, but Nguyen will, after Kwai, take the lead, I think, for the first time in a while.
Wow. Yeah, that's a nice close game. Maybe like I thought you were about to say maybe we'll get our tie that we wanted.
Oh, well, we might.
I
It's
wanted.
still in there. It's still in there as a consideration.
I said that to Nigel Richards that my favorite outcome was a tie, and he goes, "Well, then you've just wasted an hour for nothing. You played for nothing."
That's a great one.
Of course, he's the most about the game and not the result of anybody we've ever seen. So it's pretty funny to hear him say that.
It is funny. That's a great one. Yeah, things becoming a bit trickier for Rod. I think an interesting play for Rod may be something like PER and PO, possibly. So setting up the J for a big score with Joe. I think I'd like to look
Ooh,
at something like that. At least get Nguyen forced to address the setup, I think.
right. Yeah.
Rod takes same spot, but doesn't make the
Oh.
setup.
Oh. Is this worth more?
It is worth more, but I think in this case, personally, but the thing is, actually, there was even a better play for Rod, which is unjam to the M, actually. So I think that's what
I was going to
he's
ask
kept the
you if
tiles
you had a
back.
J play to the M there. Unjam. Yeah.
So maybe he's just keeping that back, or he missed it last turn. I'm not sure, but unjam, I think, was convincingly his best play, probably.
Yeah. Okay, what does Nguyen, what kind of options does he have now?
Let's see.
It's interesting what you know what you were saying about you really have to adjust your leave equities and stuff as you know depending on the board situation, what tiles are left, what hooks are available, all of those things. And so, looking at this board, what do you think that Nguyen wants to do this turn?
It's a tricky one because, like, obviously there's some chance of bingoing, but it's a very Val heavy pool. So and space is kind of dying out. Still, quite a few tiles left if we're not mistaken. So, 16 unseen, I think. So, well, I mean, it's very close to even like forensic off the sea actually, which is interesting.
Right.
but I wouldn't fish here probably. I think.
Yeah.
Maybe just something like of and at B1 looks pretty tidy. Let's see, what else could he do? Anything else that's Fon at M13 as well, right on top of Dad.
Yes. So a couple of nice options that keep his rack pretty intact, and score well.
That's right. Yeah, I think he probably just needs to do something of that kind. And interesting, skimming does take an S, actually. That's another exciting thing that would be very hard to remember, I think, like in a game.
Yes.
Unless you've been studying
the INGS words are so hard to pull the trigger on. And, you know, I think he would try it if he had to.
Oh, yes. But I think he may kind of be in the position where he doesn't have to try it. So it's going to be interesting to see how he kind of plans. I think Rod does seem to have spotted unjam now, so that's going to make things interesting too. So,
well, and it's very possible that he did see it last turn, right, and just wanted to wait one more turn. Maybe I don't know. It doesn't make any sense because he didn't really, block anything or do anything with that play that.
Well, then I would really like the setup play. I think if he was thinking along those lines, he could have just played PO and then kind of kept the unjam option.
Yeah, that would have been beautiful.
As Nguyen as well. So I think it's a tricky one to spot, but I think
yeah,
my hunch is Nigel might have played something like that in that position. Like,
yes. Yeah, it's true because then, like you say, you have two great spots for your J.
Exactly. So I think that, and Nguyen may have wasted a turn kind of addressing that and seeing what he could do. There's still anybody's game here. Nguyen counting the tiles up a bit, and he takes another good score with Fu.
Yeah.
28 there. So very good game from both guys. High scoring.
Yeah,
strong
this
play.
is great. I love these games. They're so fun to watch. But you know, like I feel like all the Scrabble games, almost every Scrabble game is fun to watch because there's you know, even if you're coming from way behind, you know, crazy things can and have happened, you know, where
Oh
they
yes.
overtake. Or, you know, they're struggling along with like both super low scoring games, and how are they going to get out of it? Is the game going to end before all the tiles are played? You know, that's happened before.
Yeah,
Maybe
always
not
some
on stream.
new puzzles to solve, I think.
Yeah. Yeah, it's just a fascinating game to see how the board takes shape and everything.
So is Rod unsure of unjam? Maybe, I'm not sure.
Oh, maybe.
Understandable, but I think he should go for it here in this position because I think he needs the kind of tempo to catch up to Nguyen, I think.
Right.
Going down to the wire.
Does he have any other like viable options if he decides he can't pull the trigger on unjam?
That's what I'm struggling to find anything that's nearly as good, I think.
Yeah. Our chat's not very into solving the puzzles. They're not throwing out very many ideas unless I'm just not seeing.
Rod choosing RG here, so I think that's a little bit of a definitely, unfortunately, an inferior play to unjam, I think here, but I think it's good that if he feels that he's not 100% on that and he doesn't want to play a phony and kind of give the game away there, so entirely reasonable, but I think he may well have seen unjam there because he had the UNJA lined up nicely.
It did look like he had spotted it, but you know, Wellington says, you know, don't play any words you're not sure of. Of course, then he plays words he's not sure of when he needs them to win. But you know,
of
it's a good rule of thumb. Like some points is better than 0 points, right? So.
That is right. Still anybody's game, I think here. Getting very interesting.
Yeah, and they both have a fair bit of time left on their clocks, right? 10 minutes apiece, almost. So.
They do.
Yeah.
Ample time to think about what to do here. I mean, yeah. So it's going to be right down to the wire here. Yeah. The problem for Nguyen is I think he can't play off enough tiles to just manifest an out in 2 here. While, of course, Rod now has the very nice novum off the M of skimming. So I think he has some better options here. But it'd be interesting because Nguyen only down 9 points. So he does have the chance to put himself into the lead.
It's only 3 tiles in the bag. Does he need to leave a tile in the bag here?
Good question. It's always like, I think the rules and exceptions in this. Like,
yeah,
it's a very complicated pre-end game here. So I think he will know that, I think Rod's best scoring spot is going to be to the M, but he has no, at least to my knowledge, nothing nice that kind of hits here. So I think you could play something like HUI near RG, but the problem is that also, the question is, so what are the unseen 3? That's also an interesting question for us to see. So Rod with, of course, Nguyen doesn't know this. He has to play according to the odds.
Right, but it's looked like it LO and one more E.
And an
LOE.
Yeah, LOE. So that's going to be very interesting if Nguyen plays HUI because then he would have the out bingo of Prolines or Clerions.
Wow.
So Nguyen plays this. Mired. I'm not a huge fan of that. I don't think it's a great play. I mean, maybe he's fishing for Punisher or something like that, but
Mm.
and trying to leave one in the bag. But
Right, right.
I'm a little bit lost as to each, but maybe like from the unseen pool, we spotted some other opportunities. But I
Mm.
think keeping the U, yeah, I'm not
Yeah.
quite vibing with that play personally. So
Yeah.
I think it's an interesting choice, that's for sure. But I think yeah, so I think he didn't want to empty the bag here, but I think
Yeah.
at the same time, which is reasonable because I think No Rod is just going to play Venom. I think Novum is the better play than Venom because you're going to have a better set of tiles to go out with. So
Right.
played that very quickly too. So
He did, yeah.
and the O will make it onto his rack. Very interesting game, and both guys
It
playing
is
very,
great.
very well.
Is it possible that he could have been worried that the N out there was more dangerous than the V?
It is possible. It is possible for sure. I can't tell immediately which would have worked better or not, but
Right.
I feel like maybe you could have taken a little bit of time because I think the E is
Yeah.
valuable on the next turn. So I think it
Yes.
would give him. This is really going to go down to the wire, I think, this game. So Nguyen has to look for a nice out in 2 that gives him enough points to overhaul Rod here,
Yes.
which doesn't look that easy to achieve. And so I think he's going to have a. So one I really like here is possibly maybe something like Licente. Yeah, exactly. As KD points out in the chat, Novum would have given Rod some candidate outs here. So,
Right.
and I think it's a slight error, but one that could potentially cost Rod the game. But nonetheless, may still win it given he's up 24. So
Hmm.
one interesting play is Licente, Lisente of RGs. But what to
Ooh.
do as a follow-up with UH? Can he get a reasonable number of points there? It's really going to be very tight. And
Yeah.
equally, what does Rod have as well here? So he has something like LOUR for about 14 points. So that's another solid play there.
Right.
Yeah, it's going to be within a couple of points. Maybe we will get our tie that you were hoping for, Heidi.
That would be so awesome. I would love it.
It's not out of the question, I think.
So it's so funny, like just trying to calculate all the things that could happen, right? In the end game, like he knows exactly what Rod has, but figuring out what to do with that information, how is he gonna,
Exactly.
pull out the win knowing that? Very
And that is the
interesting.
challenge. So it's going to be
Yeah.
so he has a few like he could play something like Lush or something and RGs. So that would get him what 14, 15, 16, 25 there. Then he would leave INE on his rack. So yeah, so let's see. So that, and then the thing is, so the INE would threaten Knight right on NITE right under dogfights. So
Right.
it's interesting. But Rod could play OUTA at that spot and take it
Ooh.
away and
Yeah.
probably just get the win. So
Yeah.
it's definitely a tight one.
Would you be scribbling madly on your paper right now?
Oh yes, a lot would be happening.
Calculating and adding and yeah.
Yeah, you have to get your basic arithmetic right at this point, and
Yeah.
hopefully, I'd probably be fixing my tracking as well. I think,
Mhm. And checking
yeah,
the score, like making sure that you both agree on the score.
exactly. So it's very hard for me to see who's going to win this one. Licente, so that one is strong.
Yeah, how many is that worth? 1, 2.
4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 29 there. So 29 is a good score.
Yeah.
I like the look of that. I get the feeling that might be just enough for Nguyen to win this one. If he plays that, that would be a very strong play indeed. Question is, yeah, where is the follow-up? So you can just get 8 with the H and the U. Very interesting.
Maybe he could get away with the PU phony we saw yesterday. Play up
Oh,
in
I
the
think
corner.
that would be that would be great. Yeah, just add it into the dictionary for the day. I like to look at that. Are there any other good plays for him though? I think that's the question here. Yeah, it's a very challenging. So I mean, another kind of play that he could make is something like LINS, setting up HULE as an out. That's another interesting candidate. He has to be careful to be able to play off whatever he has left. So it's a tricky end game.
Yeah.
So let's calculate. So how much is OUTA for Rod? So 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 12, 13, 14, 15. So 15 there. Well, I think if we get that and Lucente, we're going to get a tie game. So I think we may get your wish. Unless I'm missing something, which is very possible. So.
Tie. What is your tie?
First order of business, I think, is for Nguyen to avoid going over time here. So I think if he goes over time, he won't be getting a tie. But
not afford that. He's got to play something. And I don't know that he's spotted Lysent as an option. So he's looking at
tough one
Lush
under
now.
time pressure.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, Lush is a reasonable play because I think it obviously had the follow-up of Knight, but the issue is Rod can play outer there. So I think that's why I don't think it quite achieves what he wants here. So he has to go for it. He's going to play Lush.
Yeah.
I think Rod should play outer.
Yeah.
But if he doesn't play outer, then I think Nguyen will take this one. 25 there for Nguyen. So 480 and 481. So an excellent game for everyone to see to start off.
Yes.
So Rod find outer? Let's see.
Well, he had a lot of time to look while Nguyen was thinking of his plays, and now he still has 9 minutes on his clock. So this could be interesting.
Yeah, Nguyen has played very well to fight back, but I think Lucente was, I think, the best play that I could find for him in that position. So, yeah, I think it looked definitely like the strongest one with the follow-up out there of PUH or HUB.
Right.
So, let's see what Rod is going to do.
Did you see what Alex said? He's like, wow, I left the computer thinking Rod had it on lock and then came back to find this.
Yeah, Nguyen is always a fighter in these games. I think he's very good at erasing the deficits quickly. And you do kind of feel that way. It's like, wait, I was up 100 a few turns back. Like, where did my lead go?
Yeah. Yeah, it's so important to keep fighting, eh? Like I feel like there have been many games that I've played where I just got all defeatist and sort of gave up, and it's probably still way early enough that I could have done something to come back, right? So it's a testament to these guys that they just keep fighting all the time.
Yeah, Rod needs to be careful here because if he plays something like OAR or under Lush, Nguyen will have the out of Knight. So I think that preventing that is going to be critical. What's he picking up here?
Oh, okay. He is playing lower.
Oh, okay. Nope, that's not going to be enough. Nguyen is going to take this one.
Oh, man. But he has to find it too, and he's got, don't go over, okay.
Nah, he'll get it. He's got it, yes.
Yeah.
Nguyen is very good at setting traps, and he is set a nice one.
What a game. Wow, that was
very
crazy.
Yeah, both guys played very, very well.
See what they have to say.
Yeah.
Are they gonna say anything?
It did end up being a dogfight, hey?
It did. Oh, yeah. We played well back in.
Yeah, I thought it was gone. Played skimming.
Oh, I know.
Yeah, skimmings is good.
It is good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I wasn't going to risk it.
I know.
But then you blocked it anyway. So.
Yeah. Yeah, I know. Some of those are like you, mate. May not.
The flat points
Yeah.
almost got it.
I know.
Made it a lot harder for myself.
Yeah, you both played very well. I think.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, what a great game.
A high quality game from Rod Talbot and Naveen edging himself right at the top of the field now.
Yeah, and almost the tie I was looking for, but they both scored almost 500 points each. So you always know it's a good game when that happens.
Indeed, it is. We'll take a break and we'll be back with you soon.
Buddy, welcome back. We're gonna take a quick look at the standings. See what's happening after round 12, where we are. Why don't you walk us through, Anand?
Yes, Andrew Fisher now opens up a 1-game lead after David Eldar loses his 4th game to Ryan Sutton, a very strong Sydney player. Noeen Fernando won a very close game, 498-494, as we just saw. A fantastic game against Rod Talbot, both of them playing excellently under the pressure of the lights. Ed Okulicz as well surges into 3rd place. So definitely the top seeds are continuing to play well. And Andrew Fisher and Noeen Fernando, the organizers of this, the first iteration of this tournament, and the founders of the event, now still in pole position.
Also Edward, right?
Edward too. Yes, Edward, I think, has been one of the spearheads of this tournament in recent years.
Yes. So great to see so many streams popping up now. We're just spoiled for choice. We can watch so much Scrabble. So it's exciting to see the New Zealand streaming, Australia streaming. You know, we've got a bunch of different streams happening in North America. So yeah, we're building up our base of people who can actually do this, who can commentate, who can annotate, who can, you know, do the producing. So it's really, really fun to see it expanding like this. So exciting.
No, it's very exciting, and I think this next game will be exciting too. David Eldar and Esther Perrins will be battling it out. So David, I think, needs no introduction. Esther also boasts a very long and illustrious Scrabble resume. So she's one of the strongest players in the world, and particularly the highest finishing female player at a World Championship, finishing 3rd in 2015 in Australia, here in Perth, just behind Wellington Jageri and Lewis Mackay that year. So she's been a veteran of the scene for 4 decades. And so let's see whether youth or experience wins it out.
Yeah. Can't wait to see this. It's so funny. I was reading in some of the notes that Esther won an all-day tournament 5 days before giving birth.
Quite extraordinary. I mean, she's a great player.
Quite extraordinary.
And Esther with quite a defensive play style from my experience. So I think it'll match up nicely against a powerful all-round player like David. So it's going to be a great one to watch, I think.
For sure. Looks like she's had a bit of a tough run. She's at 5-7 right now. But we'll see if she can turn it around this time.
Yes, I think she plays every game well. So it's always... it has every chance of mounting a good comeback, but this first rack may not be super helpful in that regard.
Uh-oh. SNNAAOU and Muffin Tentacle, hey, welcome, says, hey, I've just joined the chat. Please interact with me. Yeah, interact with you, Muffin. Thank you so much for being here.
I might outsource the word finding to Matthew here. A very strong player, of course.
Yes.
And
my
Canadian
favorite.
as well.
The reason I got into competitive Scrabble, in fact.
Oh, really? There you go.
Yes. Yeah, our 2015 champ. Yes, let's look and see what.
Yes, that's right. So Esther, I think Anoa, she's got separated out. Reasonable play. She could also play Nanua. Nanua is also a pretty solid play, I think. But David has drawn himself into a unstoppable bingo himself. So exactly, agings and signage, as pointed out in the chat. So
nice job.
I'm not sure if it's over yet. Esther is pretty unflappable. So I think Esther has won many a game against all of the top players and is a top player in her own right too. So probably.
So going with Noah. You think it'll be agings?
I think agings in Anoa looks pretty good to me. You could opt for a more defensive placement, just putting agings underneath Anoa as well.
Yes. I think I might do that if it was me.
Yeah, I think it's a little bit of what do you feel on the day. So
yeah. What kind of board do you want to play on, etc.
Yeah, Esther likes the blocked boards, but I think she also likes to be up on them. So
yes. Don't we all, though?
Oh, yes. Yeah, quad overlap or underlap, exactly. So you can just
Yeah.
toss it. And interestingly, yeah, well, you could also play signage above Anoa as well.
Yes.
NAG fitting nicely. Let's see what. So David opts for the defensive placement. Okay, so that's a pretty good choice. Nothing to complain about there.
What do you know what the score difference is playing to the double versus this? Is this worth more?
No, I haven't quite worked it out. I mean, it might
Okay.
be pretty
That's
close,
okay.
I think. But
I'm terrible at math, so just
yeah, I might need to add it up. But this is a good placement, I think, because it just
Yes.
dries up the scoring opportunities for Esther, and she has a few not unreasonable responses. So it's not catastrophic for her by any stretch, but see what she can do.
the nice looking rack. Like it looks pretty balanced. Just she has that J and that U. What is she gonna play here? Is she gonna play
Or
something
she can
with
just
J?
plonk down the J. She can just play the J to the S if she wants.
Yeah. Right. Yeah. That looks interesting. Anything else you would consider here, or would you just do that and plunk it down quickly and move on to the next turn?
Well, she can play Ja as well for quite a bit more points. Ja and AA, of course, and Ja and Jag and Ja A
Yes.
and E as well. So a few options. As David looks like he's drawn into a second bingo, so it's going to be.
Oh man, that's the
lots of
makings of a
problems for Esther.
champion, right? That's how you become
Oh
a
yes,
champion, when you know how to draw the tiles. We saw
yeah.
Nigel during World Cup just drawing like 62 blanks. He said, so
That's right. Yeah, well, it's looking like a bad situation for Esther. I think like you don't want to. I think David yesterday with the very heavy 642 win against Saidu as
oh
well on
right,
stream, where he was drawing well and playing very well. So we might
that
see
was
a repeat of the affair. Yeah, I think the scores might be flipped here. It was
oh
David, of
yeah,
course, with the 74.
right. But yeah, David with the high game there, like you say, of 641, that's still the high game as far as I know. And I think he's also holding the high word, 158 for mythical. So that's
Yes, that was in that very good game on stream.
oh, was
Actually.
it in that? Okay, I'm sorry. I guess I didn't watch the whole game.
Yeah, the Y floated nicely into the triple lane. He
Right.
had both blanks and plonked it down. So
I haven't looked at the standings recently to see if anybody has bested those scores yet, but
I don't think so. It's a tough
No.
one to
Yeah.
get a 600, let alone a mid to high 600 as well in a tournament of
Yes.
this caliber. I think so. Yeah, not easy. And Esther,
the scores there for us, yeah.
I think JUS, like that's probably what she would want to play. I think like needs the bingo. Oh, RG is another good play. Yeah, of course you can play RG and As on it. Like that's a pretty
yeah.
good score. Maybe I'd be inclined to take that. I think now, just looking at the score differential. Yeah, I think
then she
after
creates
David's.
another opening on the board too, right? She does that.
That's right. No, I think obviously blocks off the S a little bit, but gives you the I. So it's kind of fair trade there. And so yeah, I think the challenge for her is to work out how much is the better leave worth here. So
Right.
do we want the to get rid of that U, or of course, I mean she'll probably get the Q if she plays off the U. I think so, just by how this comic Talbot works. I think.
Yeah, it's always rough when you're starting from behind, your opponent just bingoed, you have all these low point tiles to start, so you're looking at 8 on your score sheet right now, and you're like, I have to score, but I also, I need to keep a good lead so I can bingo. And so yeah, there's a lot of considerations that we have to think about on every turn, right?
Indeed. And Esther takes a very reasonable RG for 32. I think I like that. Good play.
Yeah, like it seems to me like all of those choices were reasonable.
That's what I think too. It's hard for me to say intuitively which one is best there. So David has subtil if we take the French pronunciation, or subtile if we don't. Bluiest, I believe, is good too. So several options. Oh, and Esther gets the Q with the U. There we go.
That's nice. It's nice to get the cue when you. So if she had played Zhu, she would have been like, "Oh, of
Exactly.
course, I played my Yu and got the." But this is nice. She still has her Yu.
Again, the
He is
tight
going with
placement of
bluiest.
bluiest. I like the look of that. It's quite defensive. So, again, I think Esther now has a good rack, but can she do very much with it? I think that's going to be the question.
Yeah.
It's not that inspiring, actually, on this. And
Yeah,
maybe
on
that's
this
credit
board.
to David for keeping it tight. David has chosen good bingo placements, I think, here.
Yes, for sure.
And just,
No question. Are you gonna play just through that? I don't know what do you do here?
it's a great question.
Like you say, the choices all look sort of uninspiring.
Yeah, she really wants an E at some point, but I think
Yeah.
quags. You can play quags for like 15, and
I was wondering if that is that a reasonable play to just drop QU on eggs there.
it's not that bad. Like I don't know. I mean, you can play like, I believe Quintas is good, QUINTAS as well. You could play that. I mean, burns up some more of the good effective tiles there.
What's your
So-
theory on like playing long and trying to go into the bag and get blanks? I mean, it's very early in the game, but what's your general philosophy on that? Do you have one?
Yeah, it's interesting. I was reading like that style was the hallmark of Scrabble in the 80s or something like that, and then after simulations came in from like Maven and other things, it kind of completely overturned the wisdom on that. So
Right.
I think that there's some case to be made for it. I think especially early in the game, I don't think it's hugely valuable. Maybe later on,
Right.
and especially if you're down.
Yes.
But
What do you think of this play then? Do you like this play of Quintas here, or would you have played a little bit shorter, maybe just quags or something like that?
I don't mind it in this situation actually, because the board is tightening, so I think she has to create some space and also score sufficiently well so that David doesn't run away with it. So I don't mind Quintas or a squint or something like that. So personally,
I definitely wasn't.
I would have been
liking
inclined to play
quags.
Quintas here. Like again, this is just intuition. I mean, and the thing with quags is it also blocks up that line as well on AGS. So you're running out of even more spots to bingo, and SR is a reasonable leave. So. Already Esther will know that she's in some trouble to to win this one, but I think she has to give herself the chances with positive play like that.
For sure. Yeah, I like it. And David has some duplicates here, duplicate L's and R's.
Yeah, finally a mediocre rack for him.
Yeah.
Yeah, when I play David, I like it when he gets the 1 pointers. Like I think you need to stop him from scoring a little bit.
Yeah, these are tough racks because they're all bingo-y tiles, and it's really hard to know how to play them. Do you fish off a couple tiles to keep your racks together, or do you try to play more tiles and score? You're hardly ever going to score a lot with these kinds of tiles, so it's kind of
LOIR look under bluiest looks pretty solid to me. LOIR lawyer.
LOIR. Yeah. Okay. Yep.
Can't really see anything substantially better than that at this stage. I was just trying to see if there's any doubles around the AN, but another cute play is double Lanero, LLANERO might be an interesting play.
Yeah.
I think rack balance is going to be the focus for David.
Yeah, like you say, that lawyer play, whatever, takes out 3 lines there, and the quintas, probably the N and I are okay, but they're not that scary.
Lawyer is
lines.
David very good at evaluating both leaves and boards, so I think you'll probably see him pick lawyer. I think. But I don't mind Lanero either. Like it's not terrible. Lawyer gives Esther some scoring potential. Well, I don't know how to pronounce it actually. I mean, it could be
Yeah.
Danero or something like that. Okay.
I was gonna say like that AN too, maybe not that difficult to double through. Like, there's a lot of words that have AN
Yeah,
pattern.
I don't see one on David's rack at present, but
No, but
yes,
I'm just saying maybe he would want to play there just to make sure there's no double going through there.
yeah, I think that's another case to be made for Lanero. And Matthew Tunnicliffe points out that Rising Lee is a very tempting phony for Esther on the next turn as well. So that would be an interesting play. But David good at pacing himself, so I think he's going to probably spend time on this turn. I mean, you could even play something else like BIRL or something like that. Set up for the E hook there.
I wondered if he was
This
going
is
to
this
do
is an
this
interesting
instead of
play.
this. Yeah.
This is a very interesting play. So why this placement? He must say and see the 9-timer risk is pretty low. So now it makes Rising Lee a very tempting phony for Esther Perrins. Like, but she probably should resist that temptation, because I think.
Oh yeah.
Interesting choice.
Oh
I'd
my
love
God.
to know what David's thinking was there, because that's not the play that I would have made in that
I
situation.
know.
But
I was gonna suggest it, and then I thought, well, maybe that's probably too crazy, too reckless to just open up the triple like that.
Yeah, I
Why?
think
He
the L
doesn't need
is
to.
not a super high risk tile for triple. So
No,
I think
no.
maybe he kind of sees
Until you
like
have an LY word on your rack.
yeah, ironically. Personally, I would have gone for a bit of a more risk-averse play, I think, in that setting myself, like Lanero or Lawyer in the other placement. But David very good at evaluating positions, so but
Yeah,
again, an interesting choice. I'm not personally a big fan of that. Like I think,
yeah.
like I don't know if it does very much to close down the board either, really, like because the lines that remain open are still there. So I think it's like. Yeah, I think Esther, if she doesn't succumb to the thrill of the phony here, should just play something like Girly or something like that. So
Yes. I think that looks pretty reasonable. I think a lot of new players would be like very, very tempted to keep that ing together, probably
yes,
overvalue that as an ending.
yeah, I think that's one of the things you learn over time, just to dump that quicker than you think.
Yeah.
So I think she may not be going for the phony.
No. But I 100% would play that, if I saw it, and because, well, maybe not Risingly. That's it doesn't sound quite wordy enough to me. But
Yeah, so Esther picks Inlay here.
Inley, yeah. I think I
Inlay
like Girly better,
maybe.
like you.
I would pick Girly. I think that you're not even keeping the N for the ing,
Yeah.
so and there's no N's floating around on the board. So
Yeah.
I think the other thing that David may be doing as well, he knows Esther is quite a defensive player, so you're trying to tempt her into dismantling her rack to kind of block things up. So he's very good at these kind of stylistic adjustments. So, but even so. So Esther now has the nice red wings as a bingo, I think, through the end.
Wow.
Let's see if she can get herself back into proceedings here. So David, yeah, it's an interesting set of choices, because I mean he started off playing very defensively, and now he's kind of opening up things quite a bit too. So there's a sharp change in how he's chosen to approach this game.
It's pretty fascinating to watch. Like, there's no style there. It's not like, oh, I'm going to keep everything closed or keep everything open. He's obviously adjusting, but what is he adjusting to? And like you say,
I'm not
if
quite seeing that at this
Esther,
stage. I'm not quite seeing that.
yeah, if Esther is a defensive player, maybe that has something to do with his choices, like you say.
Perhaps, but he was up, so Esther has indeed spotted red. fishing, and she did get her bingo soon enough. Z, a pretty elementary play from David.
Style, and you definitely shouldn't, as Matthew O'Connor likes to say, you shouldn't have a style. No Scrabble player should have a style. You should just be playing the best play for the situation at hand, right? Every
Yeah,
turn.
I think your fellow Canadian Joel Wapnick said that styles only differ by their propensity for blundering or something like that. So it's a little bit
yeah.
harsh on the concept, but I think there is
Right.
some room for style. I think because like within reasonable bounds, I think. And for example, like should David have played lawyer there or there? I mean, and Willa versus. I think there's some aspects where there might be a few options to just choose between different things.
Yeah, there's definitely some leeway where you can stylize yourself without being without sacrificing too much. Because a lot of times
Quite right.
there are different candidate plays that do different things that are equally valuable, right?
I think
That
so.
are
They're
very,
very
very
close,
different
and
plays.
even I think simulations are not accurate to that degree, given that they don't um, necessarily capture everything about the merits of different racks. Exercise
Right.
for the viewer: what does David's rack make with an X here? An obscure bingo.
Muffin's gonna get it, but he says I have a distinct bingo missing style. I
Well, if
bet you
he's
any
missing
money
bingos, I don't know what the rest of
he
us are
knows
doing.
what you're after, though. He's falsely humble.
Yeah, I mean, if Muffin is missing the bingos, then the rest of us are in a
Yeah.
lot of trouble, I think.
We have no shot yet.
What should Esther do with this promising yet annoying rack, I think? Hard for me to say what the best option for her is. I mean, she could play something
Try
like
leaving
return.
trend.
Yeah, try leaving trend is one pretty reasonable option.
Return looks nice. That looks like a great play.
Yes, it looks cute. So she plays try here, which I don't know if I like that much because again, it's taking away lines, but she does have enough lines, and probably you want to have a little bit of better vowel consonant
Pre-rock.
balance. Pre-rock. Okay. What exactly does that mean? The era before rock music. Okay. Nice play there. I like that. That's just very clean, and it's very classic play that David likes to make.
Oh, she's challenging it. I would too. Like, what is pre-rock? And then
Yeah.
you say it, it's like, oh yeah, okay.
But the good news for Esther is she does have another bingo to get herself back into things. So.
AD says the bingo with the X was the one that Mac could have stolen Game 5 with at SPC.
Really? Okay, I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Well, anyway, for the viewers, it's Oxpecker, the bingo.
Oh man. Wow.
I didn't know Mac had that. When did he have that? Yeah, Daunted and Undated appearing on Esther's rack now. Yes, Oxpecker indeed. Yeah, Post Rock, is that good too? I mean, or are we, what age? Well, we don't have Post Rock, so maybe we're currently in the rock
We
age.
don't?
No
Yeah.
Post Rock again. So
See,
is that
that's
a
the
blank
frustrating
for
thing.
David?
It is a blank, yes, and he's got the X too.
Again, some interesting words that, with appropriate floaters, that would help him out. So I think Esther really doesn't want to play Daunted because the U would be right next to the X there.
Did you say there are bingos with this rack? It looks kind of like.
Not in the rack itself, to my knowledge, but I think with floaters, yes.
Oh no, that's what I mean. Yeah, I mean with floaters. Yeah.
Yeah.
Like
So.
Axemia word or something like that. I don't know.
Like Zeramata, I think. Anaxemia, very good. Yeah.
Is that a word?
Yeah, it is. Yeah, very
I just
nice.
made it up.
You've been secretly studying the low prob bingos. Right. Yeah, when Nigel Peltier left the 9-timer open, that was a possibility. I see. Yeah, Oxpecker could have won it for Mac there. Yeah, I remember now.
Oh, yeah. What is David gonna do here with this
Yeah,
rack?
does he have a good X play? That's the question, I think.
Mm-hmm.
Doesn't seem like, but he can just hold the X and we could do many things. I think you could just play exam or something underneath undated.
Right, yes.
That looks pretty. Yeah, this is the problem when you play David. I think when you get some bingos, he just kind of flat bats you with heavy 40-point scores, and you're going to be in a lot
But
of
exam's
trouble.
not that great because how much is it going to give back with overlaps?
Well, I meant exam underneath. Oh, right,
No,
you
I
mean
know.
above. Oh,
Yeah.
that's a fair point. Yeah, it actually could give back a fair bit, and in this specific instance, it will actually give back a lot because Esther would have
Right.
Moop above. So
Right.
That's a fair point. Yeah, you do have to be aware of how much that's. So maybe even a conservative play like Moa on
Right.
top of undated could be decent.
Right.
I'm
Muffin
not going to
says
advocate for burning the blank
that no.
because I think I gave Rod the wrong advice last game.
Muffin said that Esther's rack bingoes through a K.
Oh, does it? Let's see.
Book? Some kind of book? No.
No, it's a
No.
very obscure one actually. 38,000 in probability. That's a nice one.
You know, you just know the probabilities by looking at the letters.
No. That one I went and looked up. I would not have seen that.
Okay.
That one was. I've seen it at some point. But it's a very strange looking word actually. That would be a sick find if anyone got that. Of course, Moops on Esther's rack reminds you of the Seinfeld episode, the famous one.
I never watched Seinfeld, so I'm not familiar.
Oh no, nothing. It was just like George Costanza has like Moors or Moops, and there's a misspelling of Moors on a card. You'd have to watch the episode to get get the joke on that, but it might be Esther's play of choice next turn.
David taking a long time here. What do you think he's thinking?
Yeah, it's a tough one for me to say. I mean, obviously, exam is a strong play, but I think, as you said, he may be concerned about what it gives back, and you do, or whether to keep the X and obviously delay a bingo for a little bit and see what happens there. Let's see. What else? Can he make any interesting setups here? Yeah, so Muffin at least gets the joke. That's good. Yeah, it does make me laugh as well. I mean, if he wanted to burn the blank, he could play Axiom above undated, but I don't think he should do that here. I mean,
so he is going to do exam.
Yeah, exam looks
be...
perfectly solid to me.
Yeah.
Yeah. Who invaded Spain in the 8th century? Yes, that was the Trivial Pursuit question. And Esther can indeed play Moop right on top of exam.
Yeah, and what's the score for Moop versus exam?
I think Moop might even outscore exam narrowly. 3, 6, 7, 8, 9, 11, 12, 36, 37, 38, 41, 42. That's a lot of points.
It's a lot
54, I believe. So that would be a very good score. But it may all be for nothing since David is going to bingo next turn as well. So yeah, Esther has played well with whatever she's had in this game. I think a lesser player would have let David run away with it, but she's played very commendably, and I think has made sensible decisions throughout. And I think like most of the turns have had pretty clear-cut options for her.
Right.
Yep, as Alexion points out, Anethol underneath pre-rock, and I think if Esther does not hit a bingo, there's going to be a lot of trouble for her after that.
Yeah, this will be an important draw.
BS and E she's keeping. It's just a pretty decent rack, and yeah, Haplant might even be a better play because you can play that underneath pre-rock too.
Yeah. Ooh, yeah.
BERS VC. Oh, that's going to kill the bingo hopes.
Not what she wanted to see.
Yeah, too bad. I mean, BERS is a pretty good leave. So Yeah, time running out a little bit for Esther now, I think. And David, if he bingos now, will get another. Well, I mean, this may be the time when I think turnover is good, given that you can kind of shut out your opponent from the remaining blank as well, probably. So David,
Yeah.
a pretty strong favorite, but still Esther has some chances, I think. But she needs a fair few things to go her way if she wants to win this. So suppose
Would
David pick Kaplant, yeah.
yeah, would David be hesitant to play Haplant given that, CH takes A and E after it, so it'd be, maybe Esther bingo's there for a lot.
Yeah, he might be a bit risk averse with that. It's tricky to say, I think, and yeah. But the thing is, like, well, then we have to ask the question: what can he do if he passes up the
Right.
bingo here?
Right.
THOWL is a pretty solid play, perhaps through the W there, and
Oh yeah.
yeah, I think these are often very challenging decisions. Like if you've
Right.
seen the bingo show, like both of Anethol and Haplant would give back an appreciable amount. So
Right.
yeah, it's an interesting one. And is he going to settle for the bingo or he's got
Matthew
Anethol?
Yeah. Matthew O'Connor is teaching me how to play Scrabble better, and he has forbade me to forego any bingos right now. Just
Yeah, I think
played
that's a good heuristic. I mean, like
Yeah.
I would trust what Matthew says. He's a very good Scrabble thinker. Um, he's a very skilled
Yes.
guy, and I mean, are you reading his book as well, which I recommend to everyone?
Yes, I'm definitely reading it. It's hard for me to get through it because I can't look at some of the Macondo images that he has in there. They're just hard for me to look at. Like I
Oh
can't make
yes,
sense of these.
that is true. So
And just
Anethol, so he doesn't pick
list of
Haplant.
yeah.
I mean, that
Yeah,
may be
okay.
mitigating your concern of the counterplay given by the
Yeah.
H
It looks
of the CH.
way less dangerous this play, Anethol.
And is that a second blank for David? That may
It
put an end to
is.
things.
Uh-oh.
I think that may be the end for Esther. I mean, it's going to be tough, and
Yeah.
she's making all the right decisions here. Verb is a
Yeah.
very good play again,
Playing
but
very,
I
very
think
well.
when you
But
she's
yeah.
played a great game. I have no criticisms of what she has done this game, stylistically or in terms of word knowledge. But David has outfaced, if I'm reading the rack correctly, and that will
Yeah.
put an end to proceedings over here, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, a very good fight against the tiles, but I think David with 2 blanks is never going
Yeah.
to be easy.
Yeah.
Yeah, David has just scored very, very heavily. So I think he will.
Yeah, they say you're 80% to win against a similar rated player if you get both blanks. And so yeah, when you're up against the second best player in the world,
Yeah, I think it's
you're
like
gonna
the
probably have a hard time.
serving and receiving in tennis, I guess, with top players. Like I think if you're like you have to break in enough games where you're not getting the blanks to win the big
Yeah.
tournaments. I think so.
Yeah.
And yeah, fetus. That's a FEATOUS, not the other fetus.
Right.
I think that's a very good play. But as Alec has already seen 2 moves ahead, fetus, while looking perhaps quite defensive, would give Esther the possibility of cohesive as a reply, which would be a very nice find.
Alec, of course, our Collins champion for the Scrabble Players Championship. Definitely finding all these. He played almost a flawless finals, I think. So yeah,
He did,
he's fun to
yes.
watch. Yeah.
So
Congrats,
fetus
Alec.
is what David's fan. Yes, congrats, Alec. He played fantastically well against Dennis, who's a heavy hitting and difficult player. So
Yeah.
So with obviously anchovies with an AN for Esther as well, which would have been nice.
Nice.
I think Will Anderson had that as a bingo in one of Josh Sokol's featured games, I think.
Oh, really? Think that Stefan had played that in one of his games.
Oh, you might be right.
Extending.
Yeah, maybe both of them
Yeah.
did. Yeah. So David is deciding between outface and fetus. I mean, it's kind of hard to tell, but knowing him, he will go through the pool and see whatever is possible, and probably he would have
Right.
seen Cohesive
Right.
as an outside chance. So, but it's more a question of, I mean, he is going to win this game, so. Yeah, Stefan played that. Okay, yeah. For some reason, I thought Will played that against Bob Jackman in some game as well. But could be wrong.
Maybe he did. Maybe he did. People do tend to play the same words sometimes.
Oh yes, now there are only so many words, and games are always mounting up. Maybe
Yeah.
David will just take Outface and Dewey as well. So quite a few of gourmet foods of that kind, andouille sausage and anchovies as well. So Outface nicely picked. So
Nice
there'll be
job.
no there'll be no Cohesive from Esther.
Which is too bad, but I'm sure that that's exactly as he planned. So
Yeah, again,
good
clean
job.
as a whistle. He's playing great. Yeah, so I think now not much left for Esther to do, unfortunately.
How many viewers do we have right now?
34 at the moment, which is pretty good.
And how many likes?
That's always a question.
Everybody needs to like so that other people can get exposed to the streams. We've got to promote our streams so that more people can come and watch us.
And unfortunately, I think David can go out next turn, so Esther can't do anything clever in terms of an out in 2.
Right.
One cute possibility for her before was playing View and then chose Parallel to Outface, actually.
Yeah.
No, thank you for
Maybe
the likes. Game is stuck.
Thank you.
So maybe just Hovels or something, Hovels. And if you have the spare cash, do buy us a coffee and support this fantastic stream. And hopefully, well, I mean, your opinion on it will probably differ. It's not our place to say that, but we hope you've enjoyed it. And definitely, I think the Aussies and the New Zealanders have done a wonderful job at getting this off the ground and getting the streaming going with few hitches. So I think it'll be going from strength to strength, and your donations will go a long way in supporting future iterations of this stream at Australian Tournament.
All of these streams are really labors of love. There's a lot of people who give up time and their own time and money to put them on. So we gotta support each other. And we do. I think it's great. We have a lot of awesome people who are supporting each other and helping each other get these streams out to a wider audience. So yeah, I'm loving it.
It's been great fun, and I think we've seen some exciting games with high quality players here. So Esther, she's just going to play Chive. That's perfectly reasonable there. Yeah, a lot of work goes into this annotation, and that's also getting all this happening in real time. Not easy. So
yeah, exactly.
It's exciting to see it unfold so smoothly.
It's too bad she didn't see that chose option there. That looked like it would have been pretty good.
Yeah, I think Hovels, Hovels, probably Esther's best play.
Where's that?
They're all pretty
just on the triple, yeah.
Right, through the L of Anethol. That's probably best, I think, but pretty close. And David should finish things off.
Nice little insertion play there.
Very nice, yeah. I think that's clearly the best play, and we'll cut to the board and see what the players have to say.
Yeah.
This is funny. I feel like I kept low A-blind. Wasn't expecting such massive like that. There were very few letters there. I guess you still could scroll up and down.
Hmm. So a nice clinical win for David Eldar here, and putting him back in the mix of the title contenders again, as he should be. And yeah, maybe not a lot to debate as well in this game. I think
That's
the
good.
game sort of just played itself, and
Yeah,
yeah,
yeah.
pretty
I
clean
was gonna
plays from
say
both
there
Esther.
wasn't much for Esther to say there. She just kind of was like, what are you gonna do, right? She played very
Yeah, I think
well, so she
she did play well. I think like just finding the right words and giving herself the opportunities. It sort of
yeah.
played itself in some ways. I mean, but that's not giving adequate credit to her for finding all the right plays. And I think she adapted very well. Like Quintas was a good play. Red Wings was a sharp find there, where it's not the obvious ing kind of word. And
Oh
yeah,
yeah.
Moop was a good spot. And yeah, and I think it was probably David who made a few of the more contentious plays here, lawyer of that kind. And um, yeah, it was difficult for me to
We
say whether
yeah,
I
you
still have a
say
few
that.
misgivings with that.
You say that, but he scored 512. So I mean, who are we to argue with? What the
512 and
arguably
10 turns. So yeah, 50 a
yeah,
turn from the world champion is not going to be easy for anyone to face up
exactly,
against. So
exactly,
right, I never feel like I have any right to argue with David's choices, but I think he's
exactly, yeah.
uh, always playing sharp, not missing much, and yeah, just and I think it's interesting to see him adapt between offensive and defensive play styles as well. Like definitely uh, starting off quite defensively and then opening things up, but playing adeptly throughout. So we'll take a short
Yeah.
break and come back with our last game before lunch today.
We are back, everybody. Thanks for staying with us. We got a nice, fun matchup next. Cameron Farlow and Naween again. We've seen him a couple times. I guess we've probably seen Cameron too. I might have missed it. What do you think, Anand?
It's going to be an exciting one. Both are contenders and have played very well so far. I think both are 9-4, I believe, and just one game adrift of Andrew Fisher, who is at 10-3 right now. And so I think definitely this game will be a consequential one. And both are very strong players. Naween, of course, and both are frequent World Championship representatives as well. Cameron, I think, led the 2019 World Championship in Goa after 3 days, ahead of players such as Nigel himself. And
Wow.
so he's been at the top of the world scene for many years. And Naween also got within a whisker of winning the Worlds in 2005. So both of these guys are very good players, and it should be a good match.
Yeah, and just again, just the way everybody is budged up there at the top. There's like four people with 9 games, one back from Andrew, who's in the lead. So yeah, this is very exciting, and all of these games this round probably consequential, right? As you say.
Yeah, Andrew will have to work hard to keep the title. Obviously, he has not played David yet, and that's always a bit of a coin flip, those games. And yeah, so I think Andrew has played many of the top seeds already. So he will play some of the lower seeds after this. But then again, no one is a pushover in the Masters, so
Yeah.
they're all very strong players. And so I think he'll have to hold his nerve against a pantheon of very skilled opponents. And
Yeah.
particularly, I think game 18 against David will be a very consequential one, which Josh Sokol and Dylan Early will bring to you this afternoon. So a lot of action
Yeah.
remaining. And I think the way it falls, it's just going to be very tough for anyone to, I think, sweep the remaining games,
Yeah.
given the caliber of the players. And I think David particularly, I think, has the toughest draw of the across the remaining games. He has Edward, Joanne, Trevor, Naween, Andrew, and Cameron. So he's
Oh
going to have to
wow.
work very hard. I think based on the ratings from yesterday, he was expected to win a couple more, I think, on day one, given he was playing some of the lower seeds. But
Yes.
that's the way it works sometimes. And I think like any player, when they get any skilled player at this level, when they get some tiles and are able to take their opportunities, they can win against even players of David's caliber. So I think it'll be interesting to see whether David is able to draw a little bit better. And obviously, he drew well in this game with Esther and played a very solid game. And obviously,
I Yeah, I'm just wondering, like, we have, I don't know how many, we've got a few people here in the chat, but I don't know where everybody's from. So for everybody, in Australia, there's gonna be 4 more afternoon games once we're done this. This will be our final game that we're commentating, you and I, Anand. But
yeah,
yeah,
it's been fun.
I wonder, like, are my people in North America gonna stay up and watch those other games? Like, I would want to see that. I don't know if they're streaming David and Andrew, but I would love to see that match. It's a little late for me though, I think.
That's
I
always
mean,
a good
you'd probably
match. I
be,
mean, I think
yeah.
those guys know each other's game code. I think they've played something like well over 200 times or something. So, yeah, I think that one really can go either way. And I think that may end up being the decisive one. I mean, I'm not going to make too many predictions because I've not predicted well today. But yeah, I ruled Naween out very unfairly against Rod in that game. So I still feel bad for that. But I think it could still go anyway. But I do think that game will play an important role in determining the winner of this year's tournament, particularly given Andrew's draw might be opening up a little bit. He's definitely held up very solidly against some of the higher seeds in the tournament. So 10-3 is a very strong start. And if he's able to hold on and take 3 or 4 more wins in the next 5 games, I think he'll be a good shot to win it. But of course, David is no stranger to playing under pressure. A few technical challenges, unfortunately, at the board. So we'll see you back in a couple of minutes, and hopefully we'll get started with this exciting game soon.
All right, guys, be right back. Hello, everybody.
Time to. Yeah, go ahead, Heidi.
Oh no, you go. You go.
Well, we'll be off and ready to start. Thank you all for your patience. Hopefully, we'll see an exciting one between these two great players.
Yeah. Sorry, I was getting a little bit of lag there, so hopefully I'll be all good watching this and things will clear up, hopefully. Players are starting.
Okay, and let's see if we. It'll be Cameron to open, I believe. So what does he have? Q there. QATFOX, and I mean, I think whenever you see the Q with without the U, you're just gonna get rid of it. I think.
Yeah. Yes. Q and X coming out onto the rack right away.
Yeah, so I think definitely power tiles often making a big difference in these top players' games, and sometimes hedging against the blanks when you're able to score the big 45s with the power tiles. But
Right.
this is, and a blank for Naween.
Oh,
Okay.
Yes.
Any
Naveen
bingos
has a
in
lot
this?
of the letters in his name.
Oh, indeed. But it doesn't look like he has a bingo in this.
No, not yet.
So we'll see what he can do with this rack. Maybe MAWN, Morn, or Wand, something like that. And just keep it simple and hope you hit next turn.
Yeah. Yeah, it's so hard not to think like, what kind of man words do I have here?
Ironically, the only man
Down.
word, well, the only
Downward.
8 that this rack makes is womaned. So
Yeah.
that's the only way man is going to work out in this, it seems.
Woman only has one N though. He has two N's.
No, with two N's as well. I think it's good.
Oh, really? Wow.
Woman. Yeah.
Okay.
I think, yeah, Naween may think a little bit. I mean, whether he has anything effective here, but unfortunately doesn't. And Cameron's opener.
What do you think about just playing something through that A? Like just like a short play through that A.
I don't think it's terrible. Like, I mean,
close down the board.
It's not even a bad play though. I think like that could be very reasonable. And so Wand is the play of choice. Maybe MAWN I like a little bit better than Wand personally.
Right.
Or even MAWN through the A of cat. Like I think that's a very solid play. Like, especially if you want to keep things a bit tight.
Yeah, he keeps it tight and he keeps his vowel.
Exactly. So I think it's a very reasonable choice, and that would be. I wouldn't mind Morn personally. Like it just doesn't give much away, and personally, I like the look of that, but it may be a little bit non-standard. No, so what is Cameron going to do here? Frab or something underneath Wand, fax, a few other options. It might seem.
Alex says that he likes how Wand set up man and on. So.
That's a good point. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that does give some interesting opportunities there. Like I think, obviously, it depends a little bit what Naween would get in the continuation draw, but but it's not a bad. I'm sure they're all pretty close in terms of evaluation. So
yeah,
none of them particularly bad plays by any stretch.
Yeah, he has nice tiles there, but what is Cameron going to do here?
That's a good question. Maybe just Frab underneath and take some points. And yeah, I mean, Naween is going to bingo next turn, but Cameron would have no way of inferring that.
Yeah.
Like 4-tile play, it could be anything really.
You're not tempted to get rid of the X here? Do you think like, you wait for it to maybe be able to score more, like maybe you hit something axon or something, axon?
Well, that's my thinking, and that's why I like the look of Frab, which Cameron has chosen here. Fax underneath was another possibility, but I don't see a need to toss the X. B wouldn't even play that well with this board. So.
Right, yeah.
yeah, a few bingos available now for Nguyen, so I think I fully expect him to find one and play it reasonably quickly.
Yeah.
Yeah, unsmoked was the one that came to me. Mounted through the D, another possibility.
Yeah.
So Cameron almost has Oxpecker again, like, but
Oh,
not
man.
quite.
Maybe we'll see it before the tournament's out.
I want to see it. I like the word.
That would be awesome.
Yeah, if Nguyen picked a mounted, obviously that would give back a very large X play for Cameron and basically make things level again. But unsmoked, I think the easiest find, or maybe not the easiest find, but probably the best play for Nguyen here.
Yeah. Yeah, it can be challenging when you have the blank, right? So even though you see a bunch of options, like one of the things that maybe, you know, for me, I get overwhelmed by choice sometimes when I have the blank and really good bingo tiles. But
right, yeah, and two blanks even worse sometimes. So
yeah.
When you have them jointly. Yeah. So, but Nguyen, as expected, I think has found unsmoked and plonks it down, looking good. But it does give back the heavy kex for Cameron here. So
yeah,
okay, and kex. So
yes.
Of course, Cameron could be a little bit cute here and play something like poker and right through the E of unsmoked and set up the X.
Right.
So that's another interesting possibility here. So, but my thinking is probably kex is fine.
Right.
But sometimes, yeah, I think the setups can give you 2 turns of strong play and give Nguyen something to sweat about a bit.
Right. He looks like he's thinking of Pox. Oh, yeah, maybe there he's got kex
Yeah,
now.
Pox is a tidy play as well. Nothing wrong with that. If he had the M as well, he could have played M Pox and MM, but he doesn't have that.
Right, that's right. That's right too.
Interesting. So I think it's definitely a very good rack for Cameron, but but it does give him kind of many different ways he can kind of choose to make the most of it, I think. But probably Pox or Kex, the simplest kinds of continuations, but poker, I think, also an interesting choice.
Yeah, I guess he decided he'd rather keep that E than not. So KN goes really well together. So
yeah, perfectly reasonable play against. So let's see, how many points is that? 48, I believe. So Cameron back in the lead now.
Yeah. And so probably be able to score a lot next turn as well. What does Nguyen have here? Levity.
Well, he does have levity. He can play levity and YU if he wants. He can play Bailey and FY as well as another possibility. So several, again, a good synergistic rack. Let's and levity on this side as well. That's also pretty nice.
I'm just gonna throw a link to the standings in the chat here.
Yes, very, very, very good. Yeah, it would have been interesting to see Cameron make the setup play because I think sometimes the follow-up turn, I think he doesn't have as many good options without giving Nguyen some counterplay. Obviously, he can play Gene and get a good score, but that may give something back. And so,
yes.
But I mean, another possibility is just play DAK, just parallel to unsmoked. That would give a pretty nice score and keep a good rack.
Wait, sorry. DAK. Okay.
And cop, yeah. So.
Right. That's kind of hard to do. You're playing so short and you're leaving like all consonants. All you've got left is that E if you play that. I would be
it
a
is a
little
tricky
bit.
kind of play to commit to, for sure. I mean, you can also play jerk if you want. Yeah.
Yeah. I was just gonna say, jerk through that E of levity. Or
yeah, again, it does give back some easy points, so it doesn't really use those power tiles. Like obviously, Cameron has had all the power tiles here. Jake, well, except the Z, which is unseen. J,
Mhm.
Q, X, and K. So
Yeah.
he may just take jerk. I mean, if his priority is to bingo soon enough, but I'm not super enamored by
What
that.
about a play
That would be
like
my
Jake?
preference.
What about a play like Jake or hooking Rut?
That's also a
Is
pretty
that
good play, I think.
yeah.
Certainly doesn't give back very much, so I think in
Right,
that way
right.
it's an appealing play. That could be a good play too. I definitely like the look of both of those.
Yeah. Would Alec play Jean here?
Let's see. Yeah, Gene
Alec
is
in the
pretty
chat
good.
is yeah.
Right. I was just like,
Yeah, you're
of
like
course.
Alec's not playing, but I'm just saying, would he if he was facing the situation, would he play Jean and not worry about
I mean, Gene is a good play too. I mean, like, I
a
think
lot of points?
maybe you're not too concerned about the replies. I mean, obviously,
Mm,
priorities for both guys seem to be kind of massaging their racks into bingoable, into impending bingos. So I think
right.
both. So it could be a pretty good option.
So he is going with jerk here.
So I think
It's
that's
a lot of points, right? And yeah, I don't know.
That's right. Yeah, as Alec points out, after the J place, there's just not much space to bingo on this board, because Unsmoked is not going to take an S. So yeah, maybe it's just thinking about points most closely. And I'm not sure about jerk being effective because it's just giving back pretty easy
Yeah.
points. But of course, with this specific rack, I think it's going to be even worse because Naveen has Hawkie, Hawkie, for a sizable number
Yes.
of points. So
Yeah.
if he's unsure of that, he can still play Hawk and do pretty well. So I mean, effectively, the power tiles are sort of neutralized at
Right.
this point. And yeah, I think Cameron, the fact that he's actually pretty close on the scoreboard suggests that he has used them effectively, but at the same time, perhaps he could even have a bit of an edge at this point if
Right. Right.
he had maybe thought about optimizing them a little differently. But it's tricky to say, and I think some of it is circumstantial.
Yeah.
Hockey seems to be played and challenged here, so 5 extra points for Naveen Fernando will be added to his account here. So we're just ticking up well.
So that's a lot of points there.
Yeah,
I was just gonna
53
say,
points.
yeah. I was just gonna say that Alec was noting that after the J play there wasn't a lot of bingo lanes left. So like there's no you
Correct.
draw a bingo, where do you play it? Kind of thing. Same thing we were
That's right.
talking
No, I think that's very astute, and I think you do have to think about, like the opportunities for plays on this sort of board, which is becoming very tight again. And yeah, so what is Cameron going to do? I mean, exercise for chat. What does this make with the TO on the board? If you had another T, what 10-letter word does that make?
I can't see his rack right now. What did he have there?
AERALNR.
Right, yes.
So you could just play something like Rav now and get a few points, like 21 is tidy.
Yeah.
If a little bit uninspiring.
But again, it's like so hard. Like the board is just going to be so crazy after that, right? I guess
that's the problem.
Like, yeah.
I think that really is going to be the challenge for him here, and may just get ground down on a board of this kind. And especially given that he's probably going to run out of power tiles very soon.
Right. He has. Is he looking at rear somewhere? No, he's got the.
He could also play. He could also play ALAR parallel to Hawkie, which is another play with worse leave, but I think better score there.
Yeah.
But it's not that much better on the scoreboard. So unless you want to prevent Naveen from hitting the spot, but then again, you might want to, because I think there's just it's going to be interesting to see how
but
these
again,
guys
it's like there's so little you can do on the board after that, after a play like Alar.
Yeah, so he picks Dal here, which is a similar kind of play in spirit. It's again just kind of grinding out some points on this Yeah, alternator. That's right. Is terratonal a word too? I have no idea.
Narratable.
Narratable. That's also a very creative spot, and that is a word too. Okay.
Oh, wow. Nice.
Well, I was intending for it to be through the TO, but I mean that's a great
Yes.
spot, and I would not have been confident in its validity. So Nguyen now, he can keep things tight, just play FER or something like that, parallel to Hawkeye in the gap there.
Mhm.
So just continue to
Yeah.
farm a few points, or he can play 5 underneath Frab, but question whether he has any need to open things up at present. Like he can
Right.
just let Cameron do
Yeah.
it and
Yeah,
keep things
I
tight.
think you're right. That he should probably just keep it nice and tight here.
Yeah, there seems to be little need for him to kind of make things easier for Cameron. So I think like
Right.
he has that slight advantage, which are very critical on block boards of this kind. So
Yeah, it
I
looks like
think
he's
we're gonna
looking at
see-
that exact play of FER.
Yeah, and he can grind even more points in future turns, and the V is a good tile to block things up too. So I think
Yeah.
Nguyen in a good position. I mean, it's far from decisive, but a very solid position where he can kind of keep troubling Cameron a bit.
Yes.
Is he also thinking about MEV? Where does he want to play? Oh, you can play that with NIM, NYM. That's also a nice play that keeps the defensive structure of the board pretty well. So NIM,
Oh,
MEV, and
yes.
Lope.
Yes.
That's an interesting play. I mean, obviously, you give back a little bit with Loper, which Cameron would actually feel quite happy to have that open.
Yes.
And it would make his life appreciably easier on the next turn.
For
but-
sure. He's
Of
gonna
course,
go
so
for
he
it.
is
Okay,
gonna
well
take-
that's good. Makes things interesting for us.
It does, yeah. I would have picked Fur here just because why give
Yes.
anything to Cameron in
Yes,
this position?
exactly.
Like let him do the opening up. But it's still a nice play and it's very good board vision. So I think
Yes.
hard to criticize, but some room for maybe different play styles there. So Cameron will probably play Loper and Rene pretty swiftly, I think.
Yeah.
I think it's a bit. There's not a whole heap else he can do here. But my thinking is, probably this game will come down to who's getting that second blank, and it's just going to be kind of grinding away for 25 points a turn for a farewell.
Right.
And so if Cameron plays Rene, I think Nguyen will be able to swiftly play 4 FOR right at the top right corner of the board too. So.
Yes.
So in that way, but there is one other nice play that Nguyen can make actually after Rene, because it would open up the X-on spot because the N would be right next to the EX.
Oh.
So then he can play off there or oof or something like that. So
what about playing Rene hooking Phi, making Phi, and then that opens up the board quite a bit?
That's an interesting choice too. I mean, I think in this case I would be inclined to take the other spot, but I think, I mean, Cameron does need to open this board if he wants to win it, I think.
That's interesting. Like, it's not obvious which one you should play. I don't think. Maybe it is obvious. Maybe you just play this one and it's fine. But I think
it feels like the score differential justifies playing it here. But I think, but I think the other play has some useful purpose in terms of opening things up a bit. So I think like you do want to give yourself those opportunities. He'll probably just play off. It's more a question of where he's going to play it, and then off and FA is very nice.
Yeah, that's nice.
The remaining tiles may play well with the board as well if he wants an ITY bingo, because oft would be good too. So
nice, yeah.
So I think he might have some longer term opportunities in that regard.
Yeah, that's very nice. Nice forward thinking there.
Yeah, but I think even if you're not thinking about the long term,
no, I know.
that's probably the best play there.
Yeah, for sure. But always nice to have that little extra bonus for your
yes,
plays.
he spots it. So
Nice
another
one.
31 points. It's hard to keep scoring this effectively on a block board, and so he's done a great job. And So Cameron obviously one floater off a few bingos here, but none of these floaters are going to be here, so he has to
Yeah.
figure out what he is to do here, which I think it doesn't look very pleasant for him. That much I feel.
No. No. Yeah, that looks very uninspiring. GNREIIU.
Yeah, you might even see him exchange here because, like, it just doesn't cooperate with this board very well at all. Like, and any play he makes is going to kind of dismantle whatever is good about the rack. But the problem is, Alec and others pointed out earlier, is that you're just not going to be able to, like,
Right.
even play the bingos if you get them. Like, Naveen has zero incentive to open anything on this board.
Exactly.
So it's going to be.
So if he wants to open it, he has to open it himself. And I think he's considering maybe doing that with Ayur. Yeah, there it goes.
I like that play. I think that's exactly what he needs to do here. And it's a proactive play. It keeps ING, which doesn't really do much on this board, but it achieves like your objective in the previous turn, as you flagged, Heidi, of opening things up. So it's a good play.
Excellent.
I think it's actually his best play by a reasonable margin. So Cameron really would want to draw a blank, I think. And so what is he? See what Cameron has here. Peising, which I think is a bingo itself, and Pigsney, which is also good. So
Yeah, Pixie, yeah. Good
it's going to be
spot.
interesting to see. So Naveen has a little bit more work to do now to think about how he would like to continue to manage this board. So obviously if it gets a bit too tight and Cameron has scoring potential, then that may undo all his good work thus far.
Right. What is he thinking? He doesn't have a lot of ways to score, obviously, with these tiles right now.
No, he doesn't.
Is there a way that he can effectively reshut those lanes down, kind of thing? Reshut.
Well, you can play something like two. You can just play like T or two right on top, but that's not that good, I think. Like it's kind of.
Does this feel good enough? Yeah.
Yeah, so it's a tricky spot. I think whenever you're getting these 1 pointers and you don't have a great deal to do, it's going to be quite a bit tougher to figure out what the right course of action is. So I mean, you can play TOR right parallel to hockey. So that would get 17, which is not a bad score on this board. And
yeah,
I mean, and he has no obvious reason to think that Cameron is going to bingo imminently because he did turn over 4 tiles.
Right. Yes.
But Cameron is in actually a good position to kind of counterpunch and keep scoring to just reduce the deficit. So if Nguyen is kind of not able to match that scoring, it's going to be very close and probably decided by the second blank, I think.
Right. Which is taking its time.
Pardon? Oh, yeah. So let's see what Nguyen has chosen here. So he does play.
You suggested, yeah.
So he does choose Tor. I think that's a reasonable play because I think he has to be mindful of rack balance here and also just needs to keep things ticking up. So yeah, Cameron's bingo I think won't find a home here, but he does have a nice 5-letter play right under Ayur, which I think he should hopefully spot. Somewhat obscure 5 actually. Word is Genip, Genip, Genip. So that fits very nicely under Ayur. So I think that may be Cameron's play of choice here and would go a good way to erasing the deficit.
It's just going to go with Chip. This is interesting.
Where's he going to play that?
Hooking at UT.
Interesting. Yeah, I think Genip is appreciably better in this position. Like,
Looks like a great find, but maybe he just doesn't wants to keep those lanes open. Maybe he wants to bingo. Feels like he needs to bingo. Maybe.
it's quite reasonable, I think, but I think he kind of may need to switch gears to kind of outscoring Nguyen while keeping enough lines for there to be a threat, I think. So I think it's not going to be just enough to just get small numbers of points.
Right.
So I can't say I'm a huge fan of Jip here.
Yeah.
Nguyen does have a bingo on this rack, which I don't think is. Oh, but maybe there is one that will make it to the board. There is one through the eye, which I see now, and
Yes.
Nguyen has
Which,
seen it too.
as you say, if he had played Genib, this wouldn't have happened, right? So.
Yeah, now I think Cameron with a. So this one has been challenged as well, and we'll add another 5 to Nguyen's score. So I think putting him potentially further out of reach here. So I think Genip, of course, it's always easy to engage in retrospective thinking, but I think objectively it was the better play in my view in that situation. So, and Cameron has been a little bit unlucky.
Yeah.
2 eyes might sink him here because where is he going to I think fishing is going to be very, very costly here, already being down to Nguyen, and
that's the problem if you don't hit, right? And Jenna would have had a nice little score there, so that point sacrifice probably wasn't warranted.
I think Nguyen now
maybe he just didn't see it.
Yeah, I think he did play that move quite quickly, so I think I didn't see him even like many of the top players. You see them put it on their rack and then reject it or whatever. But this is a large lead now for Nguyen, which I think may well be decisive if he just gets a half decent post bingo draw here.
Yeah.
And Cameron in a very miserable position of having to. The E saving Nguyen's rack there.
Yes, I saw that.
Bit of a disaster. Plenty of options for Nguyen. I think he will probably just switch to scoring as heavily as he can and getting that tile pool dwindling a bit. So is Cameron going to fish or score? Or none of the options look particularly enviable here.
Can he even score? Like, does he have a good scoring play here? What is he gonna do?
I don't see one.
A lot of low point tiles. Yeah, this is a rough spot to be in for sure.
Yeah, I think he's probably cooked in this game, unfortunately, because it's just he needed a bingo there and then to draw the blank or something like that. I think to keep him in this, but I think you're just going to run out of time because Nguyen is going to put on 30-something points for a few turns, and it's going to be a tough ask to make a comeback from all that.
Yeah, this is always tough when you're in this game situation where you're looking at, I can't score, I don't have a bingo, I'm down by a lot. There's really how am I going to get myself out of this? At this point of the game, sometimes you think you just maybe conserve a little bit of energy, try to do the best you can, but not do anything super crazy to try and stay in it. Like give yourself those opportunities.
Yeah, I think it's very
keep
tough.
Fighting.
Very tough.
It's pretty late, the game. So.
I can't see what he can do. Like it's just like very close to the bingo, but like little that you can do beyond fishing. So I think, he's not going to be too pleased with this.
Still, I don't know, a few tiles out there. The blank's still out there, and there's a lot of bingo-y tiles out there, and now the board is a lot more open than it was.
That is true. So, I mean, he could play something like Gain as he may be thinking parallel to die tiles and see if he can draw something good and just give Nguyen a few things to worry about. But Nguyen has a great many ways of, I think, shutting things down as well. So I think that's the problem.
But, I mean, Cameron can't know that, like, what Nguyen's holding, and so maybe there's still that hope that he can do that. He can draw a natural bingo and a blank bingo, maybe.
Yeah, I think that's what he has to hope for. And I think the question for him is how much is it worth dismantling the rack to get a little bit of score and maybe hide his intentions in this play versus just playing some really kind of mundane fish like SI for 2 points or something, and
Yeah.
hope to hit the bingo quickly. But yeah, it's a tough spot. Maybe I think gain of the kind like play like gain that he's thinking about is a good compromise between these different ways of playing the situation.
Right. Looked like he was set to he's gonna decide to go with that, I think.
Yeah, pretty reasonable idea. I think he has to just try and see if he can land something.
Yeah. And there's not there's not that many eyes left, so he doesn't have to worry too much about. Wait, does he have 2 eyes on his rack?
Gain
thought-
here.
I thought
He does
one of
have
them
2
was a
eyes.
T. Oh, oops.
That's an intriguing play. Gain on the other side. So keeping the 2 eyes, like I mean, it's interesting
Yeah.
because I think it's tough for him to do anything effective because
Yeah.
but
Yeah.
I mean,
and
it creates a line that's harder to block, but it's not a. Oh dear, and he's drawn terribly in the post bingo draw.
Yes, drawn terribly. A-E-E-I-I-U as the rack.
Yeah, so I think this may be a pretty straightforward win for Naveen Fernando to keep him in a good position going into the last 5 games after lunch.
Yes. So, looking at ZE somewhere. Oh, ZEA probably.
ZEA is pretty good. Or Fez and Z
Yeah,
is
Matthew.
another plausible play.
Fez and Z, yes.
Turning over 1 more tile,
But I think, maybe blocking off that. How many ends are left? Yeah, still looks like an ING bingo could be a threat. So maybe he wants to play Z there.
he's a good play. I think he should maybe just go for that quickly. Another interesting suggestion from Alec is Toged, T-O-G-E-D, which I quite like.
Yeah.
Preserving the Z.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yes. Yeah, that
I
looks
think
good.
that's a pretty good play. I mean, if I saw that, that would probably be my play of choice actually now.
Yeah.
Yeah, it turns over a few more tiles as well. So
Yeah, but he
But-
does go with Z, which is reasonable for sure.
take 35, and yeah, the lead is looking increasingly insurmountable for Cameron,
Mhm.
barring
Yeah.
a few. I mean, he's going to have a tough time navigating this rack.
Okay, now, yeah, staring at this awful wreck. 6 minutes on your clock. This
Yeah,
is
I
not where
think
you
we
want to
should
be. Down
Maybe finish it quickly,
130
go and have some
scores.
lunch, I think.
Yeah. Power that brain, get some protein in you.
Yeah, you're going to have quite a few games like this. It's part of it, so you just have to
Yeah.
go and go and shake it off and see what you can do
Yeah.
next time.
Yeah. And again, like we were saying, everybody's so close at the top there. So he's at 9-4 right now. Naveen at 8-5.
Is he going to play LIEU here? That really doesn't inspire one. Oh, it's he's exchanged. Yep, that's
He did exchange. Okay.
probably
And
his
he
only
got rewarded
choice.
for that. He drew the blank.
Well, that will help, but it's tough to see it being quite enough.
Yeah. Just the one vowel for Naveen.
Yeah, Nguyen getting bailed
Um,
out by even with his all consonant leaves.
Yeah,
Maybe he just wants to play something like Bog or something and just
yeah.
keep the scoreboard ticking up.
Cooked.
Coot is another possibility. But why burn the O? I don't see why you need to. But the pool is very vowel heavy, so maybe anticipates getting a few vowels to help out.
And we know Cameron just threw a bunch back, and maybe Naveen's thinking that, right? Like, what is he going to throw back? He's going to throw back a whole bunch of vowels, right?
Excellent point. Yeah, I mean, definitely wouldn't throw any consonants in that pool. So I think in that way it is a nice adjustment. I think.
He
So-
still only drew one.
Yeah, it's definitely been a bit on. Yeah, Cameron has Naraces, Narases, but it's a low scoring bingo. It's not gonna
Yes.
do a
Yeah.
great deal to help him out. I think he needed the bingo first, then the blank. So it's just,
Mm-hmm.
but
Yeah.
it's kind of no point. Like, I mean, maybe an interesting idea is to, like, if it were closer, he might want to have exchanged the blank to then draw it back again. Like, I think
No,
somebody
really?
did that, but
That would
yeah,
be
but I
crazy.
think here that's not going to help him one bit.
No.
Yeah, I think they want to a lunchtime beckoning nicely. So Nguyen can just play some like brand and shut things up right at the top.
So his
Grand
draw, his
brand.
replenishment, what his replenishment draw is like, SSLEIIO. Wonder if there's anything in there.
SSLEIIO. Let's see. Lionizers would play, I think, through the
Lionizer.
end. Would be
Yeah.
nice. Yeah, oiliness as well, of course. Yeah.
Right. And I mean, with all these consonants, so but he's probably gonna play through that A, right?
Yeah, he can play a variety of things. He can play brand, he can play
Yeah.
grand, he can play
Yeah.
bodrag or something.
A nice one.
Thank you. So I think that's not going to be staying open for Cameron,
Right. Yeah.
who has spotted lionizers,
Yeah.
as he would be expected to. But yeah, from Nguyen's perspective, that doesn't even look like a very bingo-prone pool. Like, it looks like trash, actually. 3 E's, 4 I's, U. Yeah, it looks pretty lousy, but
Yeah.
he should just play
Yeah.
something
There's
and
really,
finish this off.
yeah. Yeah. It's not a whole lot to think about here. It's just he's got to play to that something to that A, and then he's home free. I mean, he already is, I guess.
I think so. Even if
Well,
Cameron bingoed, it would
yeah.
be fine.
Yeah.
The interesting idea for Nguyen, though, is keeping the R, D, N, and G because he could extend Awa to awarding, actually. That would be nice,
Mm. Oh yeah.
which I'd like to look
Yeah,
at.
and a bunch of eyes unseen still. So to him, so it looks like there's 4 eyes left.
Yeah, why not go for that? That would be fun.
Yeah, that is fun. We like
Yeah,
fun.
you should just, if I were him, I'd just play Bod or Dob or something, just parallel to Naraces, and then see if I draw the eye. Like, give it a go. Let's see. Pretty good chance of drawing one. But is Nguyen going to be clever? I think he may have seen the idea. But maybe he's looking at Bod Drag instead. Yeah, pool is super val heavy, so you're not really thinking about bingo risk.
Yeah.
The awarding extension would be quite a bit of points on this kind of tight board, so I think very attractive if you're able to hit that. And even keeping a very consonant heavy leave might even give you an unlikely bingo through the S of die tiles as well, like desiring or residing or something.
Yeah.
There's some possibilities there.
Yeah.
I mean, you will see if you're Nguyen that Cameron is more likely to bingo through the upper side of the board than the lower side.
Yeah.
Like the S, I can't see any bingo with the S in this unseen pool. So yeah, if I'm Nguyen, I play Bod and try to hit a warding or a bingo or both.
Yeah. Yeah, that looks right. I'm just thinking, is it going to do that? Checking the scores, see what could happen. How could he lose? Probably. Is there any way that he could lose?
I don't think so.
But he has to check, right? He has to be sure.
Yeah, but I think if he's done the tracking so far, he will see that there's just no high point tiles here. Like I think Cameron needs, but he may be worrying about spread as well. Like I think you need to think about spread, especially.
Yeah, that's true. Especially like we were saying,
is.
it's so close, right? So spread's definitely going to matter.
Yeah, Nguyen has a very good spread already. I think he's second and with plus 1,048, so that's a very good spread.
Wow,
and
nice.
The highest in the field by a reasonable margin,
Wow.
at least 300 points. So he may want to keep running that up so that when he plays Andrew Fisher and David Eldar, even if he
Yeah, right.
Oh, he's already played Andrew Fisher, actually. To correct myself, he played in round 11, losing a close game there.
Yeah.
The question is, maybe he has spotted the awarding possibility. I wouldn't think he's always a creative player and looking for opportunities.
Right. I'm looking at the scrolling text there. Last play, Cameron, nair races, but then it says something about Hottentot. I just
Well,
saw
yeah.
that. Yeah, Hottentot.
So
An edible melon.
these
Oh,
guys,
melon like
yeah, always the definitions have some funny things. So,
yeah. Band dog. He goes with band dog.
so Andrew has defeated John Hamilton in the meantime, and Edward has beaten David Eldar as well. So a lot of
Oh,
exciting
wow.
action going on with the top
Yeah.
players. So David is going to have a very challenging afternoon if he wants to retain his Masters title. So
Right.
5 to play, and yeah, so I think he'll be 2 off the pace from Andrew Fisher now. So it's not going to be easy.
Well, there's
So,
actually
and
only
Narena's
5.
played Band Dog, which I
Yeah.
don't think is the best play in the situation,
Yeah.
but it's perfectly fine, and he's drawn. He did get 2 eyes as well, so I think he should have played Bod and had a go at hitting. Of course, it's not consequential by any means,
Yeah.
but I think he would have liked that play. I think being a creative player, I think 4, 5, 6, 10, 11, 30. Yeah, 45 points is a lot on this board.
Yeah. But there's only 4 more games to go, right, this afternoon?
5 to go, I think.
I thought it was only
No.
4. I was pretty
You
sure
might
it was
be
4.
right.
19 games.
Yeah,
Right.
5 to
That's
go.
right. That's why. There's one is not being streamed. So that's
Right,
why
so
I was wrong.
we'll get a bit of a break in the next round, but the final 4
Give our
games.
Give our wonderful
hopefully we'll be
producers a bit of a break, so they don't have to sit at the computer all day long. So after the lunch break here, I think we're back at 2:15 or something after this.
Yeah, good
this
long
being
lunch, so that should be good.
Yeah, the lunch and then a nice little break for our producers, like we say. So I wonder how many of our people will still be here.
Hopefully we'll be tuning in,
Yeah.
maybe even more than the morning session, given
I think,
we'll
yeah,
get to see what's happening.
right. It's very exciting, but I might have to catch them like in the morning or something after
Indeed, yeah,
they'll get it on the VOD.
we'll be getting a bit late.
Yeah.
Yeah, so Cameron perhaps out of options now.
And getting very low on time, so gonna have to make a
Yeah,
decision.
Laurie's LORIES looks pretty solid. He should maybe just play that and wrap things up. Yes, will be exciting to see Dylan and Josh bring you the evening session.
Yes.
Both national champions of their respective countries. So a lot for all of us to learn from that, I think.
Yes, for sure. I didn't get to hear Dylan. Has Dylan already commented, or is this his first?
I believe it's his first outing. Yes.
Nice. So this should be fun, and then Josh is getting pretty seasoned. Did the whole Scrabble Players Championship by himself, so that was, well, not by himself, but he he did the whole.
He was there the whole time.
stream,
Yes.
so that was good. Yeah.
Yeah, Cameron, I think trying to find something that might fit, but it may not be quite available here. Maybe you should just play something coil or whatever, or Laurie's. Many choices to just wrap this up.
Right.
Yeah, very poor
He
tiles.
fell on, yeah.
Yeah, I think the die tiles was very very decisive in this game for Nguyen. I think the tight game and could have gone anyway, but that
Mhm.
extra bingo while Cameron was managing
For
his
sure.
rack was very, very crucial.
It was a nice find too.
Well, there's a nice aspect of a coil actually if Cameron has planned it that way, because he can go out with ISS, EIS, and obscure 6 essays. So if he planned it that
Mhm.
way, oh, but he drew a C, did he as well? Okay, that didn't
Yes.
ignore me then. I thought the bag was already empty. Will Naveen want to wrap this up and go to lunch, or will he try to find the optimal endgame?
Yeah, it looks like he's wants to do a good job. He's got some weird tiles here. 2 U's, 2 I's.
Yeah, maybe he can match Cameron's IURE and just play DUI and IURE or something like that. That looks pretty reasonable.
Yeah. No, we didn't have any telestrator up. Next time we'll have to do telestration, right? So we can point to the areas of the board. Some of the things you suggested, I'm like, where are you seeing that?
Oh yes. Oh, but another nice out is just playing EUOI. I think that's what Nuina spotted here. EUOI followed
Okay, yeah.
by Rudy or Lurid, LURID,
Right.
and Utu. So they
Yeah.
look pretty solid.
Yeah.
Hopefully you can finish it up. Yeah, I like EUOI. It looks rock solid. And
No, he looks to be not so sure yet. Still debating.
nothing wrong with getting every point you can.
Yeah. Alec pointing out that Cameron has ascesis.
Oh, that's a nice word.
Yeah.
Yeah, it won't fit actually, but it's
Yeah,
a very good
doesn't
find.
fit anywhere, but yeah.
Let's see. Yeah, it's always tricky to find the optimal endgames in these sort of positions, but I think EUOI says RUDIE, Rudy lined up as well. Interesting. Yeah, I'd say just play EUOI followed by one of those 2 outs, but perhaps he's worried if one of them gets blocked.
Yeah.
But both of these guys will need to make the decisions within the next couple of minutes.
There he goes. Now he's decided to go with UI, so that's good.
Looks like a good choice to me. Very clean.
Yeah. Is Muffin still in the chat there? Forgot to mention that he was the Word Cup winner.
Oh yes, he
Most
played a
everybody,
fantastic
yeah.
game in there.
Yeah.
Tough field
That's
as well.
awesome. Yes.
Very,
Oh,
very
Alex
challenging
says
field.
after UI or whatever, however you say that word, both Rudy and Lurid can be blocked.
That is true. Yeah, that's why I think Noeen and I were both unsure actually what the best ending there is. Yeah, it's a little bit tough. I couldn't see a clean out into.
Right. But Cameron has so little time left, he probably doesn't have, unless, yeah.
Yeah, I also thought about playing EUOI second, but that gives Cameron an
Right.
easy way to play
Right.
that.
So sear the play
interesting.
from Cameron.
450 to 349. Thanks.
Winding things up, so
That's it. Yeah.
Noeen takes the win very comfortably. So
Yeah.
another interesting game, grinding, quite defensive
Yeah.
contest that opened up.
Oh,
Yes. Yeah, that was it's always hard to play on those boards. I don't it's really tough. Like, do you wait for your opponent to open, or do you try to open and know that they're probably going to take the spot as soon as you open it?
Oh, no.
It's rough.
No.
Yeah, players seem to be commenting on a few plays.
Oh,
Sorry about that. Which did you hear what they were?
No, I
Talking
couldn't
about?
quite make out what they were
Sorry,
saying.
my bad. I didn't realize that we
Oh,
had
no,
got.
don't worry about it.
modest if I play. But yeah.
Is he checking something? Looks like he's looking something up.
Yeah, Nguyen in a good position now to make a run at the title with this high spread, and
Yeah, I wonder about that. Like,
9 and 5 a good place to be.
Yeah, it's not good.
Yeah.
I wasn't 100%, so I'm just going to block it anyway.
What was he not sure of? I didn't hear that.
we're not sure.
Hockey.
Hockey,
Hockey, yeah.
Oh, right.
It was a bit tricky with these sixes, which ones take a Y or IE or whatever. And yeah, so I think Nguyen in a very good position after this, and will be interesting to see what he does in the afternoon session.
Yeah, great job. Yeah, those afternoon games are going to be awesome to watch.
Indeed,
Definitely
and
watch. Yeah. Okay.
excellent. So Andrew Fisher keeping his 1-game lead at lunch on day 2, and but a chasing pack of strong players. So it'll be an exciting finish.
Yeah, so I think we're looking at standings for, yeah.
And Josh and Dylan, will be exciting to see them commentate for the last 4 games, and I'm sure they'll do a great
Yeah.
job. And Josh, both of them being national champions, will have lots of insight into these decisive games for the title.
Yeah, that's going to be exciting. So yeah, this is going to do it for us, eh?
That's right. I hope you've
Thanks.
all enjoyed it, and I hope you have a nice lunch before these climactic games on day 2.
I want to say it was such a pleasure to commentate with you, and thanks to everybody who has been here watching, and hopefully you'll stick around and watch the rest of the exciting conclusion of this first ever live stream of the Australian Masters.
Yeah, thank you, Heidi, and thanks everyone for tuning in. Enjoy the break.
All right, hello everybody. Welcome back to the 2025 Australian Scrabble Masters. I am so privileged to be joined tonight, this afternoon by the one and only Dylan Early. Dylan, how are you doing?
Hi everybody, nice to be here. Very excited to see how this tournament ends up.
Yeah, and actually our players have already gotten started. It's Jane versus Edward. So we can pull up that board right now. It looks like Jane is going first. And we already see a blank. Oh my goodness. Edward's already drawn that blank. So, yeah, Jane's looking at WUDS here, keeping SGR, it looks like. And instead, we're seeing drugs. What do you think of this decision here, Dylan? I think it was pretty close.
Yeah, the dreaded WU combination really freaks me out, and I do whatever it takes to separate those two.
Yeah, so
I like WUDS.
WUDS a bit more. Yeah, GRD can turn into something good. WS, more likely you're just going to take an extra turn to balance things. And yeah, no hesitation here. Divulges coming down for Edward. So this is going to be a great start. I guess the one risk of playing drugs rather than woods with the U on the star was stuff like this happening. So we do see a blank draw though for Jane.
I wonder if Edward gave any thought to a double-double through the R. Not sure if there is one.
Yeah, I mean, we know Edward to be a very, very fast player. This scored 89. A double-double would have scored a lot more, 98. I don't see one myself, and he probably just decided, I don't see it. It's probably not there. And that's a really good draw, post bonus draw of AABLJOP for Edward. But we do see the blank on Jane's rack. So, like I said, with the WS leave, most likely you're going to be playing that W off next turn and trying to go towards a bonus here. No consonants, but some decent options.
Oh, yes. Luckily, she's got many vowels to play through.
And sometimes you even have bonuses available, even if you have no vowels, but you have a blank. But I think in this case, nothing like swithins or witness or withness is possible, unless withness is somehow a word. I like swith here.
Yeah, that does look good. That's a really great leave. That leaves you with
the one. Yeah, go ahead.
NS blank. That's a great leave.
Yeah, NS blank. I mean, super likely to result in a bonus next turn. I guess it would be nice to leave the deemed divulges open as a bonus lane because instead we're seeing whist, which is a similar option. It's actually pretty much the same option. But yeah, I like leaving those two double doubles open. Pretty likely Jane's going to threaten something big. Back to Ed. So like I said, AABJLOP. First thing I want to make sure is I don't have a 6-letter word going down to one of those triples.
Yeah, I think playing whist was good because, of course, Jane has the S to make whists, and that's an open bonus lane for her.
Yeah, definitely makes sense. So Jaup coming down very quickly, as we know Ed to play very fast. Have you played Ed much in tournaments, Dylan?
No, not really. I think the occasional Trans-Tasman Championship we might have played, but not a lot at all. So I'm enjoying watching him play. What
Yeah,
about
like
yourself?
Helen put it. I've never played Ed, but like Helen put it when I was commentating with her. He's very intuitive and quick player, and he has pretty good understanding. As Testoon and Jaups comes down, since Jaup blocked both double doubles, this really seems like the highest scoring spot on the board. This will score a nice 75, I think, for Jane. And will not float that S that Ed was looking for obstacle.
Oh,
It looks like Festoon, essentially, instead.
it's
But it is a
of
T.
course,
Okay, so first T is blank.
it's a pity for Edward that the O was not one lower for bootlace.
But he does have balconet and blue coat. Wow. So many 8-letter words available with these 7 tiles. But yeah, blue coat would hit that double word score through the U of divulges. So that looks to be his best bonus option. With balconet would be nice regardless. So not a huge miss here. Very hard to find the word blue coat. I don't know about you. Those compound words sometimes.
Yeah, they get very confusing.
So yeah, very good start for Ed, who's taken a bonus lead after the play of Falconet, and we have to see what the post bonus draw is for Jane. She's doing her diligence, making sure everything is tracked off, scored off, and that's a heck of a draw for Ed. I mean, I guess it's really not that bad. Options to play EVOE certain spots, but it's definitely what Jane is sort of hoping for to mount a comeback here. So Winnie, TWINNIE. What do you see in this position, Dylan? What are you looking to do? You're down a full bonus.
Just want to see. Oh, right. Then I would be looking for a place for a lovely 7. So obviously the idea is to keep it open if you're Jane. You don't want to get too far behind on a closed board.
Yeah, and this does a great job at keeping things open. The W under the E setting up a lane underneath, and the second to rightmost column on the board is pretty good to do stuff like that. This is a very high level and very quick decision from Jane as Evo in response. Ed keeping that V for later, just keeping that constant and hoping maybe use it to play some defense. I think this is a great play. I actually prefer it over playing the V immediately, even though usually you want to get rid of that V.
Yep, I wouldn't want to keep 4 vowels on my rack.
Yeah, so it looks like Amniote is the draw for Jane, and that will fit underneath Win pretty nicely. Actually also fits to the right side, so she's hit the jackpot. Yeah, it's gonna be a nice way to get back in the game. Oh, it's mentioned that Jane actually had entwined on the previous rack. We missed it here in the booth as well, fitting to the D of drugs. So yeah, maybe it was a quick decision. Sometimes quick decisions are good. Other times, taking a moment to find the best play. But Amniote coming down, Jane 221, Edward 202. And he's drawn just one lone R. So now it's tricky, Dylan.
So that will give Jane the lead, will it?
Yes, indeed. Yeah, Jane up 19 points, and I guess Ed's sort of at a, I guess, fork in the road. What do you do in this position? Do you just keep it calm, play something like NEVE from the N and amniote? Do you maybe play a bit longer somewhere? You're close to a lot of stuff with this rack, but I feel like getting rid of the V looks pretty good. Just don't know where to play it.
Neve perhaps coming down onto the bottom triple. That's one thought.
Yeah.
Doesn't score very much.
Yeah, that's the issue. I'm trying to fit the V between the two A's of Balcanet and Amniote and do something like that, but this does look very strong. AEIR has some very high upside, and given that lane opened by Win on the right side, that has good chances. Drawing a bonus here. So back to Jane with MOXGNRC. So only one vowel has been drawn, but it's good enough for Cox. That is 44 points, I think. Yeah, that seems very good. I might have played the G in a, I guess in sort of a vacuum, I would have played the G, but I think the MNGR leave is stronger. Would you agree?
Yes, I think so. I would normally keep a C, but in this case, I like the GNMR leave.
Yeah, unfortunately, the one downside is it is 4 constants, and Ed also in some vowel trouble himself. So AI coming down almost instantly, keeping AEILR, and he's drawn into bonuses everywhere. So Jane's going to be on her back foot, I think, regardless of what she does next. GILMNRR. Just one letter off of nice stuff. Let's have the lead now, though. I wonder if she's going to play something with wing, W-I-N-G. That seems pretty dangerous.
If I was Jane, I'd be wanting to keep the Eve of Neve open for as long as possible.
Yeah, that's definitely a good idea. I guess you could play something through the O of Balcanet and the I of Amniote, I guess. Yeah, I wonder. So instead we're seeing Rim keeping GLNR again. That's basically hoping that E of Neve stays open, unless you draw 2 vowels after this retile play. It's going to be difficult to bonus, but looks like Trailer is the rack, like I said, for Ed, so he's going to bonus. I wonder if it's worth thinking about playing through the E of Neve rather than opening triples by hooking onto Win. What are you thinking here, Philip?
That's a really good question. So something like Retailer. I don't think that's a very big sacrifice in score. I think if he does something, yeah, if he catches the double word score, it will be. I don't think he can.
Yeah, so he plays Trailer and Wine. That does open the triple, but it's hard to overlap it given the placement of the R. But Jane's not going to be overlapping here. I think we're going to see something through that A. Unfortunately, doesn't look like she can play one of her 2 N's. and use that big triple. So it looks like, oh, she's going to play flan. Actually, no, that
Flan.
is the right call. I didn't see that. Yeah, flan for 33. Definitely worth getting rid of one of those ends rather than playing for more with flag. But now, with the scores still pretty close, Ed's actually at a deficit. So it doesn't feel like he's incentivized to block that E that Jane's been gunning for. And look at that draw. QZIFLNR. Where do you even start here? I think you just play Sank from the C. But, oh, find something even better. Zoril. Wow, that's a beautiful disconnected play.
Wow.
And a safe Sank for next turn. Yeah, by far the best option there. And we're going to see more fireworks here. Jane has renege lined up. That fits as an 8-letter word, reneged, to that same D of drugs that would have been really nice earlier. So, yeah, unless she misses that spot, it is kind of hidden that that lane is still open. It looks like things are going to be really interesting going into the pre-end game.
Been a very quick game, hasn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, we might have to take an extended break. Maybe we should play a game between games, Dylan.
I'm up for it.
So we're seeing unagreed here. Same thing as reneged. This one might, maybe once in a blue moon, get you 5 points challenge. Probably not though, but yeah. Anything there made sense. Actually, the main difference is that you in the triple almost gives some nice Q plays. But yeah, if not CINQ here, what? Feels like that word is pretty evasive for some players. But okay, never mind, not for Ed. He's just playing it immediately. What are the times here? 18 minutes for Ed, 15 minutes for Jane. We're playing a blitz game, Dylan. So, Edward, 384, Jane, 393. It's Jane's turn to act 6 tiles in the bag. Let's see what she draws. KDDTAP. That final tile is a nice I. Jane struggling with some issues drawing vowels earlier. Those 2 vowels are pretty good. I'm liking her chances at first glance, but she's got to be worried about that S hook on Sank. She doesn't have the final S. There's some really juicy stuff available, 50 plus points. So actually, just looking at this position objectively, feels close to a coin flip.
Is the score 436 to 430?
I've got 420 and 426, so I've got some really fun.
No, I agree. Was that 221 at one stage?
Yeah, 42 from 64, 22 to 87, 33
Hang on.
20.
That's rough over on this stage. Down to 426, and what do you do?
Well, was that 223?
No.
Okay. 89 to 21, 18, was 92, 20 to 202, 21 to 223.
Okay, there you are. That's on the stage there. So you're 420 and I'm 426.
Yeah.
Okay, when you're ready, start your clock.
to the E and unagreed. Okay, I think I found something that should work. BYTE for 17, keeping dips on the rack.
Yep, and then pretty easy for Jane to play out then. Either with dip C or spied. So there's an out in 2. Yeah, well done, Josh. It seems like that's all she needs to do. Even if she does give Edward a floating B for boy or buoy or buoy, it's probably not going to be enough.
Yeah, I guess so. She's blocking instead. So this feels like the path of more resistance, but definitely a human way to approach this position. But Jane did have a lot of time to double check everything. Typed does go out through the E of Neve, but pretty sure that can be blocked. But I guess it's just costing Edward so much to block that E of Neve. It's just like with the rack that he has. So this looks very much good enough for Jane. I think she's going to take this one. Now I wonder, Dylan, how long do you think Edward's going to take on this turn?
17 minutes. Oh, gosh.
What's funny is I feel like there are so few plays to consider for Edward. Like, the only way for him to win is either score enough to outrun typed, and that would require him making up 46 points plus his letters. So I think you could quickly figure out that that's not possible. But then the only other way, if you've tracked correctly, to block would be to block typed. But yeah, he's given up. I understand. Yeah, there's no good way about this. So Ayu coming down for 27. We're going to see a nice outplay for Jane. In hindsight, I definitely like what she did here. It looks very, very clear. That was a good way to win. So let's listen to the overhead mic, this lightning fast game, see what the players have to say.
469 to 443.
6, 5.
Yeah, plus 4.
No, hang on. 426, 454, and 11 is 465. 465.
And you're 443.
Yeah. Hmm. No, Renee could too, actually. That came in last update.
Renatu.
No, Renee. Another spelling of that one. All these.
Yeah, because I know Dungery, underage, undue. Yeah.
Renee, Renee.
Oh, okay. Oh. It's nice when you find something that's in your category. Yeah.
Theoretically, like you could have, I couldn't have blocked typed because you just got 527.
Yeah. I spent quite a while looking, doing SIP, and I thought, don't be stupid, do SIP. Yeah.
Maybe I could have done sunk when I played Zoriel, and maybe I should have done that.
Now, I can't spell your surname.
Just put O.
Well, I started out with IL, but I think I made a mistake.
UL.
Okay, UL.
I see.
Alrighty.
It always does.
So yeah, lightning fast game. I'm actually surprised Jane's under 10 minutes. It just goes to show how ridiculously fast Edward Okulicz plays. Yeah, this was a really nice slugfest of a game, Dylan. I loved watching them just bingo each other endlessly.
Yeah, it was quite wild. And that really does shake things up at the top of the leaderboard, I think. Edward currently, if I understand, is on with the leaders on 11 wins. And so that makes it a little bit interesting, I think. That depends on what happens
Yeah.
with Naween, Andrew, Saidu, David,
Yeah,
Cameron.
it's such a crazy logjam at the top here. With 3 more rounds to go after this one. Jane was at actually the bottom of the standings, but completely blowing, I would say. I mean, even though she only won by a little bit, it felt like she handled the time pressure and just threw it back at Ed. And like, all right, well, I can play fast too, and I can win.
Yeah.
So yeah, great stuff. But yeah, this game really fast. So we're going to take a break and come back for the next round. But until then, I mean, yeah, maybe we should play a game, Dylan. Maybe I should. I don't think there's a way of transmitting it, but yeah, maybe I should try and ingest some more caffeine so that we can call these next 3 games together. But all right, let's take a break. We'll be right back. Not right back, I guess, but back somewhat soon for the final 3 rounds of the 2025 Australian Masters. See you guys in a bit.
All right, thank you.
Alrighty, welcome back everybody to the 2025 Australian Masters Tournament, the first live streamed Masters, hopefully of many. I'm here with the one and only Dylan Early, and we have an incredible matchup, Dylan.
Oh, this is going to be a big one. Really, really I've been looking forward to this for a couple of weeks already. It's good.
And on his tail, David Eldar. So this is a huge game, right? Depending on who wins this game. If David loses, it feels like he's close to knocked out of contention. So yeah, it feels like unless he's won his last game and it hasn't updated, yeah, probably a must win for David. Yeah, so it is up to date. So yeah, you were telling me in the booth earlier that I mean, we're both super excited to watch David Eldar play. Naween also fantastic player, but you were telling me the story about when he was just a wee lad, right?
Yes, I was just reminiscing about the first time I met David Eldar, and I can't remember exactly when it was, but he must have been 13, 14. I don't even think he was quite 15 at the time. And so we were in the foyer of a hotel at one of the World Championships, just killing time. And a friend and I decided to play David. And we were a little bit shocked, I have to say, that he wiped the floor with both of us and played the beautiful Gare Foul. And we have been devoted fans ever since.
That'll do it for sure. Yeah, David's been, I mean, he was a prodigy. He was always just such a phenom. Two-time world champion. I didn't think I was going to be able to commentate one of his games, but I'm back in the booth, super excited. I love watching him play. Naween as well. I really think this is going to be an epic matchup. Actually, you and I, Dylan, were wasting some time playing a little bit of blitz between these two rounds, and I mean, this guy that I'm commentating with is really good at Scrabble. But yeah, honestly, I'm just too excited. Sometimes I get really excited, but and yeah, we're just waiting on the players to get settled in. But within the next minute or so, we're going to see some action here. And I hope it's a good game. I've noticed these tiles are marked on the bottom. Dylan, have you noticed that too? This looks like an S.
Oh no,
on
I
each of
haven't
them.
seen that before.
It looks like an S or a 5. Yeah. Hopefully they're all like the same. But yeah, I've never seen that before. But so we have Naween going first in this matchup, so he's going to get a little bit of an advantage off of that. I think the latest stats show something like a 15 to 20 point advantage for the player going first. But yeah, they're ready to go. Let us point to the action here as Naween draws first tiles in this all important round 17 matchup. Yeah, huge game. A lot of shaking going on too. I can feel the nerves from here, Dylan.
Yeah, I wonder if these players have any superstitions. Would be interesting to know.
I certainly do, and I really feel like, holy moly. I think the rules give a time limit for shaking the bag, but that's only during the game.
Yeah.
But that was David Eldar shaking the bag for 30 plus seconds. So I think he's got that superstition, but also he's got that understanding of randomness. And when tiles are squared on the board, they're not quite squared randomly. You know, lots of bunches of words close to each other. So I think he's trying to just make sure the bag is as random as possible. Just a funny little detail there.
Well, it looks like a good camaraderie between them. I'm sure they've played one another many times.
They definitely have. Yeah, this is, I don't know, maybe the top matchup for me. So Noeen going first, drawing 3 O's, RRJT. So it looks like that shaking has paid off for David Eldar. But yeah, just Jor feels somewhat automatic, and that's what Noeen is going for, 20 points. Yep. And keeping those 2 O's, but it's pretty much the best you can do. AEMRTUZ for David Eldar. So he's not going to have huge spots at the moment for the Z. Jor keeping things pretty tight. I imagine we're either going to see a setup or just a short play with the Z. Like, what's jumping out to you, Dylan, here?
I see Mazut, but that doesn't score very much at this point.
It would be 24 above the O and the R. Feels pretty good, decent leave. But would you do maybe something like Za? Or, but the problem is you're setting up hooks you don't have. You just play Zazo and AR. I feel like we're going to see David take some amount of time in this position because there are so many options to think about. But yeah, Mazut looks pretty good at first glance, honestly.
Yeah, it doesn't give away too much, but I just like the idea of getting rid of the U. It always seems to hinder me. It would be lovely to see a Nigerian setup.
I just wonder how to really accomplish that. If you're going to set up your Z here, you really got to get rid of the U as well. So, I mean, it just feels, it feels artificial to set it up, I think, here. Not really sure. Like, are you, like, no, that doesn't even work. Yeah.
Joram being suggested by Anand in the chat, which is nice.
Oh, wow. Very interesting. Joram for just 14, extending the word on the board. I do wonder what that accomplishes. I think the best aspect of the play of Joram is it really doesn't open much, and it keeps very balanced. I don't think you're very likely to hit a bonus after Joram, but doesn't open any triples, doesn't open any big bonus spots. But you also have to think about the last play that Noeen made. Does it signal certain things? Does it signal maybe an S more often than not? Maybe another R, maybe another O. We do know triplicate O's and duplicate R's were what was going on, but I feel like that also might shape your decision here, David. But yeah, I do like your immediate suggestion of Mazut. Maybe playing Za makes sense as well. Joram, I feel, just doesn't score enough and doesn't accomplish enough, but it's an interesting option.
26
Jumar.
for Za. Keeping the A for Azo. Oh, sorry, playing the A. My apologies.
Yeah, Jumart. Jumar would set up the T. I guess somewhat interesting as well. Yeah, I mean, David's taken already over 3.5 minutes on this decision. Totally understandable. There's so much to think about. He's got to be dissatisfied with this Mazut, but I really think it's best he's got. Hesitating though. Really love how emotive he is.
Yeah, and how much effort is going into the first move.
Yeah, maybe I just don't know what he's gonna pivot to. Wonder what else he's considering. What we do know is that Noeen has not drawn very well to ROOT, drawing another T, third O, and an L. But it looks like this play is gonna give some okay options back. That's the worst part of this play is it opens that triple, but the ER leave is really strong, very versatile. So Mazout comes down after a long opening. I think feels like David Eldar took half of the time that Ed Okulicz took in the previous game on his opening move. We see Noeen noticing Torot. Torot.
Very nice.
But there's also a really nice option of Rotolo underneath the JOR being suggested in the chat, which scores significantly more than Torot, leaves the triple open, but the leave is also superior. I think Rotolo looks very strong. Do you like that one, or do you like Torot?
Oh, what is the score for Rotolo? Oh, yeah.
27, I think. Yeah, but I mean, taking out the triple, taking out the S hook, that's 23. I just feel like LO is significantly worse than just keeping the lone T. So maybe a small inaccuracy. David Eldar is drawn to his ER. He's drawn ENNIP, so EENNIPR. Wondering if there's a bonus here through the T or the O. First thing, even B9 potential on this board. Anything that's coming up in your mind, Dylan?
Well, not immediately. I'm looking for some floaters for David. A G perhaps, or a D. I'd be looking for a double-double through the UT. Nothing's jumping out.
Yeah, Pernion's valid with the S as a 9-letter word, I think, but that's the plural of Pernio, so it doesn't lose the S. Another weird situation where I guess play PENI underneath the OROT. Yeah. I mean, that feels okay, but feels like you want to get more out of this position. You don't have a letter to underlap the J. That's gonna slow you down. You could keep the I, so that's what David's considering. Keep the I for 3 points. He might also be playing this underneath the MO and the AR. EN scoring 17 in that position, whereas PENI would score 19. Yeah, I think this is worth it. This leaves the floating O and T open for 8-letter words, sets up MOPE. I like this.
Yeah, that's important, I think.
Over to Noeen now with GOILY and UV lined up. So he was ready to play Gautali, but still fits. Is that a valid word? I think it is.
That is beautiful. That is magnificent.
Isn't it? It's coming off the board. But I like it, yeah. It's valid, double-double. Beautiful play by Noeen. That's 50 points.
50 points, yeah, coming right up. Magnificent.
And, yeah. I love the feeling when it looks like your opponent's about to block the play you want to make, but then suddenly they just give you more points for it. So David now with EEINRSY, not totally alphabetized. I forget if David studies by alphagram or not, but sometimes just a simple failure to alphagram your tiles can result in extended time looking for bonuses. But Serenity being suggested in the chat is available at the very least through the T wrote. Also be looking through the G of Gaudely and for a 7-letter word as well, but at the very least we're going to see Serenity come down. It looks like David spotted it. He's just verifying that there's nothing else. And here we see it. 62. So putting David in the lead 103 to 93 with exactly 17 minutes on his clock. Naween playing at a very quick pace in comparison. And to respond, we saw CHILUY on his rack. No, CHIEAUV. That was close. So wanting to get rid of that VU, Dylan.
Oh, that's a killer, really.
And CAUVES is what's lined up. Is that the plural of Kauf? It is. Wow. That is not a word I was familiar with. That plays to the S of Serenity for a nice 34.
And a great leave of HI.
Yeah, HI pretty strong. Not particularly on this board, though. But I definitely like that idea. He's also looking at vouches, VAUCHES, keeping the lone I, which probably decreases average score, increases likelihood of a bonus next turn. But yeah, I like CAUVES here. Don't like keeping a lone I, Dylan.
No,
Only 2 have been played.
that's just asking for trouble.
Yeah, it's probably going to work out nicely some amount of the time, probably going to work out poorly some amount of the time. And in games like these, you can get saddled so quickly with a poor draw. So Chives now scoring 6 more than Calves, keeping AU. I don't know if that's worth the 6 points, but probably somewhat close. I think I'd get rid of the U, though. Yeah, those are the 3 options Naween's considering.
Yep.
Vouches, Calves, Chives. I like Calves here.
I wonder if he's starting it.
Actually, that does set up the H for CH, but I don't think that's relevant at all unless you have some bonus, because if ever you play CH from that C, you're opening a huge triple. So Chives coming down, keeping AU. So sort of asking for a low scoring rack on the next move. And David with a beautiful post bonus draw of AAENSX blank is playing Anaxes, I believe, making mops without hesitation. It's 87 points and propels him into a nice lead. So those 2 bonus in a row situations definitely set the tone for a lot of these top level games, Dylan.
Yeah, they're off to a very quick start, and the board is starting to become quite blocked quite early on, despite having many large words played.
Yeah, that's definitely true. That G of Gaudelis somewhat open for ing, that R of Torot, but it feels like the letters in Panaxes are going to get blocked most of the time because of underlaps of that X. But yeah, to that AUEEFIR was the draw for Noeen. Honestly, not a terrible draw, but not going to really allow him to make a beautiful play here. I wonder what you're seeing here, Dylan. Trying to play off FEU somewhere. Wonder.
Yeah, few R would be the best move, I think, to get rid of a bunch of letters, a nice 5-letter word. I don't see a place for it though, unless he plays down from the Y of Gautli. That's too dangerous.
Yeah, he's looking at AUF, AUF, making AAXU and EF. Seems pretty good. Pretty much as good as he can get, I think, in the position. That's 30 points. It sort of leaves some of those floats and Panaxes open. He's going to need a decent draw here to give himself best chance. David has drawn EIKLMVW. So I guess immediately seeing viewer wive through the I and chives or something through the A and Panaxes would make sense here. Vakil, what do you think?
Oh, beautiful. Yeah.
I guess if you could also play Kevil now, making AAL, but I feel like getting rid of that E for just a couple extra points, not worth it. But also potentially long-term open an S hook. It's kind of hard to block the S hook on Vakil. Not only easier to block, but harder to access long-term. So liking Vakil here for David.
32 points, keeping WEM.
Yeah, it does such a great job of condensing that top left quadrant, only accessible through playing through that G of Gaudeli realistically. So
it does block down the board.
Looking at Kevil, I do think, I mean, this does score 37, so it's an extra 5 points. But I wonder if this sort of sacrifices long-term board control, and keeping that extra vowel, I feel was a decent way to stay in things. But yeah, Kevil looks very good. 37 points, and David Eldar's drawn that second blank. That is a huge, huge draw for him. As Noeen, unfortunately, saddled once again with duplicates. He's playing Kern relatively quickly.
What do you think of Kern, Josh, from the K, as a way of balancing the rack?
Yeah, I like that play. Reopens the board. That's sort of what my issue with Kevil was, is the play is going to come down from that K and open some lanes. But that's what Noeen does, taking no time, and he's putting that time pressure on. 3-minute time advantage, nothing to worry about for David Eldar at the moment. But with that second blank, I want to take his time, make sure he's not missing something. With EDMNTW blank, first thing that jumps out to me is wind through that eye of chives. What about you, Dylan?
Yep, that looks good. I was just having a look to see if any of the floaters give him a good 8-letter word, downtime or weldment, meat wand, but I don't think anything is working for David in that regard. So I like your suggestion of wind.
Yeah. those are some nice finds off the cuff there. Expect nothing less from you, Dylan. But yeah, those would be nice. So looking through that O of Torot, maybe seems like the only open vowel downtime not quite fitting there. But wind for 24 opens nothing, keeps very strong, MET blank. Really good for that R and Kern specifically. And if you draw a bingo starting an R, it's 100% going to play on this board, given that R and Torot still open. So David Eldar with very good chances of taking pretty insurmountable lead on the next move. Right, back to Noeen with A, B, E, I, N, R. Just feels like one or two letters away every turn. What I'm looking at, but he still has some decent plays. Probably wants to get rid of the B, right? And
Yeah.
that other I.
Definitely, and I guess keeping IN for the G ending is tempting.
Yeah, that is a good idea. I guess I'd be hoping to play through that A and that V of Kevel with something, but not really sure. I don't think you can you get away with playing Vibe from the V and Kevel, blocking your own lanes, keeping that IN. Yeah, I don't like that. He's looking at Ver from the V and Chives. I just hate that B, Dylan.
Yeah, the B does seem a bit clunky.
Yes, now looking at Vibe, that does feel like it will hit that G a bit harder. But Noeen down significantly in this position. 64 points, so just a small 20-point move might not even get him over the edge, even if he does draw a bonus next turn. That's not even to mention the fact that David CEEMTU blank feels very close. Something.
Yeah, I really like your suggestion of Vibe. Great. It's a really good leave. Keeping rain. Scores 18 as opposed to 21 with Ver.
Yeah, I'm just so dissatisfied with both of these options. I wonder if like there's something shorter like BI somewhere. Be bad. But yeah, maybe Vibe is what I'd do. I definitely wouldn't be happy with it. You can play something like Ribbier. You really want to blow the rack up. It just feels like the rack is just good enough to try and go for a bonus and play short. Maybe just Via. Oh no, Via doesn't really work. Via from the V and Kevel doesn't set you up very well. This is really tough. Really, really tough. Also play Vane. The B and the R go slightly better together, but I really feel like keeping the IN for the G and Gaudely is the way to go. So we're seeing OB. So that is what I was wondering, if there's some way to fish like that. That's 14, keeping the best possible leave. But this is sort of a bonus or die situation for Noeen. If he misses on this one, he's gonna have a hard time coming back. But he has drawn GR, so Enraging is gonna play, very least. Oh, not Enraging actually. That's 2 R's. Huh. Has he missed? Hearing. Anyways, back to David Eldar. We'll see what he does. I wondered about Rectum from the R and Kern, but suggestion of Mauve, MAUVE, through the A and the V looks extremely strong here.
Great suggestion.
Yeah, he's lined it up. Not going to think too much longer about it. These racks, I feel, you see players like David confident in their word knowledge, their ability to find stuff. He's had all the time on Noeen's turn to consider whether he has a playable bonus. Just going with it. 26 points. But now, that takes an R, doesn't it? So AEGINRR. Noeen to respond with rearing or rangier, making him over. So this is a game, Dylan.
Yeah, game on. I'm sure David is feeling somewhat confident that he has the second blank.
Yeah, he's drawn very well to it. Feels like he's going to respond the bonus after rearing, but this does make it kind of tough, that NG making overlaps difficult. Is there something playable here, David? Deontic. Oh no. Yeah, that's huge.
He won't miss that.
I like this. Yeah, rearing scoring less than rangier, but much more defensive. And even when you're behind, the way that Noeen is now down 5 and on his opponent's turn, it's very important to make plays like rearing to not get completely annihilated, but it's not going to work out. David's rack too strong. Deontic is 92 at blank N. David Eldar suddenly up 97 points. Noeen in danger. All right. Clock has been hit. Some hesitation there.
Perhaps he was holding.
Yeah, David just sat there with the play on the board for around like 20 seconds. And what a terrible draw. Noeen AIIOSUW. Dylan, any hope left here?
I would say Noeen's chances are diminishing rack by rack, which of course makes things very interesting for the leaderboard once again, with Noeen currently in first position. I think he's top of the table. 12 wins, a very healthy spread.
Yeah. It's almost as if it was written this way. Yeah, what in the world does Noeen do here? Lining up Iwi. Does that play with DI? Where else does that even fit? Iwi for 9. This feels so horrible, and there are no N's left for the G in Gaudali. So yeah, things are looking pretty horrendous. But game's not over. What's left in the bag? 13 tiles. Unfortunately, what that means is unless both players make a very short play, 2 bonuses not really happening for Noeen. So I hope for, I guess, a high scoring bonus. Maybe it's time to go a little bit crazy. This position, Dylan. Is there something desperate you see?
Oh, I don't know. I'm starting to think about, if I'm Noeen, how do I stick David with a Q perhaps and take out the I of OB? But that's really that's a desperate move. I don't think it accomplishes much. There's plenty other places for a Q to go.
That is interesting. No I's or U's left for the Q. So if we get a situation where both the I of OB and the I of Deontic get obscured, could be a Q6 situation. That might be what Noe needs in these situations. It just feels so difficult to win. You have to sort of look at multiple things going your way. I need to bonus, but I also need something else to happen. You could consider trying to draw the Q yourself if you're knowing you do have that last U. Maybe looking for some
Sequoia
huge
or
Q.
something. Yeah. It looks like Nawin is lining up a WI drop somewhere, and if he does drop it onto the G of Gautali, David will probably bonus straight away.
It does feel like, yeah, that would be disastrous. That would make sense opening a lane, I guess, when possible to the N and Panaxes. I wonder if it's time to play CAW or COW. Probably CAW from the C and Chives. Set up the S. Hope that last S is still in the bag. And try and draw some huge bonus ending in S. I guess the problem with that is David could easily thwart that by just placing one tile between the H and the W. I wonder if that's the level of desperation needed, as we see Iwis being played Deontix. That S hook being used.
I need a creative approach from Nawin.
Yeah, this makes sense because it scores as much as he could possibly score in the position, and he's down by 100 points. So, yeah, I like this approach. The problem being that's just blocked the biggest lane on the board on top the ing of rearing. But I think at this point you just need to score and hope. So I like this play by Nawin a lot. Over to David with Geodata. And nowhere to put it, but he's going to have some nice options. Score pretty well. If he wants, he can obscure some parts of the board. Guess you're thinking about, Dylan, if you make a short play, does that give you good tempo for the end game? You're thinking about that Q as well. What's jumping out to you here?
Just, I'll be looking at closing down any available bonus lines. The N of Panaxes is a very, very weak opening, so I probably wouldn't worry too much about blocking anything at the moment. I would go for tile turnover, I think.
Although this play, I understand the idea of wanting to end the game sooner, but this does set up a situation where those Q spots might get blocked. I think I liked something like goat with those same letters for a little bit less on top of the ing, saving more Q spots. If you draw the Q, you have Kaid, Kadi. You leave the scoring spots open for yourself. Now, as we see, David has drawn the Q, has only got, I think, one spot for it on the board as it stands. Over to Nawin with with his rack of BALLOPU, it looks like. That's not the draw he needed. So what are you trying to do here now? I mean, it's even more desperation mode. You're one point further away than you were last turn, right, Dylan?
Yeah, it's difficult to. Oh, now we can see Nawin's rack. I think you're right. It's got BULLAPO blocking the Q spots is about the best thing, or making a Hail Mary opening.
Yeah, given that there are, I guess, two distinct spots on the board to potentially bonus that N and Panaxes, I guess maybe that G of Gatling, but like we said, no N's for ING. I guess it's conceivable that just, again, trying to score something like Boa or Bow and hoping for something, but you need to have something in mind. What could you even draw into? You play off that O and that A, which are just feeling like your best tiles right now.
Hmm.
And I guess it's also probably a good idea to play 4 tiles, because then David can't get away with just dropping the Q for 11 and not emptying the bag.
Yep.
Maybe something to that N of Panaxes, but that won't score anything. Really feels hopeless here. Yeah, maybe it's time to hope for the Q.
I guess if you...
Guangdong, no, that's not possible. Go ahead.
Oh yeah, if you're playing onto the N of Panaxes, then Win could consider Balloon, keeping OPL, leaving
So
one in
he's
the bag.
just going for score. I imagine he hasn't even considered what he could draw after this, but just going for the Hail Mary, trying to score as much as possible. Yes, the problem now is, regardless, David can just drop that Q and feel home free, because even if there's anything unseen, which there honestly might not be, EFHLLPSTU are the 9 tiles unseen to David Eldar. You're up by 72, you'll be up 83 after dropping the Q. So this is just an automatic play, and it feels like he's outrunning anything that could possibly have. Seems pretty over.
So with 2 in the bag,
Illustrating. Yeah.
I think it's quite clever that David opts for playing 1 tile instead of 2, so that he doesn't empty the bag.
Yeah, and unfortunately, Noeen has drawn 4 consonants. The last tile in the bag is that E, so at this point, I think you're just trying to lose by as little as possible. It's such a close situation at the top of the standings that it feels like every point of differential red point matters. So even though the game is probably just over in both of these players' heads, important to extract as much out of the game possibly can. Just don't know where to start. I guess in a situation like this, I'd be wanting to keep my lone vowel, but it's the worst vowel in the game. So yeah, maybe just futs or lulls to the Z and Mazout.
Oh, very well spotted.
Put's also available there. Just feels so bad. So you look at the relative value of the tiles on your rack. The F worth keeping over the P. You get extra points for GIF. That's probably going away next turn. So this all-important game 17, save for some insanity, is going to go to World Champion David Eldar after just a beautifully played game. Both players, honestly, playing awesome, high-quality Scrabble, which is what we expected, right, Dylan?
Yeah, it was really wonderful to watch.
So yeah, Nui now down to 3 minutes. So probably going to see a move within the next minute. I like to leave myself around 2 minutes for the end game. Obviously, more is better, but looks like we're seeing PEH being played. Again, just keeping that one vowel, probably blocking some long plays from the V as well, through the V. This makes sense. So the E is going to be in the bag. That's going to give Noeen a little bit of breathing room. Back to David Eldar. It's the endgame AADDEOS. This should be solvable. He does have the option of playing adds to that Z. That's a pretty big score, but I think you want to play a few more tiles here and go out next move. So Engine maybe suggesting the play of dead at 011. So on the furthest right column,
That's a good
making
option, yeah.
GIE, AWA, and ID. Keeping AOS, but is that going out next move? Yes, it is. You're threatening NAOS from the N and NE, and Oka's through the C chives at the very least. So that looks pretty strong to me. But it is 27 to play ads immediately, and it's hard to imagine what Noween is going to do to go out in 2. Feels like you might be foregoing the out in 2 yourself, but what does Noween do in response?
I think David will do whatever is necessary to maximize the differential in this game, given that he's a little bit behind in terms of overall spread.
Yeah, and I guess thinking about it a little bit more, if you play ads now, you're letting Noween play FET in that spot bottom right, which is such a high score. I don't think you can allow that. I guess it's just a matter of being able to see the outplays with the A, the O, and the S. Now it's not the most obvious spot, but just anything that guarantees an out in 2 feels like what you want to do. David, with some time to think about this. So, Dylan, do we know what our next matchup is?
Well,
Let's see.
According to the original schedule, I think it might be David again against Andrew Fisher, who is, I think, currently lying in 2nd position. The 2 top seeds for this tournament.
Wow, that is a treat. I might stay up all night to watch this thrilling finish.
It's really coming down to the wire.
So, yeah, I guess I was wondering about the pairings. Is Andrew Fisher the 2nd seed? If so, then David Eldar, was he playing a snake going all the way up or not? Guess not then. This is a full round robin. Oftentimes you'll have the top seed in a round robin tournament play the bottom seed, then the second to bottom seed, and all the way up to the 2nd seed at the end of the round robin.
Yeah, that's normally the way it goes, I think.
David Eldar, we know that he had an incredible streak of 34, then 36 wins in a row. Ultimately stopped in round 3 of this tournament. We were mentioning how it would be a good idea to give whoever beat David Eldar in round 3 a prize.
A special T-shirt, perhaps.
Yeah. Yeah, it's like that nobody beats me 17 times in a row type situation, or yeah, nobody gets 37 wins in a row if I can help it. So times equal now at 2 minutes 43. David Eldar has had AD lined up for the last 4 minutes. I think he's trying to calculate whether Naween can go out in 2 after this move, and if he can't, then it's definitely a good idea to try and go out in 3 turns, which are very difficult endgames to iterate. But from where I'm sitting, really feels like you want to block Naween's huge play on the bottom right. It's a very complicated endgame. I wonder if he'll get it right.
So that would be 29 for Fett for Naween.
Yeah. So one benefit is ADZ does block lulls and futs as well. So it's true that futs is still available for 25 after playing dead on the bottom row, but then you're going out next move. So slowing Naween down by 4 points and ending the game on the next move really just feels like the right call. And that's what Dave is looking at right now. Got 1 minute to think. I think if he does spot his outplays with AOS, he's going to play this. And here we see it. Very nice. Came around to it. Now, Naween to act, probably just play futs. And David to go out next move. So, exciting stuff. Andrew already lingering at the stream table. Finished his match. I wonder if we can get the result of that. We'll get those results in for you guys as soon as we get them. So we hear our producer in our ears that Andrew did emerge victorious in that last game. So that's huge. It's like another must-win situation for David Eldar. He'll still be behind by 1 game. Yeah, I'm thinking about this game. I just guess the one play of Torot feels like the only potential miss by Naween and David. Guess maybe Toga's fine.
Perhaps the
And at that point,
chives,
the game was over.
chives move was another turning point for Naween. He might want to look at.
Yeah, that is true that after that, the racks weren't so nice for the next few moves. All right, 1 minute left. Fernando. And Futz is coming down as anticipated. Feels like both these players have nailed this endgame, even with low time. And David Eldar to respond, go out with NAOS. And the N in Penny. And there we go. Final score after all is said and done. David 447. Naween 360. And penultimate round right after this. So let's turn to the board mic, see if there's any chatter going on.
and
Just
well, I got both of these if that helps, and the cue.
I'll take it. Points and threes. Not even points.
It was the last time about. Oh really? Are we playing? Are we playing here? All right.
Don't forget to stay.
Yep.
Alrighty, so man, things are heating up. I mean, they're already pretty heated before this game, but it looks like it's really coming down to the wire, Dylan. 2 players at 13. Got Saidu, we've got Andrew Fisher, now Naween at 12, David at 12. It's anyone's Masters.
Yeah, absolutely. And with Naween's good spread, he's almost practically on 13. If any one of those top 3 drops down, they're likely to drop below Naween in spread. So it looks like there could be 4 or 5 contenders.
Yeah, and the fact that it's a round robin makes everything even more exciting. It's sort of out of some of the players' hands. If Andrew goes 2-0, if Saidu goes 2-0, yeah, super exciting stuff. We're gonna let the players set up and be right back with you for the penultimate round here at the 2025 Australian Masters. Don't go anywhere. Alrighty, guys. It is already here. Round 18 of 19, 2025 Australian Masters. David Eldar playing Andrew Fisher, and it is so tight at the top. David at 12 wins, Andrew and Saidu at 13. This is a must-win situation for David Eldar, and even if he wins, the result of the next and final game, round 19, is a very special matchup between Andrew Fisher and Saidu. So we might be looking at that one in the final round. We might be looking at David Eldar's final game. All depends. Variety of factors. So David to go first here. Opening rack of A D E E H Y B. Okay. So pretty good opening rack, Dylan, for David Eldar. He's got decent options. I'm seeing Hetty here, potentially. Something
Hetty,
better for you.
Haight, Bait, yep.
Yeah, maybe BD. You could do that to keep the H. I do feel like the H is at least a couple points better than the B. But there's, I mean, the difference in score is 4, so I don't know if the H is 4 points better than the B. You definitely want to put the Y on the star regardless, right?
Yeah, and probably get rid of the B.
Yeah, so you're liking 28 instead of 32. It looks like Hetty, the choice for David Eldar. And I guess you do have the B for the Y. And on this board, the B is a little bit stronger than I guess normally. So I really feel like it's a toss-up between the two. And over to Andrew with ADEORUV. Am I making this up? There's so many 8s you could have hoped for with this rack. But yeah, a vur, not a verb. Good thing I didn't suggest a word. But yeah, an F, a T, an S, and a P would have given Andrew a playable bonus, but instead, I guess I'm just trying to get rid of the UV combination, right, Dylan?
Definitely UV, not a great combo.
What to do? How to best rid yourself of that?
Javier from the H. Keeping just the D. It's a little bit risky.
Oh, Javier, if he had an I, right?
Oh, EOUR, if that's a word.
Javier. Oh, yeah. If it is,
So do we know what the current scores are? It looks like it's neck and neck.
Yeah, after Rosette, David Eldar is down 3 points somehow. People scoring 124. But XU coming down, and that is incredibly timely because unsafely would have played through that F for Andrew Fisher. And I don't think that there is another bonus available to him. Uneasily as well. So both that F and that I needing to stay open. Save Andrew's rack. Wow. Crazy stuff.
And he's stoical as always.
So with that blocked still in, I guess I'm staring at that that B in Fimbles. Trying to find a move. Bunya looks pretty good.
Oh, that's a great find.
Louis also available. Keeping SAN. I guess you want to take a look at the tile distribution. Are there lots of E's and L's to draw? Not that many. A's and N's. Yeah, decent amount of N's to draw. So I think I like Bunya here. Or Andrew Fisher. Yeah, crazy stuff so far. This could go either way for sure. And David Eldar
Yeah, apings.
I feel like it's drawing a little bit faster than usual in this situation, but it is a word. Andrew's not holding. And I think Nan needs to come down.
Not quite a flash draw.
I think the rule is as long as you've written the score down,
Yeah.
the cumulative score, it's fine. So Nanny's here for
David.
Andrew Fisher.
Andrew back in it.
Yeah, right back in it. As David's drawn outfit with an E, there's no R for re-outfit. So they'll be down 25 here with somewhat awkward letters. Yeah, it's anyone's game. Dylan, this is amazing. Ah. Does outfit fit anywhere? Oh, it does. Wow, outfit fits so nicely next to Nanny's.
That's a good.
Oh my goodness.
Good option. Fit with a double T is another option. FETT is.
It's a couple more points, but I think that E over keeping IOU.
Yeah.
Wow.
Found it by the looks of things.
That fits on both sides of Nanny's, which is just totally incredible. Yeah, outfit for 44, even that lone E. It's really going to be interesting to see who draws that final blank. I think that's going to be quite determinant in who's likely to win this one. But David to take a 19-point lead, and Andrew has drawn that blank. Didn't even look at his rack.
And
that's an incredible rack for him.
He has
that is
a stunning bonus through the E of Bluey.
Sierra Zem prioritizes.
Well done, yeah.
Wow. He's got his. This is going to be the second time that Andrew plays 2 bonuses in a row.
That'll be his 4th for the game.
And yeah, he's sure to spot erotizes. Sierra Zem, it's probably a worse play, but definitely flashier. Yeah, nice find by you. You prompted me. Heroize is also possible. I don't think you want to play Soberize or Oversize, opening the triples, or the triple on the bottom left, but lots of options, and crucially, it looks like depending on what is played, actually Sierra Zem would potentially not allow David to respond with Wanderer. Eritizes would. But do you play just Zoe here? You could just play Zoe for 45 next to the AN, and that would allow David to play Wanderer through that E of Bluey. But you have 45 points, keeping the most incredible 5-tile lead you could ever imagine. I guess, though, it's not super likely to bonus to a Y. Those 2 Ys on the board. We'll see, though. Zoe being played and Wanderer gonna come down. Shout out to our friend Wanderer 15 Will Anderson. Ordinary, actually, even better. Oh my gosh.
Wow.
Wow. I guess it didn't matter. It's 101 points in both spots. He's found it. Holy crap. What a game. I can't believe this is the second 100-point bonus for David Eldar. And now for Andrew to find his one playable bonus to the Y in Hetty. keep himself in the lead. What is going on, Dylan?
It's just an exhibition match, is what it is.
Are you not entertained? That is what I ask in these situations. Holy moly guacamole. Can you find that bonus to the Y?
No, I had to look it up, and it is stunning. Now, this is, I guess, Andrew's moment to shine.
Yeah.
Did you
He
spot
has-
it, Josh?
Oh no. If you know anything about me, why bonuses? That is my weakest thing. So
Right. Yeah. Just keep talking. I'm making notes. Thank you.
Oh, nice. Yeah. So you'd have to make the blank a K.
Andrew
And
knows his words.
yeah, for sure he's seen this word. It's by far his best score. He can score nicely through the G of gapped as well, but we're really hoping with 16 minutes left on Andrew's clock, this is the time. Like you said, it's time to shine. It's time to take his time. Maybe go through every possible combination of blank being every letter in the alphabet. See if he has something to the Y. Yeah, he's going to take a while here.
This is the
It's
do or die
David.
moment.
Yeah. I guess it won't make a huge difference. Let's say Andrew plays clingers or kringles or clergies through the G of gapped. That will definitely let David score something like walk. But it's really feeling super close regardless. So the only playable bonus, Sickerly. Crazy word for 86 points. Throwing that S out there.
Bet that'll give him an 11-point lead.
Indeed. Just about evening the score as we think about tempo advantage in Scrabble. Average score around high 30s, 40 points. So if you're up 11 points, but it's your opponent's turn, cut that in half. Technically, you're down around 10. But I can only imagine if Sickerly hits the board, the likelihood that another bonus will be played to that S. How many have we seen? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This will be the 6th bonus of the game. 4th for Andrew. David's only struck twice, but for insane scores of 124 and 101. Man, what is in the air in Canberra? Or it's not Canberra, in
Melbourne.
Melbourne. Fire me now. Oh man. Yeah. If you can't tell, I've never visited the ocean countries. And he's found it. Sickerly coming down. What an amazing find by Andrew Fisher. David says hold.
I wonder if that's going to be 5 points extra.
Feels like you've come so far. You have 400 points in 7 moves. Your opponent hits you for 86 to take the lead. I would challenge out of spite.
Just to make sure. A couple of class acts. David and Andrew.
That's true. Yeah. If this play isn't coming off the board, as long as that blank is indeed a K. So once it does get challenged or doesn't get challenged, David to act. Oh, what a draw. What an interesting draw for Andrew. Beiijko. looks pretty strong. But yeah, David with AAESTOW. Guess you can play
A
Awato.
on top of gapped.
I hate what that sets up, Dylan. So such easy scoring. The V going atop the AG. I guess there are only 4 ways to play above that W left in the pool. There's 11 tiles unseen. So another consideration is timing. You play 5, leaving 6 in the bag. It gives Andrew the opportunity to make one more play, all but force David to empty the bag on the next move. This is going to be close for sure. Not a Watto. What else, though?
Yeah, true. Good point. If I'm David, I'm worried about the 4 unseen eyes. Is it 4 or 5? 5 unseen eyes. So I would be nervous of making a long play.
Yeah, there are 4. Yeah, there are 4 unseen eyes, but the more I think about this position, the more I realize, let's say we get into that situation. Wow, he's making this play so quickly. Still 11 and a half minutes on the clock. So if we're going to see it, we're going to see a huge response for Andrew Fisher. He's going to be able to play Job on top of a Watto. A humongous score, but that would keep 2 eyes. There's still 2 eyes for him to draw, but David has drawn Niçoise Eocinic. Oh my goodness. Don't think he's going to get a spot unless... No, Job won't give him a spot. But I was going to say, I'm rambling here, the opportunity to play a 6-letter word underneath the FI of Fimbles would give David good chances at least threatening outplays after a play from Andrew. Wow. What an incredible game. I feel like we're going to see Koji, actually. That's even better.
If I'm Andrew, I'm terrified of not playing an eye and picking the other 2, and that'll be almost a certain loss.
Man, Koji scores 60 points. I mean, it just feels like a hole-in-one. I think if Koji comes down, this will be a victory. Iconize is not quite fitting through the S. Man, I can't believe this game has happened. Koji is just so strong. Will Andrew Fisher spot this play?
And that leaves 2 in the bag.
That's just the ideal situation. I guess the one worry is Andrew feeling probably very good about his chances, but leaving those floaters and secretly open just might give you a little bit of the heebie-jeebies. Yeah, Koji looks like by far the best play. I don't know what David's going to respond with. That will give Andrew a 43-point lead. And if we see a response, David Eldar, of Conies, maybe CONIES under the FI, that is a nice score. 37. He'll be down 6 points with Andrew to act in the endgame. And unseen to David, probably a little bit too much in the scoring department. Yeah, I think this is Andrew's game, but anything can happen still. You can see a one-tile fish, David Eldar, of cow for 8. Does that hit anything? ISO line.
So Andrew plays Koji. And David is on turn.
Yeah, do we have to fish here, Dylan? Do we have to play something like cow for 8? Or is there a world in which we can outrun Andrew, who's up 43 points? It's a good thing that David has left himself with so much time, because I feel like you have to iterate through all of the 2-tile draws after Coney's to see if you have a chance. If you play cow for 8 and you draw an L, you win. I think. Or is it so simple? The L is not in the bag, though. There's only one possibility after ER for 4, and that's redrawing into Niçoise. That's what Dave is looking at, though. Is there an M? And there's no M. And he's going through these possibilities in his head, and I'm staring at an anagrammer, and he's probably seeing things quicker than me. But I feel like if you're going to play one tile off, you need to open a new spot on the board. So cow or now to the OW possibility. ER or OR top right is a possibility.
Yeah, cow is, you know, the front hooks of Ita being a V. If cow is played as an opening, Vita comes down as a blocker. Obviously, David doesn't know. Andrew has a V, but you've got to try and find an opening that cannot be blocked. There's so many floaters in Sickerly.
Yeah, I think that's the point, is if you play cow and you draw an N, you're going to be able, or an L, you're going to be able to play elisions through the S and Sickerly. And I don't think Andrew can outrun that with a Vita play. So it looks like at least a guaranteed win with an L if you play cow. But I'm looking at playing OR for 4. Feels like that, I guess, intuitively looks correct, but again, it just, like, what can you draw? Really floaters on the board, and that's what you kind of need. You want to set up a guaranteed win, because if you don't set up a guaranteed win, you have to hope that from Andrew's perspective, there are multiple threats. This is an incredibly complicated position. David Eldar has already eaten up half of his time. Now he's looking at fishing the O. And he has to ask himself, what do I draw elsewhere on the board? Because it feels likely that Andrew will just block the top row, place to that R in rosette. This is fascinating stuff. I wish we had a heart rate monitor, Dylan.
Yeah, and both players are so cool, calm, and collected with all their international experience. They've been in these situations so many times before. It's really good that they've left themselves sufficient time to work through their pre-endgame scenarios. The worst situation you find yourself in these tournaments is having a puzzle like this in the pre-end game and only 3 minutes left on your clock, or even less. So it's really nice that we get to see the full analytical potential of two of these great players.
Fully with you on that. It's just such a privilege to be able to watch as the mind does its incredible work. So, David Eldar in danger here. He knows he needs and both Andrew and Saidu, who are playing in the final round, crucially. So there's no way that he can lose this game. It would put Andrew up 2 games. So, most important situation of the tournament for David Eldar is looking at fishing off a tile. He's looking at playing maybe now to that OW. Is there something he can draw elsewhere on the board? And I just keep looking up these possibilities. He can draw Sis's Bayo if he plays NOW with a B. We know that the B is on Andrew's rack. I feel like every letter that David Eldar needs is on Andrew's rack right now.
Andrew probably doesn't feel like it.
Wow. But yeah, I don't see it. I don't see it for David Eldar. We'll see what happens. It just feels like just so difficult to win this. Best I've seen is a 1 in 9 situation.
Well, with a couple of ends unseen, Oscar 9 would probably... No, it wouldn't, would it? No, ignore me.
Yeah, almost. I've played... You can draw Oscar 9 through the C.
Oh, yes.
In Sickerly, if you play cow. Actually, wow, there's a 1 in 2 chance of that happening if he plays off the C. That's well spotted. There's actually an N in the bag. Obviously, David doesn't know it's in the bag, but that looks like the only option, cow, that gives a winning situation. Wow. So he's looking at the C now. Looking at cow. That's the final fish.
Does he open on the R of Rosette or the C on owl, making cow? Or something else we haven't seen?
I think he plays. There's 2 in the back. And right now, yeah, just working through that position. But right now, there's a 1 in 2 chance if David plays C off that he draws this N. So 42 seconds on the clock for David Eldar. There are 2 tiles in the bag. One of them is an N. And he's missed it. He has drawn the G. That don't think what he needed. He has Goonies. He has Isogone, actually. Oh, no, he doesn't. He has 2 eyes. I'm sorry.
Right.
Anything through the SIC? No. Anything through the U? No. There was a 1 in 2 chance he's left the tile he needed in the bag. And it's so incredible because from Andrew's perspective, there are threats. There's a threat of Asinine. There's a threat of Seining and Scow. And he can't block both at once. So he's probably extremely worried.
This will be an 8-minute play.
Sometimes it just comes down to a coin flip. And of course, it feels like with that V, like you said, Dylan, that playing something with Vita looks to be a good way to block, but that would open a new lane.
True. Would it?
Yeah. There's just enough space if you play Vibe or Vlay. But if you just drop the V, that'll solve the situation. And it feels like that's the human choice. Just dropping the V, that's your easiest way to block the Scow hook. And it's just so agonizing because if that happens, we know David would have had a 50-50 shot of winning this game. Andrew can't know that David couldn't draw into Seining. Oh man, Scrabble is amazing. This is a game for the ages. I think cow is the correct play. Gives David at least 1.5 out of 8 chances of winning.
I wouldn't
wonder
want
if
to
there was
be
something else in it. What's
wouldn't
that?
want to be wouldn't want to be Andrew right now. It must be agonizing.
Yeah. You're just staring down the barrel of there might be up to a 50-50 shot that my opponent has hit a bonus here. And just to understand the complexity of a situation like that, Andrew would have to imagine all of the 6 tile racks that David could have had in the previous move and consider when he would play the play of cow. So David spent 10 minutes deciding to play cow with his rack, but there are a number of other racks that he could have had from Andrew's perspective to make this play with. So it just compounds the analysis you have to do in this position to try and solve it. What could he have done? What could he be going for? And we see Vita come down, and so unfortunately, that N left in the bag, Asinine, not going to be the coup de grace, David Eldar. But he's considering in goes. This scores very well, making XIS. He has no time to think. But it doesn't feel like it's going to be enough. This puts David down 11 points with just an I remaining. How much can he get for that I?
Yeah, what were the chances after Carr? Was it 50-50?
It was 50-50 based on the play that Andrew Fisher made and what was in the bag.
Wow.
That is
Very,
brutal.
very, very exciting. Very disappointing for David. Andrew must be very relieved right now.
Just has to make sure he can score enough. He's playing HEIL. He is not worried at all. I commend him. That's 34 points. The I coming down for 7. And after all is said and done, David Eldar 495 to Andrew 522. Let's listen to the overhead mic.
I wouldn't say made mistakes. It's just
Sorry? No, that was bad. I mistracked. I shouldn't have given you it looked. I shouldn't be playing that. It's really bad. You're punished for it. Stupid.
Welcome back, everybody. Oh my goodness. It's 3 a.m. here in Montreal, Canada. I'm Josh Sokol here with Dylan Early to call the final game of the 2025 Australian Masters. We will not be showing the first place game between Saidu and Andrew Fisher. Saidu needs to win by an incredibly high margin of 250 points. So kind of feels like that game, I guess there's a 1 in 1,000 chance that that game would end up with Saidu winning. But it looks like Andrew Fisher's pretty much won the championship. So we're going to show instead David Eldar versus Cameron Farlow. Cameron going first. Dylan, I'm still really excited for this one. Possible third place.
Very excited for the bronze match at 2 a.m., 3 a.m. in Montreal. You must be addicted. I think everybody needs to know that. Thank you, Josh.
Yeah, I'm definitely obsessed with this game. All right, so Cameron going first, and his rack is, let's take a look. He is going to play Roaster. All right, that's a good rack to start things off.
That's a great start.
Yeah, does not take the B hook, does it?
Doesn't ring any bells.
But David Eldar, I mean, it just feels like these games were made to be broadcast. David Eldar with ADIMOR blank, looking to bingo through that A, dioramas, also airdrome possible to the E, but dioramas, I think, slightly higher score.
That came down very quickly. And yeah.
But it's been an incredible ride from start to finish in this tournament. I haven't watched much of the games that I didn't commentate, but I mean, it's just been so close all the way through. Both of these guys still possible podium finish for them. Noeen is a game ahead, I think, but if he loses, or maybe Noeen is at the same. We could bring up the standings if we have them, but yeah, Noeen most likely to finish on the podium, but possibly Cameron, possibly David could also do so. So, Cameron here with EEIOOJS. Anything you like here?
I'm thinking Nanny Guy as a way of dropping, balancing a rack, but it doesn't score anything, so probably not. Inia is another option.
Oh yeah, we might see that for David on the next move, but at the moment, Cameron has the J with a bunch of vowels. I think we'll see something like Joe somewhere. Oh, Ejido actually looks very good. I think that's what he's going for. Yeah. Good play keeping EES. Yeah, David Eldar to act with that. Rack, you were mentioning, oof, terrible options, but actually, maybe not. Insignia. Wow. What did we say? What a terrible rack.
Yeah, I've
Too judgmental sometimes. Wow.
And that's the difference between world champions and the rest of us.
That's true. Yeah. Hard to imagine David Eldar missing. So great way to pad a small lead here. David Eldar and actually OSE the leave for Ejido, and Cameron's gonna have great options. Play Fop, he could play Poof. I feel like you want to play Poof through the O, keep that S hook on Insignia open for a potential double-double. like we saw in the last game, Fimbles for 127. Think we're going to see something similar?
Wow.
Oh my god, look at David Eldar's draw. AADMNT blank. Oh, what is happening? Games are so incredible. So I wonder what Cameron Farlow is considering here. I feel like Poof is a great option. There are 2 S's unseen to him, but even just a wayward S hook on Insignia would only score 18 points. But he is going for FOP, playing a bit of defense, taking a little bit of a hit on score as well. I would have liked to see Poof instead of that, Dylan.
Oh, I see what you're talking about, and that gives a nice S hook for Cameron's S that he has kept back on his rack. That's a really good find.
Yeah, I think he had it lined up. I wonder. But oh my gosh. Is that a blank D? Okay, we're gonna need a blank check here. Is that demandant? That is insane. Oh my goodness. That is a D, I think.
Wow. Yep, I've just looked it up. Definitely a D. Very classy
That's
move.
gonna be 94 after, oh my gosh, after the 5 points. David Eldar, where does his word knowledge end? Incredible. As widgets, the draw for Cameron Farlow. But oh my goodness. I mean, it's just such a privilege to be able to watch such a high level of play from our world champion. He's used 1 minute and 24 seconds to play 3 bonuses. So widgets coming down now. I'm sure Cameron's regretting not having kept that Insignias lane open, but a nice 80 plus score.
Still a good game.
Yeah. That is still a game. Cameron going to be behind 30 points on turn, or not on turn. David Eldar, I think, I mean, I hesitate to say I think he's going to slow down this turn. But I think something like kick through the I insignia, keeping LANS looks very good at first glance. ACHKLNS for the world champion. Is chonk a word? seem to have lost Dylan as well. Yeah, there's still some hope on the board. He's gonna play Goatee. Oh, that makes a lot of sense. Look at that. Opening the triple, keeping ELS. That's beautiful. That's for sure the play. And David Eldar suddenly not feeling so strong. Guess you want to cover the triple here? Yeah, Ali maybe worth it. Just get rid of 2 E's, I guess. Actually, I guess maybe EALE, scoring the extra 2 points. Might actually be in play here. There are only 2 O's, 2 A's on scene from David Eldar's perspective. So obviously the leave in a vacuum of OSE and the leave of ASE as well, much stronger than AOS, but given the prevalence of E's in the bag, it might be worth considering taking a couple extra points, trying to redraw an E. Just to see what he does here. He's also, he's played, okay, very interesting. He's taken points. This makes a lot of sense. Joe, can you pronounce that word for me? I shouldn't have said it.
Well, it's good that you know it's a South African word. It's pronounced "shoo,"
Okay.
and it basically means the same as "phew," P-H-E-W.
Thank you for the education and sorry for the butchering there. As Karen Farlow, right back in this game, drawing into elusive. That did not elude him for long, and he's up 12 points over world champion, who has AADEELU suddenly. Not a great position.
Not good at all.
Man, what a topsy-turvy game so far. Yes, I'm looking to play off AUE somewhere. I could play Agu. Don't really like that. Agu through the G and widgets. Maybe you want to play a few more tiles? Something falling out to you in this position, Dylan?
Well, I guess there's normally when I want to do some big tile turnover moves, I'm fishing for something like a blank or an S or something specific. There are no more S's, no more blanks. So if I was David, I would just be looking to balance. Vowel consonant ratio seems okay, a little bit heavy on the consonant side, so I wouldn't worry too much about keeping an extra vowel. Walled through the W of widgets is one option that springs to mind.
Yeah, that's an interesting one. Yeah, just blowing things open. Definitely, you're down 12 points, but I guess with the no S's, no blanks, your leave of ADEL here with AUE is pretty strong on average. So I like this choice.
That looks really
as
good.
well for David Eldar. So back to Cameron Farlow with EEL RRUY. I feel like purely jumps right out at me from that P and FOP.
That's a good find.
Yeah, good thing Cameron had it lined up on the rack so I could see it. Yeah, first time commentating, I think, with you. Actually, no, we commentated once before on a broadcast in New Zealand.
Yeah, I
But-
think that was just a tester, very brief. So it's always a
But,
privilege to
yeah.
be on stream with you, Josh. I've enjoyed your podcasts and your streams and the incredible amounts of enthusiasm you've injected into New Zealand Scrabble and World Scrabble.
Oh, and you. It's just always a pleasure. I was gonna say that, yeah, purely coming down the board, I'm very bad at taking compliments, and Dylan's so kind. It's like, oh, nice find, Josh, nice find. Most of the time, I'm not even finding these plays. But yeah, purely coming down, we see David Eldar has drawn the Q, so a WNQ draw for World Champion. He's considering where to drop the Q. I guess you can just drop it for 21. Is there some other spot you've seen on this board?
It looks like he's lined up Whaled next to the AUE he just played in the previous turn, making Dahl. Oh no, sorry, Ed is not right.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess playing off a lot of tiles would potentially make sense here. It feels like that QI spot isn't really going away. He could play just Wild from through the eye and Insignia. It looks pretty good. It also blocks the board a significant amount. I wouldn't be too worried about getting stuck with the Q. You have at least that eye and Insignia to use. And I guess you have the last D. It could be interesting to consider something setup-y here.
Yeah, I think keeping the Q in this case is not the worst play. If you pick an eye, you've got QIN for 32 at least. If you pick it, you can also play, as you say, onto the DA, making Dad and Cade for a big score. So I don't think it's time to panic about the Q just yet.
Yeah, David looking at Dawen, D-A-W-E-N, which does fit next to the A-U-E on the board. That would be a nice score of 39, I think. And yeah, leave some potential Q options. Next turn, there is one U unseen. There's a T for cot. There are two T's for cot, two I's for QIN to the N and demandant. So a lot to think about here. We just see three incredibly quick plays beginning of this game. Dioramas with the first blank, Insignia, and then Demandant. Beautiful triple. And we might try to update the score for you guys. Demandant scoring 94 with the challenge, so I think a little bit of a discrepancy there, but shouldn't matter too much. Yeah, so a huge time sink here for David Eldar. He knows when to use his time. He's thinking about Weld, he's thinking about Wild. You can also play that through the Y. So many options to consider. I kind of trust his judgment here. When I have a Q, I'm thinking very, very hard. When I'm watching someone that has a Q, sort of don't want to think too hard. You can draw walk if you play Weld and Dad. There is one F unseen.
Yes,
That
good
could be
spotting.
interesting.
Not very likely, but a really good find.
And on a board like this with unseen tiles like this, just a 5 to 10% chance at an almost bonus score. Definitely worth considering. So we do want to mention that there's a 6-point discrepancy in the current score. David Eldar at 335, Perrins 354. But yeah, we'll see how the game progresses.
And that was due to the challenge of Demandant.
Just the placement of the tiles. But yeah, David Eldar down to under 13 minutes. Considering this position, I do like the idea of Weld. I think that it blocks the scoring spot, retains pretty good tiles for the queue and for the rest of the game. But he's thinking long and hard about this.
Weld or Wild, which do you prefer?
I like Weld more. I don't think there's any need to open an E and a D, because it feels like in positions like these, no good tiles left. Feels like one bonus could just end the game when it's close like this.
Of course, Wild takes out the floating A, N, and T of Demandant, and it also scores 34, the same as Weld onto DA.
Yeah, I mean, so many things to think about, but you gotta make a move at some point here. It feels like a lot of the time this game is gonna come down to some very tough decisions. David being down around 20 really feels like it's going to be close. So leaving yourself with enough time to deal with the next few moves. There are 18 tiles unseen. Seems quite important, especially with the queue. Things are so complicated. Sometimes you'll just draw a bailout, but other times you'll have similar situations. Do I play the queue now? Keep okay letters? Do I play elsewhere? Keep the queue again? You're always going to have to compound your analysis of the game. So if there's anything to be critical of from this world champion, it is his time usage on this particular turn. Going to probably go under the 10-minute mark. Just thinking about walled through the L, which would be very interesting if he draws AI and somehow that triple doesn't get blocked, he'll get Kadi. Yeah, I really wonder what the top move is. I feel like there are so many moves that are close here, Dylan.
Yeah, Wald is 36 points. It seems Cameron doesn't have a good use of the D in that triple, bottom right triple.
Let's see. Is he going to go super aggressive here? Is he going to go a little bit measured? So many things to choose, but not that much time left. He's decided to play walled.
He really doesn't like that L.
Yeah. And this opens a big triple. Cameron Farlow, one letter off of huge play through the D. Yeah, I question this choice here.
Yeah, Zeta would have been if Cameron had an A, Zeta would be a good 60, 70 point play, 72 points.
Yeah, but as it is now, if you're Cameron, you probably want to cover the triple. But I feel like just going aggressive here makes sense. He's got Boob lined up, which would play with Dab, keeping the possibility of Zeta for next turn, and keeping the 40+ point option next to the ANT of Demandant. I really like this idea. He goes for it.
Do you think Cameron can infer anything from David's cogitations on this move? How long did he take? 5 minutes, perhaps 6 minutes?
Yeah, I wonder. I wouldn't be able to tell here. I would just wonder why it took him so long to make this move. I'd maybe think he has a V that he didn't want to keep on his rack. I really don't know. I think the best course of action here would be to just play something relatively quickly, use every advantage that you have. And we're now up 6 minutes on the clock. But he's got a position to think about. Can't just go willy-nilly into time pressure. Looking at playing Bode, that really does weaken his rack. What do you think? Do you cover the triple here? Do you play off
Yeah, I think
the Z?
I would probably infer that David wasn't setting up anything due to how much he agonized over that move, so I wouldn't consider the floating D as too much of a risk. I would just concentrate on playing my normal game, whatever that might be in this instance.
Yeah. I really like the play of Boob and Dab. You have chances of drawing huge plays with the Z, and at the very least, you're going to get in the 30s, if not the 40s. And David, on his end, probably not going to be able to be needing to think too hard. He's drawn a bunch of consonants, and it's probably going to play CINQ pretty much no matter what Cameron Farlow does here.
Through insignia.
Yes. Yeah, I find it often when top players take a really long time on a move, it really makes you take a huge amount of time yourself. And I don't know what it is. It doesn't necessarily, like, the position hasn't really complicated itself too much, but feels like there's some sort of lull that goes on. Have you experienced this?
When the top players take a long time to play a word, I normally just tell myself that I should be looking for other opportunities and possibilities, and I have underestimated the complexity of the move.
That's a good point.
There you got your Boob.
That's 34. Cameron Farlow, bringing him to 388. David Eldar's 376. It's just a back and forth situation with 9 tiles in the bag. I think David's at the disadvantage here. Gonna play Sank probably no matter what.
He's probably worried about the Z and the D.
Yeah. But since you've kept the Q, you've really just put yourself in a compromised position of having to play it as soon as possible.
45
so,
for XI seems defensive and high scoring.
Yeah, actually, good point. David could play XI at the bottom right, saving CINQ and saving QI. that might actually be warranted here, but he's just taking 50, keeping the eye. Actually, this play looks great for timing. Leaving 8 in the bag feels like the best way for David to give himself a boost in that endgame. Drawn an F. He could have drawn an A. Both players needing that A, but Cameron gets there first. Zeta for 72, and suddenly he's ahead 35. 5 in the bag. And now, I think you have to play Sank for
Yep, I
30 and
think-
just hope for a good draw.
Now is the time to get rid of the queue, I would say. Leaving 2 in the
F.
bag.
Yeah, it's ideal timing, but that F really not the draw David wanted. He would have liked a vowel there. But it's going to be very interesting. See how this game shapes up. EELRTUV now for Cameron Farlow. It's a very difficult situation. 2 tiles in the bag. A lot to consider. What's your first thought in a situation like this?
It's a really good question. Obviously, trying to get rid of the V. Don't want to be stuck with it.
Yeah, Bruv being suggested. That's very nice from the B and Boob. I guess the problem being you're leaving yourself with 6 tiles in the endgame, but you're taking a 30-point lead, which tends to be enough when your opponent's first to act. Bruv looks very good. Don't really see anything else, honestly. It'd be nice to play a lot of tiles off, but the likelihood of drawing an outplay on this board is pretty low, even if you play off 6 tiles in this situation. I don't even know how you would do that. Are you going to be able to go out next turn is a very good question. So I think Bruv seems somewhat necessary from where I'm sitting.
That looks really good. Oh, we're still off by 5, so it's 460 apiece.
We're off by 1. So David has 456. The Cameron's 460.
Right.
And Bruv being a newer addition to the lexicon.
Often overlooked.
Yeah. Be very, very nice here for Cameron. The tiles in the bag based on David Eldar's rack are a T and an H, which is actually pretty good. H, a very strong tile in the endgame. And I guess the one worry you have if you're Cameron after a play like Bruv is, am I going to fall victim to 1-point tiles in the endgame? Cameron with some time to think. Down to 9 minutes. David Eldar just under 8 minutes.
I really love
Doesn't
these.
feel like
Josh,
you love these.
pre-endgame scenarios. If Cameron does play Bruv, which is a great score and a good leave, having 6 letters on his rack is probably not going to be able to play out in 2. So he will probably get 2 more moves, Bruv, and 1 more move, giving David a chance to play out in 2.
Yeah, I'm trying to look into the future here. After Bruv, I see the possibility for David Eldar of playing Pirana, Pirana, through the A of Demandant, keeping 2 decent spots for IF, setting one up and keeping RIF from the R in Bruv. But is that really going to be enough to outrun Cameron Farlow? I don't think so. So if Cameron misses Bruv, I think this might be a golden opportunity for David Eldar to swindle, but just feels like in the current scenario, the one that we're aware of, that's a winning play. But Cameron doesn't know that. You first have to see the plays, Dylan, and then you have to hope that they are going to win you the game.
True. Takes a long time for these new words to really sink into your muscle memory, as it were. I think
Yeah.
Brav has just been added in the most recent edition of the Collins, isn't it?
Indeed, yep.
Yeah.
I've been saying it for a while.
Yeah, so is my friend, and I've been correcting him, saying, no, you're supposed to say brew. And, finally, the dictionary caught up with him.
I do like brew a lot, but I don't think I'm really allowed to say it. So, definitely most important turn of the match for Cameron Farlow. This means everything. Make a play that wins 100% of the time. Make a play that wins 50% of the time. This is where champions get crowned. Where wings take dream. That's a George Bush quote. Had my fair share of commentary moments where I'm trying to say something cool and just doesn't materialize in my brain. Suggestion of Valete, Valete, through the disconnected A and E on the bottom of the board. That looks very strong as well, but strong enough. Keeping UR, drawing 2 tiles from the bag. Aaron does not know he's going to draw the best scoring tile he can hope for in that H. There's also a scoring spot up top that you must be worried about if you're Cameron. FAH, scoring 36 up there.
And of course, FAP on the far left-hand side is a really good score as well.
So lots of options.
I guess for Cameron, it comes down to, do you go for score, or do you just play off one tile?
Yeah, it looks like I don't think he has seen the play of Bruv at all this turn. He's looking at playing Lave, Lave, maybe, through the A and Demandant, which certainly leaves a lot on the table. But will it be enough? This will bring him to a score of 477 to David Eldar's 456. He hasn't hit his clock yet. Now he has 4 minutes left. David Eldar to try and solve this endgame. I wonder if there's a way to win now. Down 22 points, your opponent's threatening high-scoring plays from that B. So I feel like the first order of operations is try to find a good play from the B, but what is there, Dylan?
Brap, but
Brap and Barb, but nowhere for Fini, which would be a nice game-ending word. But
he needs it.
can you just... Yeah, can you go out in 2 and can you score enough? The threat is BHUT for 27. So can you make up all of those points? David Eldar down 21. BHUT puts him down 48. getting 6 points from the rack 42. Can you go out in 2 and score 43 points doing so? If you play Naif, there's nowhere for PIRN to go. Very difficult situation.
It seems like blocking that B of boob on the top right is pretty much it's necessary for David to do that, otherwise game over.
I wonder though if there is just a way to go out in 2. Is there a play that uses both eyes somewhere? Bison? Ugh. So if you play, I guess if you play Barp or Brap, you're threatening Fison. Cameron might miss that. It's kind of hard to block it too.
Yeah.
So that actually might do it.
Not an easy word to see.
Yeah, if that B gets blocked, what is Cameron to do? Suddenly his letters are not very good. He can't even hit the top left triple for a big. Yeah, he would have to block making something with CH probably. And then is he going out the next move? So complicated. This is crazy. Okay. I'm going to try and do some calculations here. You want to talk about some of the people we should thank before the stream ends?
So I think I've had the privilege of doing the last 4 games on the final day, which has been very, very exciting, possibly the most exciting part of the tournament. So Jim has been an amazing producer, keeping all the commentators lined up and everything flowing smoothly. So Jim comes to mind straight away. We've got Chris Alexander, who has kept things running smoothly. George as well, who's been doing a lot of the annotating. Very difficult to keep up with, especially some of the faster games. And I believe Noreen has been organizing. I know that organizing and playing at the same time is a very difficult thing to do. Edward Okulicz has been a driving force as well behind the streaming and playing as well at the same time. Did I leave anybody out, Josh?
I guess all the commentators, including yourself, huge shout out to them coming in to bring you all of the action. You got Heidi Robertson, Non Bardwaj, Dylan Early, Howard Warner, Ellen Hines, Russell Honeybun, Wolfram Poe. Yeah, huge thanks to everybody coming in the booth to bring you all the inaugural live stream Scrabble Australia. I really hope that this kicks off, and if you want it to kick off, you want to see more broadcasts similar and better than this one, because we really are just going to continue pump out that content and make improvements. All these awesome stats Jim's been bringing us, bringing his special touch to everything. So I want to thank him again, even though you already thanked him, Dylan. But yes, that link in the chat, buy me a coffee. If anybody has the means and would like to support these initiatives, click that link, and the rest is up to you. So in this position, I'm trying to calculate what happens after Barp or Brap, and then THE to block Feisen. Then you have to block Rut and Her. I don't know if there's another outplay for Cameron. So you play something with maybe CHI. I was thinking
Just Ruck.
CHI, IN, and HEN. Is there another outplay?
No.
Yeah, Barp or Brap.
That puts the pressure back on Cameron.
Seeing Barf instead, I wonder if there's an idea, similar idea here. I don't see an outplay for David Eldar, so this gives Cameron a lot more wiggle room. David under a minute here, Cameron with 4 to figure this out. Really doesn't look like there are great options. Ruther, is that a word? R-U-T-H-E-R. That is a word. Wow, okay, so there is one option of whore through the W and the O for 28, but TUT doesn't seem likely to go out next move. But I think Ruther for 22 should do it. Cameron is down in this position by 6 points. He'll take a 6-point lead after Ruther. And I just don't see the follow-up for David Eldar after that move, but that might be his only winning move because it does guarantee an out next turn. What a complicated endgame. I don't know who's going to win this one, Dylan. Cameron under pressure now, under 3 minutes. If you don't go out in 2 here, David Eldar is going to be getting a lot of points in 2 moves, and you're not. So it's a word knowledge check. A very bizarre 6-letter word, Ruther. Just an adverb. That would be an amazing find. Oh wow, there's Tutty. Tutty. Oh my goodness. On the bottom row. That also looks like it wins. It saves 2 outplays. And this is the problem with the play of Barp over Brop or Barp. You're not saving any outplay as far as I'm aware. So you don't stop Cameron from doing whatever he wants. So a couple of ways for him to win this game, it looks like. Can he find the spot for UTT? Sort of tucked away at the bottom of the board. Can he find Ruther from the R, which should also be enough to win against the world champion David Eldar? I'm at the edge of my seat. I'm not falling asleep, Dylan. That's for sure.
I don't think anybody is.
My goodness me. Under a minute now for Cameron Farlow. The pressure is on. He has found, I think, a good spot for HRE, but is he going to find the follow-up? Or coming down, that is 28 points. Cameron now up 505 to 483. And David, I just don't think he has enough here. Even if Tutty isn't found, you play
11.
in Pinin? That's not a word. But it's not enough to win. As the game ended, is Cameron showing his tiles? Is his clock being started? Okay, the game is over. He has accepted a phony word
Wow,
as an outplay because it gives him the win.
clever.
I'll go
So
for it.
that'll be a win for Cameron Farlow. Holy mackerel.
Probably I made a mistake. Yeah, I did. It's 497.
Okay. See 497.
Yeah, well done.
Oh, thanks, David. Very close.
Yeah, good game.
Thank you.
Is that fella?
Oh,
I can't remember.
not 100% sure, to be honest, but I didn't want to risk.
Yeah.
Sorry?
No, good.
No, it's not good.
Um,
No. Oh, well,
all right.
have this.
5 to diff.
Yeah.
Just check up. Remember to have 5 for my special word. Yeah, I did. Yeah, well done.
All right, what a finish. What a finish. What an incredible tournament. Dylan, what to say? Thank you so much for commentating these games with me.
Josh, it's been a pleasure. Each of these last 4 games today, at least, has been spectacular. Lots of challenging endgame scenarios, enough to challenge even the best bots in the world. And our friends in Australia are having to do it under time pressure, and they did extremely well. So it's been an absolute pleasure to witness all of this and participate in it with you guys.
Likewise, in the final standings being shown on screen, Andrew Fisher finished with 14 wins. He won his last game against Saidu, who needed a 250-point victory. So undisputedly, huge congratulations to Andrew Fisher for winning the 2025 Australian Masters. Add that one to your trophy case. Yeah, put that in your pipe and smoke it. I don't know, all those idioms. But yeah, it's been such an absolute pleasure. It's so exciting to see all these streaming initiatives. Huge thanks again to our producer, Jim, and everybody on the floor working so hard to bring this footage to you and making sure this tournament runs as smoothly as possible. That's about it for me. Huge thank you to everybody involved. Can't wait to see what's in store next. See you all later. Anything left to say, Dylan?
Yeah, I
Now's
think
your
just
chance.
that a tournament of such high caliber being streamed live is what we've needed in the Southern Hemisphere to keep you Canadians awake up until 4 a.m. in the morning. I think it's been a wonderful experience, the highest quality Scrabble coming out of Melbourne. And it's really been wonderful to participate in all this and watch the great games. Andrew's a very deserving winner. He played magnificently. And he's going to have to take up carpentry to build a bigger trophy case, I think. He's done amazingly well.
With that is the best way to end things. Good night, everybody. Good day. See you next time.
Thanks all.